Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 5 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 6, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Seeing how pathetic you were after that Uraraka girl probably rejected you for the much prettier senpai. So they decided to just let you do your own thing while waiting for you to finally move out. That's the only explanation why they would continue to keep a man where like you dash. He wasn't quite sure where he had broken in those last few sentences. Maybe it was Monoma insulting him too much when he was feeling so numb. Maybe it was the implication that he was using them for his own pleasure. Maybe it was the suggestion that 𝐒𝐿 had nothing but pity for him and no other feelings. Or maybe it was when Monoma just flat out called him a man where. It didn't really matter, Izuku supposed later, as he had heard enough of whatever bullshit Monoma was spewing at him, obviously gleeful that Izuku would be leaving the girl's house. So he wheeled around, balling his fist, and punched Monoma as hard as he could straight in the face. He ignored the stinging in his hand as his fist met Monoma's nose, hearing a crunching noise as it broke from the force of the blow. Monoma let out a sudden grunt as his head was sent straight back, staring blankly at nothing for a moment with his mouth hanging open, before he felt his legs give out, and collapsed hard onto the ground, raising a hand automatically to cup his broken and bleeding nose. As soon as his back met the pavement, the anger at him and the girls being insulted vanished within Izuku, and he suddenly realized exactly what he did. He briefly froze, feeling horror and remorse immediately over what he just did in a moment of uncontrolled anger. Letting out a small gasp, he immediately moved to Monoma's side, offering a hand. Monoma, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have get away from me. With the same sudden violence Izuku just used when he punched him, Monoma slapped away Izuku's hand with his free one, whipping his Angie stare to the boy as he stood frozen over top him. Monoma let out a grunt as he rolled onto his side, climbing awkwardly to his feet while still cupping his nose, seeing blood start to seep through his fingers, and returned his glare to Izuku, rage in his eyes as he clenched his free fist. I knew it, he growled, all you 1A idiots are just waiting for the chance to just take out your violent egos on us. So I suppose this is your breaking point, isn't it, Midoriya? Well, I'll have you know Hey! Both Izuku and Monoma jumped at the unexpected voice, and turned around to see who was running towards them. Izuku, who had briefly forgotten what had been troubling him after hitting Monoma, felt those troubles return in full force as he saw 𝐒𝐿 jogging down the path, looking alarmed about what just happened. Obviously she had seen him hit Monoma, as she had approached the blonde boy and lifted his hand away to check his nose, wincing, while Izuku stood frozen on the sidewalk, staring at her as horror began coursing through him. Oh God, one of the girls was here. And she would ask why he had walked away from the house. She'd know that something was bothering him. He'd have to tell 𝐒𝐿 that he was, oh God, please, Izuku groaned quietly to himself, why her? Why out of all of them, it's the one I told literally just yesterday I loved. Yeah, that's definitely broken. 𝐒𝐿 shook her head, letting Monoma cup his nose again. You should go to Recovery Girl to get that fixed up. Perhaps I shall. And I'll bring Vlad King back with me to properly punish this idiot. Monoma threw a glare at Izuku, who was still standing in frozen shock. Kendo, he punched me. Completely and utterly unprovoked. I'll bring Vlad King back so he can be I sincerely doubt that he punched you out of nowhere. 𝐒𝐿 shook her head, already cutting through his bullshit. Just go to Recovery Girl, Monoma. No, not this time, Kendo. I am putting my foot down. You can't defend him this time, Monoma, I saw you follow him when I looked out my window. And I know Izuku. He isn't going to punch you out of nowhere, you'll have had to have really sessed him off. 𝐒𝐿 shook her head, and glanced at her crush. She felt her brow furrow in concern when she saw his pale, almost sickened face, and turned so she could walk over to him and ask if he was okay. What did he and Aizawa talk about that would have made him like this? Izuku. 𝐒𝐿 blinked, and looked back around at Monoma, glaring at her with rage in his eyes as he slowly went over what she said. You said that with such familiarity, as well. Izuku. Like. Almost as though you've said it many times. I had thought that I misheard that back at the resort, when you kicked me off the bus to go with 1A, but… Yeah. Itsuka raised her eyebrow. I call him by his first name. And he calls me by mine. Just like I call all the girls by their first names. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Monoma shook his head, feeling anger overcoming him as he turned his glare to Izuku, seeing him still pale and withdrawn. After he somehow got the other girls in our class to sympathize with him and give him pity he'd try going after you, too. God, he's probably already gotten Shiozaki too, corrupted her as well. Monoma Itsuka's eyes narrowed, not liking where this was going, but Monoma went on. And now I learn that you're calling him by his first name. It's obvious that he now has his claws in you. This is exactly what I was afraid of. If you hadn't made me leave when I brought Vlad King to finally punish him, and then got it turned around on me, I could have convinced you all that you were making a huge mistake. Monoma. But now look. Now you're probably feeling sorry for him too. God, he's probably got you 𝐂𝐸𝐲 Monoma. Itsuka's eyes were now narrowed into slits, her fists clenched at her sides as she took a long, deep breath to steady herself. If I were you, I would consider my next words very carefully. No. Not this time, Kendu. Monoma shouted, wheeling on her and clenching his fists tightly. He's utterly pathetic, even for Class 1A, and you're here just falling all over him. Because, what? He cried once and you felt bad for him. You're supposed to be our class representative, a role model for us all, but here you are, pretty much sking up to him like you're some common ware. Now, in retrospect, she knew that the only reason Monoma had called her that word was due to some heat-of-the-moment thing, like he didn't actually mean to call her that, but in that moment, it didn't matter. The moment that word left his lips, having heard absolutely enough from him, and not wanting to bother giving him a chop to the neck this time, Itsuka threw her hand back and punched him square in the face, avoiding his broken nose and instead aiming straight for his cheek. For the second time in 2 minutes, Monoma flopped down onto the grass like a wet blanket, staring blankly ahead for a brief moment before raising his other hand to cup his swelling cheek, and turned, flabbergasted, back to Itsuka as she glowered down at him with a look of complete and utter rage in her eyes, while Izuku had jumped back in surprise from her sudden showing of violence. Now, you're going to shut up and listen to me, Monoma. Itsuka's voice was colder than either of the boys had ever heard it, especially contrasting her eyes full of anger. You're my friend. As much as a pain in the butt you've been lately, especially after Izuku moved into our house, I still consider you one of my friends. But this obsession with 1A, I'm not going to have it anymore. I am tired of you going utterly ballistic if someone from 1A even so much as breathes weirdly. And once Izuku moved in, you've gotten even worse. What happened to the Monoma that encouraged us even if we lost to 1A? Every day you've been glaring at us, or have been an utter prick to everyone if someone from our class says hello to Izuku in the hall. And now, you're not just slot-shaming me, you're slot-shaming all the girls. That's what you were implying, right, with the pity thing. That, what, it would only take someone feeling sad for us to spread our legs. Is that what you're saying, Monoma? Oh, no. I wasn't really asking, Monoma, because I already know the answer to that question. I refuse to listen to any of your stupid excuses. This is me telling you now, Monoma, neither me or any of the girls back in the house are going to deal with your bullshit anymore. Kendu I'm going to be giving you a choice. Drop this obsession with 1A, or we're done. Kendu, you can't . Oh, I'm pretty sure I can. Itsuka crossed her arms across her chest, continuing to glare at the blonde boy on the ground. You called me a were, Monoma. What, you think I'll just go, oh, that Monoma? And drop it just like that? Not a thing chance in hell. And even if we ignore that, you just went up to Izuku and antagonized him into punching you, and then you had the audacity to be surprised. Izuku is my friend, and if you think you just do that and tattle on him to Vlad King, you're even stupider than I thought. So know this, Monoma, I'm going to be telling the girls what you called me, and how you insulted not just him, but them as well. Now, go to Recovery Girl to get that nose checked out, and get your act together, Monoma. Or we're finished. For a few moments, Monoma could only stare up at 𝐒𝐿 in a mixture of surprise and outrage, looking angrier than 𝐒𝐿 had ever seen him, while 𝐒𝐿 continued to stare coldly down at him as though he were utter trash. Finally, Monoma grunted as he climbed awkwardly to his feet, his nose still bleeding and his cheeks swelling with a purple bruise, and shot 𝐒𝐿 one more glare before he turned on his heel and stormed off, blood leaking down his chin as he stalked off. 𝐒𝐿 continued to glare after him until he vanished from their sight, before she let out a small sigh and waved her hand, wincing slightly at the bruise as she turned to 𝐒𝐿, seeing him look off to the side. "I'm sorry about that," she apologized. "He kinda, well, you saw." Yeah. "Hey," she said softly, feeling the cold anger she had felt towards the blonde boy fade away when she saw 𝐒𝐿's look of sadness, walking up to him and putting a hand on his shoulder. "What happened? I saw you walk off earlier, and decided to come after you. Did something Aizawa-sensei say upset you?" Obviously that was it, of course, as 𝐒𝐿 suddenly closed his eyes, a look of pain on his face. 𝐒𝐿 felt herself worry a little bit, but still lowered her hands to take his own hand in hers, and gently guided him over to a bench, sitting him down and letting him stay a bit quiet. She turned his hand over in hers, pursing her lips slightly at his bruised knuckles from hitting Monoma, and softly ran her thumb over them, hoping to give him a little comfort as she looked up into his face. "𝐒𝐿, I'm not really sure what's going on right now," she confessed, trying to sound at least a little encouraging, "but if there's anything you want to talk about, I'm here to listen." Oddly enough, 𝐒𝐿 stayed silent at that, staring off into space while she gently massaged his hand, and 𝐒𝐿 pursed her lips worriedly. If you don't want to, that's okay. We can just go back to the house and I'm moving out." 𝐒𝐿 felt whatever she was about to say trail off, blinking at what he said in confusion. He had said it so quietly at first she thought she had misheard him, but then she realized exactly what he just said. She felt her eyes widen a little bit, her comforting hands on his stiffening a fraction, and she quickly turned to look back at 𝐒𝐿, still seeing him turning his gaze away from her as though he wasn't even able to look at her. "Here. What are you talking about? Aizawa-sensei." 𝐒𝐿 took a deep breath, still with his eyes closed. "He told me that my room back in the 1A house. It's going to be done on Thursday. He expects me to move out of your house by lunchtime then, and by Friday I'll be back in their house. I'm going to have to leave." Once 𝐒𝐿 had explained that, the two of them fell into a silence, 𝐒𝐿 staring at him in shock while he closed his eyes. At first, 𝐒𝐿 said nothing. Only due to his waiting for 𝐒𝐿's reaction, and being admittedly a bit afraid of it. Would she be sad? Angry? Disconcerted? Hell, would she even have a reaction? From her silence, 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help but feel a bit anxious about how exactly she was going to take this sudden revelation, and would it be better or worse than his own? What exactly? What was the reaction going to be? Feeling his heart start to hammer in his chest, he slowly opened his eyes, and turned to finally look at her, and felt his breath hitch. 𝐒𝐿. She wasn't looking at him anymore, but only at her knees. Her lips were drawn into a thin line, and her hair shadowed her eyes, but from what 𝐒𝐿 saw, they were filled with pain. She looked as though she was suddenly on the verge of crying and was doing her best to hold them back, her hands starting to shake even as they held his own bruised one. In fact, her whole body was subtly shaking, as though she were about to explode with something. Sadness, anger, whichever. But all that mattered to him was that her eyes were looking strangely wet, and moisture began gathering there. He let out a shuddering breath, and immediately realized that he had messed up. He thought it would be best to just be blunt, but that bluntness was going to make her cry. He needed to fix this, he needed to make her feel better. God, he told her yesterday that he loved her, and today he was telling her that he would be leaving. Are you stupid, 𝐒𝐿? Fix this at once. I don't think it'll be that bad, he tried to say as positively as he could, giving her an unconfident smile while she continued to study her knees. I know that I'll live 10 minutes away, but we can still walk back from school together, right? We'll just have to split up once we actually reach the forest. And I think you guys wouldn't mind if I came over sometimes too, right? just to hang out for a few hours. We can still spar, if you want. I don't mind if we dash Izuku. Izuku found his words dying in his throat when she finally spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper but loud enough to silence him. He watched a bit cautiously as Itsuka let out a long sigh, raising a hand to rub her face. It was when she finally looked up, however, that Izuku felt a pang in his heart. She was still on the verge of crying, of course, tears continuing to build in her eyes, but she gave him such a fake smile, it made him immediately regret telling her in the first place. She was obviously trying to put on a strong front for him, but it only hurt him even more to see her obviously not taking this very well. It looked like she was about 3 seconds away from just breaking down. You're right, she muttered, glancing away while her voice wobbled, with that horridly fake smile on her lips. We knew that this was only temporary. I knew you were going to move out eventually. I'm honestly surprised it took so long. I thought I'd only be 2 weeks, not, a month now. God, does time fly by, here. Itsuka. And it's not like, you're right, it's not like you're not welcomed in our house after you move out. If you ever want to come over to hang out, just shoot us a text. Anytime. We'd love to have you visit us. It's fine. She hopped to her feet, still with that fake smile on her face as she brushed a hand quickly through her hair, turning away so that he could no longer look at her face, only hearing her shaking and obvious wobbling voice. It's not like we're saying goodbye. We'll see each other at school, and we can still have lunch together if you ever want to, but you might want to have lunch with Ida and Uraraka. But that's okay. If you want, we can even come over to visit you in your house. It's not like I'm sorry. Now, it was Itsuka's turn to stop speaking, staring blankly ahead while Izuku slowly got to his feet, his own gaze fixed on the ground. I'm so sorry, Itsuka. I just Izuku took another shuddering breath, feeling his own tears begin to prickle in his eyes. I'm so sorry. After a few seconds of silence, however, she let out a shuddered breath and turned around, making Izuku's breath catch in his throat as she finally let the fake smile fall, seeing her look so sad. No, she mumbled, no, you have nothing to be sorry for. This isn't anyone's fault, it was just, She let out another shuddered breath, and felt a tear finally escape her eye and go down her cheek, making Izuku's own tears start to fall as well. I forgot you weren't supposed to be with us forever. Come on, she turned around, and started walking back to the house. You should probably let the others know what's going to happen. As she started moving away, however, Izuku reached out and grabbed her hand. He didn't even do it on purpose, he saw her beginning to walk away, and acted on instinct. The moment his hand took hers, Itsuka stopped moving, staring ahead while Izuku took another deep breath. Itsuka. Why yeah. I don't want to leave you guys either. There was a moment of silence between them, as Itsuka slowly digested what he said and Izuku had a hard time even looking at her, turning away and letting his tears start to fall down his face. And then, she slowly turned around, showing her teary-eyed face to him again and making the tears on his own face fall even faster. Before he could say anything else, though, Itsuka wrapped both of her hands around his, and slowly raised it to her face. Looking at the bruise forming, Itsuka took another shuddering breath, and gave his knuckle a gentle kiss, holding it there for a few seconds before disconnecting. Come on, she muttered, let's go back now. It was with that she finally began walking back to their house, her hand still in his. And Izuku, knowing that he didn't really have any choice now, followed her. Do you see them back yet? Setsuna asked from the couch, laying back and watching TV while yawning. Nope. Pony shook her head, turning back from the window and going back to her seat. Not yet. It had been a few minutes since Itsuka had left, having looked out the window and saw Izuku moving away slumped over. She had been concerned, and told the girls that she would be right back as she slipped on her sandals and headed out the door. Now they were just waiting for them to come back, not really sure what they were going to do today, but also being comfortable with not doing anything, finding the option of just sitting down and relaxing after the long day they had yesterday very appealing, and just waited for their last two roommates to come back so they could decide if they had some activity going on that they forgot about. Although they weren't sure about that, all Setsuna knew was that her date with Izuku to the museum was tomorrow, and she was pretty much bouncing up and down in excitement about it. As they waited for Itsuka to come back with Izuku, Ibara sat down on the love seat to read her book, and Setsuna watched TV on the couch with Setsuna laying down with her head in Yui's lap, letting her play with her hair, and Kinoko and Leiko sat at the table, reading over some magazine and admiring the dresses while Pony flopped back down on the chair, clopping her hooves together as she turned her attention back to the TV show they were watching. Still, the girls couldn't help but glance at the door, feeling a bit worried but not sure why. "What do you think's going on?" Ibara wondered out loud, stealing a small glance at the window. "I'm not really sure. Do you think Aizawa-sensei did something or said something that upset him?" "I mean, even if he did, it's still weird," Setsuna shrugged, unable to stop herself from giggling a bit as Yu played more with her long green hair. "I mean, Parsley was in a really good mood this morning. Hell, we all are. What could Aizawa say to bring him down?" "Maybe he flunked a test," Leiko suggested, but Yui shook her head. "We'll just have to see," she told the room, "and wait for Itsuka to bring him back. If it's something that upset him, we'll just have to listen, and if he needs us to help him out, we'll help him." The other girls glanced amongst each other, before letting out little sighs and nodding, laying back in their seats. Obviously they were a bit nervous about what would happen if Izuku returned here in a sad mood, because that's usually a sign that everyone was going to be in sad moods too, but Yui was right, they would just have to wait until he returned, hear what was bothering him, and comfort him as best they could. While they lapsed off into silence, Setsuna glanced around the room, seeing everyone turning back to do their own thing while they waited, and, realizing that this was the best time to voice her suspicions, cleared her throat. "So, just to confirm if I'm the only one who noticed something." Leiko looked back over at her. "What's up? Do you guys think something happened between Prez and Parsley yesterday?" The other girls blinked, turning to look at Setsuna with surprise and curiosity while she shrugged in defense of herself. "What do you mean?" Leiko asked, turning in her seat. "Like, I don't know, didn't something seem different about them? I just noticed. Or maybe it's just my imagination, I don't know." The girls shared glances between each other, before they let out slight sighs as they turned their attention on Setsuna, admittedly curious about what she was saying. "Well." Ibara put her bookmark in place and shut her book, pursing her lips slightly. "I'm not sure if I don't think they did, at least, but I did notice that when she got back, Itsuka was, oddly happy. Very happy. I noticed that too." Kinoko nodded, looking around from the table. "Like, she wouldn't stop smiling." "Yeah, that's what I noticed. Prez had a big, stupid smile all day, and even this morning too. See, the reason I brought it up was, do you guys think that?" Setsuna sat up, giving everyone a smirk while Yui pouted, not able to play with her seaweed hair anymore. "Do you think they what?" Yui raised an eyebrow. "Come on, spit it out." "You know." Setsuna let out a small laugh, and then, Bochikabo wowed. That, at least, dissipated some of the mood that came in while they were waiting for Izuku and Itsuka's return, and everyone let out laughter at Setsuna's choice of wording for that. Even Ibara couldn't help but smile as she shook her head, putting her book to the side. "I mean, maybe." Pony giggled. "I could see it. They didn't have grass stains though. I mean, I know love motels exist, but if they stayed on campus I would have assumed that Itsuka would have taken him to some field and dash." "Please don't finish that sentence," Ibara shuddered. "I'm still scandalized about what she did in the onsen. I don't need to hear about her dragging Izuku to some field right in the middle of campus and I mean," Setsuna laughed, relaxing her legs over the side of the couch, "I love the boy, but if we're actually talking here, there's no way he's into public secretary. It'd be interesting if he was, but I think our boy prefers his privacy. You know, I haven't really called you out on it, but you seem to enjoy using the phrase 'I love the boy' a lot," Yui noted, smirking slightly when Setsuna sputtered a bit and the other girls looked around knowingly at her, smirking as well while the dinosaur girl flipped them off with her own grin. "But I agree with you. I don't think they had I feel like if they did, it would have been a lot more obvious. Like, they would have been a lot more disheveled, and they would probably be blushing when they got back. They came in relatively calm. Plus, I feel like some of the tension between them would have been more obviously resolved. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 kept glancing at him throughout the whole party. Oh, girl, 𝐶𝐿 laughed. Everyone here knows that those two are pretty much just waiting for a good reason at this point to go down with each other. I'm kinda wondering what it'll take. Do you think if we make Parsley go up to her room while she's changing, he'll just say screw it and pin her to the bed? You're not actually considering setting them up, are you? Ibara raised an eyebrow, looking worriedly at her fellow green-haired friend, but 𝐶𝐿 quickly shook her head, her smirk falling somewhat. No, no. I'm not doing that anymore. We all know what happened last time I set up girls with Parsley. I'm not repeating that. Still, those two do have a lot of tension. It's pretty obvious that any day now, they're both going to say that enough is enough and just, you know, 𝐒𝐭𝐴. The girls giggled at that again while Ibara sighed. Well, she shook her head, I do hope it's sooner rather than later. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 seems to have a habit of, well, pleasing herself late at night. And I'm not sure if it's healthy to go at it for hours on end. Hours, here. Yui tried hard not to seem interested in that little tidbit, going a bit red at the implication. She must have a lot of stamina. Why don't you knock on the wall and tell her to knock it off? Well, Ibara cleared her throat, blushing. It's just, I have whenever she really gets, started with that, I have found myself also, taking the opportunity to, Pony glanced at her best friend as Ibara squirmed in her seat, while the other girls shared glances. What are you doing, Ibara? Practicing. She muttered. Practicing. Kinoko repeated, her brow wrinkled, until Setsuna's eyes blew open, and she let out an excited gasp as she pointed a finger at Ibara, who froze where she sat as though the dinosaur-loving girl had immobilized her. Wait. Ibara, have you been flicking the bean to Prez? Do not put it in that vulgar dash. Before the girls could laugh about that, or Ibara could hastily defend herself with a face burning bright red, the doorknob suddenly turned, and the front door opened. The girls, almost forgetting that Izuku and 𝐒𝐿 left in the first place, jumped a little bit, and turned to look as they entered the house. Hey! 𝐶𝐿 giggled, still a bit amused that Ibara of all people had started masturbating, and the implication that she was doing it to 𝐒𝐿's own private times. You guys won't dash. She was about to tell them what they had discovered, with Ibara about 3 seconds from wrapping her up into a green mummy, but the moment she saw both of their faces, she felt herself falter to a stop. The other girls also glanced over at the two arriving roommates, and felt the smiles on their faces slide right off. Neither Izuku or 𝐒𝐿 were grinning or in good spirits either, the exact opposite, in fact. 𝐒𝐿 looked like she was trying hard not to show any emotion on her face, the normally kind and soft look on her face long gone, but her eyes held a sort of sadness that made the other girls blink at. Izuku himself was a bit less composed, frowning and looking down, and one of his hands was clenched tightly. He looked tense about something. Midoriya. Ibara sat up, feeling her indignity from earlier vanish as she glanced between the two. What's going on? Izuku cleared his throat, glancing throughout the room. By now, the happy moods of all the girls had faded away completely. Kinoko and Leiko put down the magazine they were reading, and Yui took the remote and put the TV on mute. Pony also sat up, glancing worriedly between the both of them. 𝐒𝐿, on the other hand, let out a small, defeated sigh, and passed by the other girls, making Yui and 𝐶𝐿 turn and watch in concern as she headed up the stairs. Now they were starting to seriously worry, Yui turning back to Izuku with an unsure look in her eyes. Izuku shook his head, trying hard to get what he wanted out while the other girls slowly sat up, feeling worried but not sure why. I was talking to Aizawa-sensei, and... Yes. Ibara folded her hands together, while the other girls glanced between each other. My room back in the 1A house is going to be done on Thursday. He told me that I'm going to be moved out Thursday afternoon. With that, The entire house went completely silent while Izuku studied the floor, fearing their reactions. Pony blinked hard, looking as though she hadn't quite understood what he just said and was slowly trying to register it. Leiko's face fell, feeling herself mouth. Kinoko's also looked like she was taken off guard, staring at Izuku in shock. Setsuna felt her small smirk from earlier get wiped completely off her face, her hanging open slightly as she realized exactly what he was saying. Yui didn't physically react, but her eyes suddenly drained of any emotion she might have been feeling at that moment. As for Ibara. I see. Izuku cleared his throat again, glancing up. Are you guys? Ibara stood up suddenly, surprising everyone from how quickly she stood. I must say, I didn't quite expect, well, that, of all things. But I suppose I understand. It must have been quite the shock to hear, wasn't it? Ibara. Yui turned to her, seeing Ibara turn away from all of them and aim her gaze to the floor. We kind of forgot about you only being here for a short amount of time. How long was it supposed to be again? Only 2 weeks. I was actually starting to wonder what was going on there. Shiozaki. Izuku stared at her in concern as she started walking past him, heading for the doormat. I suppose you're only here for 4 more days. Ibara felt herself smile, but it was one that held absolutely no joy. Today, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then a little bit Thursday. That's not much time, but what can we do? Nothing, really. There's nothing we can do. Ibara. Kinoko asked softly as Ibara slipped on her sandals, not even caring that she was still in her pajamas, and did not look back at anyone at all. I'm suddenly feeling quite energetic. I'm going to go for a walk. She pointed stiffly to the door, still with that strange painted-on smile. I'll be back later. With that, Ibara opened the door and moved quickly outside, shutting the door a bit harder than she had intended, startling Izuku as it slammed shut behind him. Pony stared after her best friend in worry, feeling her frown deepen, and quickly hopped to her feet, jogging over to the door to put on her own shoes. The horse girl only stopped for a second to place a hand against Izuku's bicep, squeezing a little in comfort, and then quickly followed Ibara out the front door, shutting it much more gently behind her. Yui gave Izuku a small glance, and then looked around to where Itsuka had vanished to upstairs, and also got up. She felt a bit of concern for how her best friend must be feeling with this development, and after stealing one more worried glance at Izuku, moved to go up the stairs at Itsuka's room, wanting to make sure that she was alright. Wow, I guess I'm also going to go to my room for a bit, Setsuna chuckled weakly, standing up on shaking feet and moving to follow you. Forgot to do something. I'll talk to you later, Parsley. Guys. Izuku felt himself tear up again, taking a step into the house and raising a hand to stop them, but without looking back, both Yui and Setsuna vanished up the stairs, Setsuna much quicker than the stoic girl. He stared after them, and then glanced behind him at the door, feeling sadness and loathing overcoming him for coming back and ruining everyone's day with this awful news, but then he heard the sound of chairs scrapping against the ground, and turned around to see Kinoko and Leiko get up, looking concerned at him as they approached him. It's okay, Midori. Kinoko reached out and gently took his shoulder in her soft grip, staring sadly up at him as he moved a hand to wipe at his eyes, letting out a shuddering sigh. It's all right, Midoriya, Leiko nodded, raising her own hand to rest on his shoulder, rubbing it in a soothing manner. None of us are angry at you, not at all. It's just, we're all shocked, I suppose. I am too, Izuku muttered, glancing at the ground. It's just, God, I'm sorry, guys. I came in and ruined everyone's day with this, didn't I? Well, no, not exactly, but... Leiko sighed, glancing away while pursing her lips, and Kinoko looked to the floor. I do apologize, Midoriya. I think the girls just need a few moments to just come to terms with it, and then they'll calm down. We'll wait for Ibara and Pony to come back, and then we'll all talk. Okay. Indeed. Although... Leiko shared a glance with her girlfriend, seeing Kinoko glancing down sadly, and let out a tired sigh. I suppose, with the fact that you'll be leaving soon, I believe that this means that you would prefer that we not romance you. Wait, here. Izuku blinked, quickly turning his gaze to between the two of them while Kinoko nodded in defeat. What do you guys mean? What are you talking about? You probably don't want us annoying you about it, Kinoko muttered, while 𝐂𝐿 nodded along. You're moving out now, so the only way we could try is if we bugged you at lunch or at your other house. So, we should probably just dash, no? Izuku quickly shook his head, feeling momentarily panicked, and quickly reached his hands up to grab both of their shoulders, startling both girls. You don't have to give up. Seriously. Midoriya guys, please. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling a fresh set of tears start to build in his eyes. I don't want you to give up. You can keep romancing me, please. If you gave up, it would feel like it was. He faltered off, not really sure what to say to convince them not to stop trying to pursue him romantically, only feeling the horrid panic in his heart, hearing two of the girls wanting to give him up as a romantic partner, but 𝐂𝐿 seemed to have read his thoughts, raising a hand gently to cup his cheek. Like it was all for nothing. She guessed, and Izuku grimaced, nodding slightly with tears still gathering in his eyes. 𝐂𝐿 studied his face, and felt her own set of tears in her eyes, letting out a shuddering breath as she raised her hand to wipe at her own tears, while Kinoko sniffled. We're sorry, Midori, Kinoko whispered, glancing back up in his tearful face. We don't want you to. No, it's not for nothing. Please don't believe that. We still want you to join our relationship. We love you. Izuku took one last gulping breath, feeling raising his own hands to wipe his tears away. I love you guys too. Both 𝐂𝐿 and Kinoko glanced at each other, and then back to Izuku, feeling their hearts breaking. With a small sigh, 𝐂𝐿 took Izuku's hand in hers, and then Kinoko's in her other, pulling them both towards the couch. Come here, both of you, she muttered, we should cuddle. Izuku shook his head, trying to get his thoughts cleared. Are you? We're sure, 𝐂𝐿 nodded, sitting down and pulling Izuku to sit in the middle, Kinoko sitting on the other side. It looks like you need a hug, and quite honestly, so do I. Izuku glanced between both girls, seeing them both willing to spend a bit of their time with him, and there wasn't a lot of that left now, and let out a small, shaking sigh as he nodded, sitting back. With that, both 𝐂𝐿 and Kinoko wrapped their arms around him and embraced him, holding him carefully as they laid their heads on his shoulders. Both girls closed their eyes as they felt Izuku hug them back tightly, obviously needing some physical comfort. Neither of them could open their eyes to look at him. If they had, they might have broken down. 𝐂𝐿 could only press a small kiss to his neck and hug him tighter, and Kinoko pressed one to his cheek while she tried to control her own tears. It only took about half an hour, Izuku sitting back on the couch while 𝐂𝐿 and Kinoko held him in their tight but strangely relaxing grip, but soon, the door opened again. Izuku felt his head snap up quickly, opening his eyes at once, to see Ibara and Pony entering the house again, glancing down at the ground. Pony, to the surprise of utterly no one, was wiping away her own tears, sniffling slightly but trying to power through, while Ibara was wiping her face with the back of her hand. At the sight of both of them, Izuku sat up, while 𝐂𝐿 and Kinoko looked over as well. Shiozaki, are you? I'm fine, Midoriya, Ibara sighed, sounding a bit clogged up but still giving him a smile. I do apologize for walking out like that. I do not know what came over me. Why, Pony hiccuped, but still tried to smile brightly. Sorry about that. I would have stayed, but I thought Ibara needed me. Izuku nodded slightly, completely understanding why they had left, and let out a small grunt as he stood up from the couch, 𝐂𝐿 and Kinoko unwrapping themselves from around him so he could approach the vine girl. Ibara immediately glanced away as he approached her, but still did nothing to stop him as he wrapped his own arms around her and hugged her tightly, putting his head down on her shoulder. After a moment's hesitation, Ibara sighed, and wrapped her own arms around him. I'm sorry, he muttered, I made you upset. No, it's not your fault, she sighed, it's just. I know. After another few seconds, Izuku finally stood back a little to give her space, holding his hands on her shoulder and frowning when he saw the tears in her eyes. Without really thinking about it, he raised both his hands to cup her cheeks, using his thumbs to wipe away her tears, while Ibara couldn't help but let out a small sigh of comfort and lean her face into his hands. He also glanced at Pony, who only gave him a tiny smile, and raised her hand to wipe at his face. Izuku let her gently caress him, letting out a shuddering sigh, before he removed his hands from Ibara to bring Pony in for her own hug, the horse girl taking the invitation immediately and embracing him. As they hugged, Izuku glanced back at 𝐒𝐿, seeing her stand up while holding Kinoko's hand. He cleared his throat, trying to get some of the emotion out of it so it didn't sound like he was choking on his own tears. Can you text Setsuna and Itsuka? I think we all need to talk. Yes, she nodded, pulling out her phone to text them, while Izuku turned back to Pony, seeing the horse girl move her head from his shoulder to look up at him while her arms were still wrapped around him. Are you okay, Pony? I'm fine, she quickly nodded, glancing at her feet. Just. You know. He nodded, and brought her back in for more hugs, feeling the horse girl hold him back just as gently. Ibara let out another sigh, wiping her face, and moved to go sit at the kitchen table, sitting down and rubbing a hand against her eyes as Kinoko and 𝐒𝐿 joined her. Both girls placed their hands over top hers, squeezing and giving her some comfort. It was odd to see Ibara break down like this, but they overcame their little shock to comfort her as best they could. It didn't take long for Itsuka and Yui to come down either, the orange-haired girl rubbing her knuckles gently and Yui having utterly no expression in her eyes, and they only had to wait another minute before Setsuna came back down too, her hands in her pajama pockets and glancing away. Soon, all 8 roommates were sitting at the kitchen table, Izuku at one end and Ibara at the other. For a bit, no one spoke at all. Izuku glanced along the table, seeing everyone's dour and sad expressions, and let out his own shaky breath. He also glanced at Itsuka's knuckles, seeing them bruising slightly, a clear indication that she went up to her room and punched her punching bag without gloves. He then turned his gaze to Setsuna, seeing her staring at the table with a strange look in her eye that Izuku couldn't comprehend, and then over at 𝐒𝐿 and Kinoko, who were sharing glances with each other. Ibara played with a bit of her vined hair, Pony had her hands folded together, and Yui showed even less emotion than usual. All in all, they were not taking Izuku's leaving very well. And frankly, neither was he. Izuku let out a small sigh as he leaned forward in his seat, staring sadly at the hardwood table. I'm sorry, guys, he apologized again, not meeting anyone's gaze. I came in and ruined everyone's day, didn't I? No, you didn't. Itsuka shook her head, sitting back and folding her arms while still staring at the table. I think we can all agree, we're being pretty dramatic about this. The girls stopped at that, considering it, and then were unable to stop a few giggles. Even Ibara couldn't help but let out a small hiccup of laughter. Izuku also couldn't help but chuckle a little bit too. It's just. It's you know. Itsuka sighed, once the small bout of laughter died down. After all this time, I kinda forgot that you weren't supposed to be here on a permanent basis. The other girls nodded, Yui biting her lip gently, while Izuku rubbed a hand through his hair. I know. I kinda forgot myself, he admitted, chuckling a little bit. I just, He tried to find some words to say here, anything comforting that he could use to soothe the girls' bad moods, but then he felt himself slunk forward. Sorry, he muttered, not really sure what to say here. The other girls chuckled at that at least, shaking their heads. I'm not sure if there's much to say here, Itsuka chuckled. You're moving out, and honestly, I don't know what to say either. Well, 𝐒𝐿 finally spoke up, folding her hands together. I imagine that we're all in agreement, that if you are moving out, you can come over at any time. Whenever you want. All the girls immediately nodded at that, looking up to meet Izuku's gaze so that he knew that he was free to come over whenever he wanted. Itsuka, sitting beside him, even reached out to take his hand gently, squeezing it. And Ibara let out her own shaky breath. And if you want. You can still come over and garden with me. I imagine it will be quite difficult, after all, now that I'm used to someone helping me out. I would be loath to have to garden everything by myself now. And we can still spar, 𝐒𝐿 nodded, and work on the bike. Whenever you want. We can still have lunch. We can talk about swords, whenever you want. And watch anime. You guys. Izuku glanced around, seeing everyone at least looking absolutely sure that they were not going to be dropping out of his life even though he was moving out, and felt another tear start to build in his eye, although he quickly wiped this one away, and tried to smile at them as confidently as he could. Thank you. Seriously. The other girls nodded, giving him their own smiles. They were comfortable to sit there for another few seconds in silence, everyone taking some napkins to wipe against their faces, before 𝐒𝐿 let out a small sigh as she sat forward in her seat. Okay, she sighed, so, we only have 4 more days. Or 3.5, since you're leaving Thursday at lunch. In that case, before you go. We need to do stuff together. 𝐻. Izuku blinked, turning to look at his orange-haired roommate as she nodded to herself. I mean, we only got 3 days with you as our roommate, right? And we actually have the entire week off. Why not make this week memorable, right? I say, every day, we do something fun. Let's keep the ball from yesterday rolling. Your birthday was probably the most fun this house has ever had, so why not have an entire week of that? Izuku gulped, glancing down at the table. You guys, are you also? Why the hell not? Setsuna finally said, shaking her head and trying her best to get her trademark smirk back on her face. Why should we just sit around and be pouty that you're leaving? Let's send you off with a bang. The other girls glanced amongst themselves, and, after a moment to think about it, they all nodded as well, trying their best to smile, or at least in Yui's case be a bit more enthusiastic than usual. Yeah. 1 more week of fun. Let's do it. It'll be great. Izuku shook his head, laughing a little bit and nodding. Yeah, let's have some fun. The other girls let out small cheers, or in Yui's case a stoic woo. Which 𝐒𝐿 made them laugh, feeling some of the angst and sadness from earlier fade away. They all had a moment to smile at each other, at least determined to make sure this week didn't end in tears, and they had as much fun as they could have. So, Kinoko glanced around. Now that we're thinking of it, what are we gonna do today? At that, the girls paused. Oh, 𝐒𝐿, what were they going to do? They all leaned forward, letting out small hums as they thought of activities they could all do together as a group, or at least something they could do to hang out. After a few moments of contemplation, it was 𝐒𝐿 who blinked, suddenly reminded of something Momo had told her yesterday during their bike ride, and her eyes lit up. Actually, she felt a genuine smile grace her face for the first time in an hour. I think I know what we can do. Little bit more. And there. You can release it now, Uraraka. Okiko pressed her fingers together, while Izuku and 𝐒𝐿 supported the item to make sure it didn't topple over when it landed, and with a small thud, the jacuzzi that Momo had created 2 days ago was now in their backyard. The other girls let out small oohs as they admired the large hot tub, glancing into it and seeing the water slosh around a bit from the landing, but none of it splashed over the side and onto their feet, much to everyone's relief. It had been 𝐒𝐿's idea, remembering Momo talking to her yesterday briefly about it. Since Momo had said that she was thinking of giving it away, she decided to text her fellow class rep from the other side of the forest, and request that they borrow her hot tub to relax in for the afternoon. Momo had agreed immediately, actually offering to let them keep it, and the girls all nodded happily and trooped out to go get it, using Okiko's quirk to help move it to their house. The thought of just sitting back and relaxing in a hot tub was very appealing to the girls of 1B, especially after finding out the guy they all mutually liked wasn't going to be around much anymore, so they wanted this chance to just get in their swimming suits, sit in a small tub filled with hot water, and relax the afternoon away. Setsuna was probably the one most surprised when they took the hot tub to the backyard, yelling out, "Wait, since when did we have a backyard?" No one could really fault her for not knowing that though. They rarely use their backyard, really only using it for Izuku and Itsuka's spas and for keeping Ibara's gardening tools and a lawnmower in case the grass got too long. It was a single little area of grass with trees surrounding it, with plenty of shade blocking the sun, so it was perfect for putting down the jacuzzi and relaxing all afternoon long. So you're sure we can keep this? Ibara asked worriedly to Momo, seeing her wipe some sweat from her brow from the hot day. We can always bring it back when we're done. No, it's no problem at all. Momo smiled at her. I'm more than happy to let you have it. Thinking about it now, Midoriya, Kyuka and I feared that a CD with her singing, while a nice gift, was not enough for you, so I'm more than happy to let you have this to keep. But the CD was nice. Izuku muttered, a bit disheartened to hear that Momo and Kyuka didn't think it was enough, while Okako patted his back in sympathy while smiling. Besides, if all else fails, I can simply create another one. I made this one because Mina wanted to relax a little bit and asked me, so I decided to challenge myself in creating all the parts necessary to create a jacuzzi. It's actually great fun. I wouldn't mind building another. Well, in any case, thank you so much. You're very welcome. Well, if that's all, Momo turned on her heel, while the other girls noticed that she suddenly had a bit of a big dumb smile on her face, not dissimilar to Itsuka's smile yesterday when she got back from hers and Izuku's bike ride. Uraka and I should start heading back. Kyuka and Todoroki are waiting for me, after all. Todoroki, here. Yes, Todoroki, Momo coughed once, blushing a bit while Okako and Izuku shared a glance, raising their eyebrows while the Class 1B girls smirked at her. Well, hanging out with Kyuka and I. I shouldn't keep them waiting. Yeah, you shouldn't, Setsuna sniggered, in a way Momo didn't like. Who knows, they might start hanging out without you. Momo only had one moment to pout at her fellow recommended student, knowing exactly what she was implying, before Okako pulled her away, waving to the other girls and Izuku. Once they had left, Itsuka stretched out the cord to the plug on the wall, and the girls let out appreciative hums when the water started bubbling, waiting a bit until Pony stuck her hand in and nodded in confirmation that it was good and ready to go. With that confirmation, they retreated briefly inside so that they could get changed into their swimsuits, and reunited outside, Izuku blushing a bit when they came back out in their suits from the beach. "Oh, what is it, Parsley? We too appealing for you again?" Setsuna teased, trying to push down her troubled thoughts from before by making a provocative pose, sticking out her hip and running a hand against her stomach while Izuku stuttered. "Come on, leave the teasing until we're actually in the hot tub." Itsuka reprimanded her lightly, moving her foot in and letting out a small mmm as her leg went inside, and unknowingly giving Izuku quite the show of her long, muscular leg entering the jacuzzi and making him blush up a storm, immediately whipping his gaze away while Setsuna and Kinoko giggled. Itsuka reprimanded them about teasing him, but it was clear that it was her little show right there that was allowing the small All Might action figure in Izuku's breathes to make a surprise return. One by one, the girls got into the large hot tub, trying hard not to mmm too much so that it didn't give Izuku the wrong ideas, although Pony's loud sigh of relief made him squeak. Of course, Izuku couldn't stop his own groan of appreciation as he sat down in the warm water, which only made the girls freeze up for a second and then glance away with their own blushes. Once they were all settled in, all 8 roommates let out sighs of relief as they leaned back, letting the bubbles relax them. "Okay, I was going to suggest, like, a run or something." Kinoko's voice vibrated as one of the streams of pressure hit her directly in the back, smiling in joy. "But this was so much better, Itsuka." "Oh, 100%, Setsuna agreed, throwing her arms around Yui and Ibara as she grinned up at the sky. "I am definitely getting some use out of this baby. Plus, I'm not gonna lie, Kinoko, if you said we should go for a run, I probably would have killed you." That caused the other girls to laugh, while Leiko hooked her arm around Kinoko. Izuku himself chuckled, leaning back beside Itsuka as he enjoyed the pleasing sensation, pretending not to notice the girl steal a glance at him, her lips momentarily thinning into a line, before she shook her head and tried to smile again. So, she leaned back against the hot tub and stretched her arms above her head, trying not to notice Izuku blush and look away as she wrapped her own arms around him and Pony. "Anyone got any games we can play?" Isn't it enough to just lay back and relax? Yui shrugged, very happy to be submerged in warm bubbling water and surrounded by melons, leaning forward and turning her gaze over to see, "Girl, you're not subtle. Stop looking at Ibara's melons. We are literally in a hot tub. This is like telling Izuku not to freak out when he sees new All Might merchandise." The other girls giggled a bit, seeing Yui shoot Ibara a teasing look as the Vine Girl crossed her arms across her cleavage and Izuku chuckled weakly, trying to pretend he wasn't also staring. As the girls laughed and talked amongst themselves, Itsuka let out another small sigh as she glanced up at the sky, but not before stealing a small glance at him and seeing him talking to Kinoko, wincing slightly when she grew a mushroom on his nose. Itsuka shook her head and mentally lambasted herself. She should stop worrying and just enjoy the moment, sitting in a hot tub with her friends and the guy she liked. But try as she might, there was so much going through her head right now. Enough that it wouldn't go away, and just made her mood be dragged further and further down, despite her attempts to stay happy. Izuku was moving out. As in, moving out of their house, going 10 minutes down the road, and staying with his classmates, in his actual house. Like a lot of the girls were saying, they shouldn't really be surprised, as they knew that he was going to be leaving eventually, but still, the very thought of Izuku leaving his room upstairs just upset her. The thought of going downstairs for breakfast and him not being there, or after school making dinner with Ibara while she hung out in the kitchen, it made her heart hurt. The guy who told her yesterday that he loved her, and he was going to be gone. They'd still see each other at school, but that would be it. It would be down to Izuku coming over to hang out or waving at him in school. That was what she was dreading, that him finally moving out, and the distance, would make whatever this relationship was between them break apart. Honestly, the moment that Izuku told her Aizawa said he was moving out, there was a brief moment of insanity where she was tempted to finally just bite the bullet and ask him out. Itsuka was a bit ashamed of her initial reaction. She had slunk into silence, waited for Izuku to stop speaking, and tried to deflect whatever hurt was tearing at her heart, trying her best to laugh it off and tell him they would hang out whenever. Of course, him telling her that he would miss living with them. It had hurt her immensely, like Izuku had stabbed her in the heart. And then, after the silent walk back, and then going to her room to wail on her punching bag before Yui came in to sit on her couch and quietly keep her company, she was fighting down the temptation to just grab Izuku by the hand, drag him out of this hot tub, take him to some corner to be her boyfriend. But the image of the other girls' hurt faces if she had asked out Izuku pretty much stole him away from the rest of them. It made her frown. But Izuku was leaving in a few days. And she hadn't even addressed her feelings for him. He told her literally just yesterday that he loved her, and she hadn't even kissed him yet. Not really, anyway. She wanted to. Itsuka. The orange-haired girl jumped, surprised, and looked around to see Ibara and Yu looking at her, wrinkling their brows. She realized immediately that she had been off in her own little world, not paying any attention to what was going on. She could hear Izuku beside her talking with Pony, Kinoko, and Leiko about something, while Setsuna had dunked her head underwater and emerged coughing and laughing. "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention," Itsuka confessed, trying to smile for them. "What's up?" Yui stole a small glance at Itsuka, and then flickered her gaze from her to Izuku, and sighed. "It's nothing important right now. We can talk about it later." "Oh. Okay." Itsuka let out a small sigh, shaking her head, and took that moment to pull a Setsuna and also dunk her head underwater. As the heat hit her face, she shook her head wildly, trying so hard to dislodge those insecure thoughts from her head. She was literally the one who said they should have fun this week. She needed to stop being so melodramatic and just focus on what was currently going on. With a small gasp, she emerged from the water, shaking it from her face and using her hands to push her hair back, coughing a little bit. Her coughing, at least, drew Izuku's attention, and he glanced at her. As she wiped some of the water from her eyes, his gaze flickered to the bruises on her knuckles, and was suddenly reminded of something. "So, Itsuka," she lowered her hands to glance at him as he leaned forward slightly, speaking in a low mutter but still loud enough she could hear him over the bubbling water. "I am I know it may be too soon, but are you sure what you're doing with Monoma is the right thing? Here. Itsuka blinked, and then she remembered. Honestly, Izuku moving out pretty much drove what happened with Monoma this morning straight out of her head. Now that she was reminded, however, she pursed her lips and nodded. Oh, right. Yeah. No, Izuku, I'm pretty sure it's the right thing I'm doing. Ah, really? Yeah. He's been so immature about everything that's happened, and I'm not going to be entertaining it anymore. A rivalry with our sister class is one thing, but he's taken it way too far. I'm not dealing with it anymore. Hey, Itsuka turned to look at him, smiling softly. I know that look. Here. It's the I'm blaming myself for this look. What? I don't have that look. Yes, you do. And no, I don't. Hey, girls. Itsuka turned to the other girls in the hot tub, smirking slightly as Izuku winced. He totally has a I blame myself for this look, right? Whenever something goes wrong. Oh, yeah, totally. Kinoko nodded. 100%. It's okay. Izuku pouted, crossing his arms, and Itsuka couldn't help but giggle. Well, in any case, she leaned forward slightly, giving him a small flick. Don't, okay? This is Monoma's fault, and only his. Don't blame yourself for him being a PP. Izuku hesitated, but then sighed in defeat. Fine. Here. Setsuna looked over, wrinkling her brow. What did Monoma do now? Oh, he did something to make Izuku punch him. And then he called me aware. What? Seriously? Oh, my freaking god. Nodding, Itsuka turned around, properly explained to the girls her little interaction with Monoma, and what he was implying they were while sleeping with Izuku. By the time she was done, the rest of the girls looked plenty angry themselves, insulted that Monoma thought so little of them, and agreed with Itsuka's plan to ignore him until he showed some actual change. Izuku had sat back for that one, still feeling slightly guilty that it had to come to this only after he broke the guy's nose. Still, Itsuka felt herself relax as the girls also confirmed that they would be giving Monoma the cold shoulder until he stopped acting like a prick, and laid back in the hot tub, trying to push her sad thoughts away while glancing at Izuku again. So, Mr. Midoriya, she lightly said, giggling a bit when Izuku looked surprised at how he had been addressed, what's our plan tonight? Here. Tea tonight. Yeah. I mean, it's only. She faltered, feeling some of the insecurities come back, but shook her head and powered through. It's only a few more days. But if you want, we could stay up a little bit later tonight, since we don't have any school tomorrow. We can do whatever you want. The other girls glanced at Izuku, who himself had faltered when she mentioned how long he had left in their house. Still, he tried to shake those thoughts out of his head. Itsuka left what they were doing tonight completely up to him, so he had to take a moment to think about it. Well, he shrugged, studying the water while trying to think up something they could do. We could. Maybe play video games. Video games. Ibara raised an eyebrow, seeing Izuku looking unsurely around, then nodded. I don't see why not. Our last video game night was quite fun. Yeah. Kinoko nodded happily. A video game night. You weren't a part of our last one, so why not? Let's do it. Let's order pizza too. Pony said excitedly, no cooking tonight. Oh, Bakugo will be so disappointed. I thought he was coming over to show you up, Ibara. His cooking is disappointing, Ibara immediately and snidely said, turning up her nose, while the other girls giggled. So video games and a movie. That sounds good, Izuku. Yeah, Izuku nodded, feeling a smile grace his lips. Pizza, some video games. And then tomorrow, Setsuna and I can go to the dinosaur exhibit. Yeah. Setsuna started, taken aback a bit as she turned her gaze away from Ibara to Izuku in shock. The what? The exhibit. Izuku glanced at her unsurely, seeing her looked a bit surprised that he brought it up. Your favor. To go to the exhibit tomorrow. Oh, right, the exhibit. Right. She nodded again, glancing away while frowning. We don't have to go to that. I mean, if you want to, I guess wait. Izuku blinked again, realizing what she said and turning to look at the girl in shock. Wait, what? I mean, we don't have to, Setsuna shrugged, trying to get her confident smile back on her face while the other girls looked surprised that she was turning down the chance to go look at dinosaurs. It's not that important. I know it's for my favor, but it's all good. You don't have to owe me anything, we're good. But Izuku looked shocked, leaning forward slightly in the hot tub. But, you were looking forward to that, right? Yeah. Then shouldn't we parsley? Setsuna interrupted, a stiff smile on her face as she stared at the water, now aware of the other girls glancing amongst each other and at her in concern. It's not important. We don't have to go. I'll just tell Vlad King we changed our minds. But parsley, it's fine. Setsuna snapped, whipping her glare up to him, only to see him flinch, and immediately realized that she just shouted at him, regretting losing her temper with him immediately. The other girls also blinked in surprise, seeing how upset she briefly got over this, and watched as she let out a small sigh and rubbed her eyes briefly. Sorry, parsley, she shook her head. Sorry. It's okay, Izuku managed to say, looking at her in concern as she glanced down at the bubbling water, and felt a bit ashamed for pushing this. Yui glanced between the two of them, and shuffled over so she could tap her shoulder against Setsuna's, getting her attention. What's up? She asked softly, glancing around. Nah, it's nothing. Obviously it's something, Itsuka noted, although there wasn't any accusations in her voice, she instead leaned forward, giving her a comforting smile. The other girls also gave her concerned looks, which only made Setsuna feel worse for snapping at Izuku like that. Setsuna sighed, and pursed her lips, realizing that she didn't really have much choice but to just tell them what was bothering her. I don't want to take him away for the day. Here. Itsuka blinked. What does that mean? Ibara inquired. Well, you guys know, he only has a few days left with us, she finally muttered, glancing up to see the girls' expressions fall at that. And if I take him to an exhibit, it's just going to be me and him all day. I can't just take him away for a whole day just for myself. That's not fair to any of you. So, you don't want to take him away for the day? Ibara questioned, furrowing her brow. That's why you don't want to go to the museum anymore? Yeah. The other girls glanced amongst themselves again, while Izuku remained quiet, staring sadly at Setsuna as she leaned back against the hot tub's edge again, not looking at anyone as she looked away, obviously saddened now. Then Itsuka sighed. In that case, I guess we're all going to the museum tomorrow. Setsuna blinked, at first a bit confused about what she just said, and then it registered for her. With wide eyes, Setsuna quickly looked around at Itsuka as she also leaned back against the tub, giving her friend a smile. I mean, if you're afraid of taking up all his time, she shrugged, then why don't we all just go? We can all go see the dinosaur exhibit together. I know we were all planning to do something fun tomorrow, so I don't mind going to a museum all day. Wait. Really? Setsuna glanced around, seeing the other girls smiling at each other. You guys, you really want to go? Well. Ibara thought about it for a moment, then nodded. I would not mind a day out with everyone. Nope. Me neither. Kinoko agreed, while Leiko nodded beside her. A trip to the museum sounds fun. Sure, you shrugged. Let's do it. Pony nodded happily. Setsuna glanced amongst everyone, looking almost shocked, and then glanced at Izuku. He was also looking briefly taken aback, but still, he managed a small smile, and glanced at the green-haired girl. I guess that's that. It's going to be all 8 of us. She only had a moment to blink, before she let out a small laugh, throwing her head back, and beamed at everyone. All right, then, she giggled, I guess it's an 8-way date. Izuku cringed slightly at that, going bright red. Right. A date. Look girls. Parsley's going red again. Someone, quick. Take off their top. Make his entire face go supernova. Eek. Guys, lay off him, he looks like he's going to pass out. Yes, let's do. You put your bikini top back over your chest right now. Die, you arachnid demon. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle a little weakly, taking another bite out of his slice of pizza. After spending an hour in the hot tub, chatting and laughing and trying to put the thought of him leaving behind them for the day, Izuku had a lot of fun just sitting in some hot water and talking to the girls about whatever topic they all swung to and from movies to video games to schoolwork to pro heroes to shopping. It helped that they assisted in him not thinking much about leaving by teasing him whenever his eyes drifted lower, to the point that Setsuna just offered to take off her top and pulled it a bit down to show off more of her melons, which almost made Izuku pass out from BLD going to his face. Itsuka had a good laugh about that, although she had been quickly shut up when Yui teased her about showing off for Izuku again, which prompted the orange-haired girl to shove her best friend under the water. After about an hour, they got out, all wrinkly but in better spirits than this morning, and they headed inside to get changed so that Itsuka could order their pizza and then head to the gate on her motorcycle to get it. Once they had their food, Pony had her game station hooked up, and everyone sat down with their pizza, more than happy to let Ibara take the controller and finish what she started a week ago. It had been truly entertaining, seeing the sweet and kind Ibara evolve into a yelling, rage-filled mess as she slaughtered the various demons in the video game. Izuku kind of had to sweat when she somehow got through a tough encounter with several bosses without losing too much health, as though she would not entertain the very idea of being killed by the pixels on the screen. At some point, Bakugo had poked his head inside, about to order them not to cook so he could show Ibara up, only to see the Vine girl screaming at the TV in utter rage, and slowly closed the door behind him, not wanting to get involved in whatever was going on there. Of course, Izuku was also feeling pretty good with Pony cuddling into him, having won the rock-paper-scissors game earlier to determine who was going to be cuddling with him. While some of the girls had been disappointed, they were appeased by getting to cuddle amongst themselves. Setsuna got to hug Itsuka on the comfy chair, Leiko got you to lay with her on the love seat, and Kinoko was satisfied by getting the Izuku plushie Okako gave him yesterday for his birthday. So everyone was more than happy to just sit around in a mini-cuddle pile, watching as Ibara fought her way through the forces of hell, politely cussed out the main villain for being an utter idiot in her scheme to make deals with devils, and had a grand old time destroying the utter hell out of her and finishing the game, throwing the controller aside to stretch her hands above her head, smiling in victory. And that's only the first one. Pony excitedly told Ibara as they all stood to grab more drinks and pizza. The next one has you fighting them on Earth. Ibara mused, that does sound definitely intriguing, but I also heard, through the forums, that there were angels involved. Does the game require I kill them as well? Pony paused, not really sure how to address that problem. If it makes you feel any better, they're evil angels. Ibara smiled some, lifting up her slice of pizza to chew on. Well, I have no problem with fictional depictions of heaven being portrayed as evil, and I did have a lot of fun with this game. In which case, I'd be happy to play the sequel. Yay! Pony pumped her fist in the air, rip and tear. Ibara shook her head, but still smiled along with her best friend, rip and tear. With that, everyone laughed, and with a suggestion from Izuku, they decided to watch a movie to cap off the night, the sun having set a long time ago and casting them into darkness. Having Ibara pick, she selected Prince of Egypt, with her shooting a knowing smile at Izuku as he chuckled a bit, an inside joke that none of the girls really got, and everyone got to redo the rock-paper-scissors to see who would cuddle who. In the end, Itsuka and Setsuna got to cuddle up to Izuku, while Pony and Ibara took up the chair, and Yui was dragged into the 𝐭𝐴𝐽 pile, the Deku plushie left sitting on the floor by itself. With that, the girls and Izuku got to enjoy watching Ibara's favorite movie, with everyone staring at the screen with their eyes wide when they realized how dark this movie was going to get. It had been a nice, relaxing way to end the day. With Izuku eventually starting to feel sleepy, feeling his eyes starting to get heavy during the end of the movie, and without really thinking about it, felt himself slowly lay down to rest his head down in Itsuka's lap, closing his eyes and falling asleep as the credits started rolling. Oh my god, girl, Setsuna laughed quietly while Itsuka froze up, staring down at Izuku while her face went bright red. "You're so lucky." "I guess I am," she giggled reluctantly, and lowered a hand to run through his hair. "I'm not surprised though. I was thinking that he was looking really tired." The other girls turned to see Itsuka's situation, and a lot of them were surprised that no jealous feelings overcame them at the sight, almost as though it was a natural sight to see. Without much prompting, they ended gathering around the couch, watching Izuku's peacefully sleeping face as Itsuka gently played with his face. Although they could all feel their smiles start to fade the longer they looked at him. "Stupid question," Itsuka muttered, continuing to stare down at him. "But if I went to Vlad King tomorrow and asked Izuku to stay with us, what do you think he would say?" Probably very polite but firm no," Ibara sighed, studying Izuku's face and speaking quietly as not to wake him up. "Vlad-sensei is pretty accommodating, but I don't think that he would let Izuku stay here just because we would miss him." The girls all nodded sadly, continuing to stare at the boy napping in Itsuka's lap, until Pony let out a small sniff. "I don't want him to move out." Setsuna looked down at him, and let out her own defeated sigh, carefully lifting up his legs to rest on her own so he wasn't laying awkwardly half off the couch. "Honey, none of us want him to move out." The other girls nodded, and you ended up joining Itsuka in running a hand through his hair, both of them careful not to touch the other's hand, moving gently so as not to wake him up. "So, am I the only one tempted to sneak into the 1A dorm and destroy his room?" Kinoko asked, and Itsuka let out a small huff of laughter. "Trust me, the only reason I haven't yet is because it'd be too obvious." Everyone shared a laugh at that, and Setsuna smiled softly down at him. "Well, it's like we said. The only thing that's going to change is that he won't be here anymore. I'm going to have that boy over at least once a week. Nah, twice. He needs to watch anime with me." Pony shook her head. "3 times at least," Ibara agreed. "I will need to have at least one night that he comes to help me with supper." 4, Kinoko nodded. "I want to practice with my mushrooms, and he's dumb enough to volunteer." 5, I want to talk about swords with him. 6, I just want to cuddle him. Itsuka smiled softly at him. 7, punching bags are nice, but he actually gives me a challenge. They all couldn't help but shake their heads, laughing softly, and continued to stare at the sleeping Izuku, who had subconsciously reached out to hold onto Itsuka's knee, the girl feeling something squeezing in her heart. She glanced up at the smiling Setsuna, and let out a small sigh. "Set, are you sure that it's cool if we come along tomorrow? I imagine that you wanted it to be just you and him." "I mean, I was the one who wanted to cancel," Setsuna shrugged, rubbing his leg. "But you guys coming along means that I don't have to worry about keeping him all to myself. You guys coming with also means that I can have more people to talk dinosaur facts about, so I should be the one asking if you guys want to put up with that." "But even so." "Hun," Setsuna sighed, "I love the boy, but I'm not going to be hogging him to myself for a full day. I was already pretty selfish when I tried hooking him up with all of you. I'm not going to be selfish like that again." "You said it again," Yui noted, and Setsuna blinked, looking around at her. "Here." "Said what?" "I love the boy." Setsuna stared dumbly at her for a few seconds, with the other girls also looking around interestingly, before she let out a small chuckle. "You know. You're right, Yui. I do say that a lot." She laughed. "I love the boy, but I can't read his writing when he goes into mutter mode, it gets wobbly. I love the boy, but Katsuden on all 7 days of the week can't be healthy. I love the boy, but he needs to put the DMN seat down. This is the 3rd time this week." The other girls giggled at her, while Setsuna chuckled lightly. Still, she gave Izuku an affectionate look, smiling at his cute little snores. "I love the boy, but..." She felt a few tears prickle at her eyes, but she quickly wiped them away. "I just love him." Itsuka gave Setsuna a small smile, reaching with her free hand to pat Setsuna's head, which the green-haired girl leaned into with a small coo. The other girls also nodded, turning their gazes back to him. "You know, Pony," Kinoko noted, turning to look at her friend. "I honestly think that you're handling this better than all of us. Like, no offense, but you're the most emotional out of all of us. You only cried a little bit today. Oh, I'm 100% faking this, Pony shrugged weakly. Once I get to my room, I'm probably going to cry my eyes out. Perhaps you should stay with me again tonight, Ibara muttered weakly, wrapping some vines around her friend to comfort her. Yeah, that sounds good. Yui had stayed silent throughout their discussion, her gaze flickering between Itsuka and Izuku for a bit while playing with his hair. Something that did eventually get noticed by Itsuka, seeing Yui glancing at her and then Izuku. What's up, Yui? Nothing. Just. Itsuka adjusted herself in her seat, careful not to jolt Izuku as the other girls chatted quietly amongst themselves. Come on, I see you glancing at me. What is it? Yui paused, still combing her hand through his hair, and then let out a small sigh. Before he leaves, I think you need to sleep with him. Itsuka raised an eyebrow, then let out a little laugh. I mean, I was about to turn in, I don't think I can move him without waking him up. Just wondering if someone could pull out the couch before they go, and hand me the blanket. You know that's not what I meant. Itsuka stopped talking at that, and turned to look at her best friend, seeing a knowing look in her eye. And Itsuka felt some heat rising to her cheeks, an ominous feeling rising her stomach. Yui. What's that mean? I'm saying, you leaned forward, absolutely sure, that I think you need to have sex with him at least once before he moves out. What? Thump. Izuku. Oh, see, he landed on his face. Dude, are you okay? It was very lucky that Izuku wasn't hurt when Itsuka abruptly leapt to her feet once she realized exactly what Yui said, and accidentally sent him falling off her lap, landing on his face with a yelp and making the girls panic like he just fell off Tokyo Tower instead of off the couch. While he was pretty much unharmed, he was, however, very embarrassed that he'd fallen asleep in her lap, and his face had completely transformed into a tomato as the girls leaned in to make sure he didn't break anything in his face, while he shakenly confirmed that he was okay. While they inspected his face, Itsuka, meanwhile, had turned right around to hide her own burning face, hoping against all hope that he didn't catch a glimpse of her cheeks glowing like lava. After the girls made sure that he didn't break anything, Izuku bid them all good night, his eyes still a bit wide from being awoken so unexpectedly and his face still burning from the realization that he was napping on Itsuka's legs, and thanked everyone internally for not pointing out his problem downstairs when he thought of how soft her legs had been, and carefully made his way upstairs to his room as though he didn't really trust his feet to get him there. The girls assembled in the kitchen, carefully looking at Itsuka as she stared out the window of the kitchen, not moving at all other than shaking very subtly. Once they heard his door shut upstairs, however, she immediately whipped around at Yui, her face so red her entire head looked like it was on fire, which, coupled with the wide eyes and hanging, quivering jaw, made Setsuna and Kinoko finally break and burst into laughter at the sight. What? Itsuka stuttered, quickly moving to grab the back of the nearest chair at the table and squeezing tightly. You what? I should oh, wow, Setsuna guffawed, grinning widely as Itsuka struggled to make a coherent sentence. I think you broke her, you. I must admit, this is an odd sight, Ibara wondered out loud, sitting at the table and watching as Itsuka had her meltdown. Normally she's very composed, I don't think I've ever seen her this flustered. What does just wait, the stoic girl sighed as she joined. Ibara sitting at the table, waiting for their class representative to overcome her mind melting and find her words. She'll eventually You think I should what? Oh. There we go, that was much quicker than I thought it would be. Have sex with him? Itsuka leaned forward, putting one of her hands on the table while the other girls nonchalantly went into the kitchen to grab some water and snacks, Setsuna doing a quick game of rock-paper-scissors with Pony over the last slice of pizza and cursing when she lost. You think I should, F him before he moves out? Is that what you're saying, or am I not understanding something? No, you heard me completely right, you nodded, really nonplussed by the whole thing. I think before he goes, you should drag him into your room, rip off his clothes, and rock his socks off. Like you've wanted to do since we walked in on him in the shower. No, I haven't. Girl, 𝐶𝐬𝐚 chuckled from her spot in the kitchen, sitting up on the counter and grinning at the orange-haired girl. Come on. We're all a bit stupid, but not that stupid. We walked in on him in the shower, and you looked like you needed a good thumping with the corny bat. Besides, you can't deny you're pretty much just looking for an excuse at this point. What? I mean, she shrugged her shoulders, you've been giving him the me eyes for like weeks now. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 sputtered at that, going even redder when the other girls glanced at each other and nodded as well. I have noticed you've been giving him glances, Ибара reluctantly admitted, going a bit red. That may be quite suggestive in nature. Guys, I don't dash and the onsen. Pony pointed out helpfully, opening the microwave to take out her now heated-up slice of pizza and sticking her tongue out at 𝐶𝐬𝐚 when she shook her head at her. You literally stripped down for him. It's obvious that you wanna have secretary. Guys, I don't dash 𝐒𝐭𝐴. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sat at the table beside you, giving her a knowing look while 𝐒𝐭𝐴 tried hard not to let her mind get melted again. Can you say that if you went up to your room now, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 came in asking for sec, you'd turn him down? Did 𝐒𝐿𝐴 glanced away, fidgeting slightly while the other girls gave her knowing looks, 𝐶𝐬𝐚 smiling smugly while Yui raised her eyebrow. Even Ибара was giving her friend a somewhat judging look, as though daring their class representative to lie directly to their faces. While it was quite an amusing sight, seeing their normally calm and collected class representative stutter like some middle school girl denying she liked a boy, they all knew that 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was pretty much going through denial at this point, so it was better to get it out of her now, especially since 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was going to be leaving them much sooner than any of them wanted, and to be frank, while none of them voiced it, they never wanted him to leave. Finally, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 seemed to compose herself, letting out a small sigh as she slapped her cheeks, trying to get her blush to die down, and glanced back at her friends. Guys, she finally said. I can't just go upstairs and go. Of course you can. Pony shook her head, sitting down beside Kinoko at the table and beginning to munch on her late-night snack. You can't even say that you don't want to pressure him into it. It's pretty obvious 𝐒𝐿𝐴 wants to have sec with you too. No, that's pretty obvious, 𝐶𝐬𝐚 laughed. He checks us all out, sure, but you're special. How the hell am I special? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 whipped around, her cheeks going red again, while the other girls giggled at her obvious fluster. Abs. Yui nodded, glancing down at her stomach exposed by her CRP top, and nodding. He really likes your abs. I'd give examples, but we all remember truth or dare. And your arms, 𝐶𝐬𝐚 teased, leaning forward. The boy glances at your arms all the time and goes bright red. If I didn't know better, I'd say he either wanted to kiss them or put him in a chokehold. He also looks at your butt a lot, Kinoko added in, none of the girls really noticing 𝐒𝐿𝐴 start to melt into a pile of embarrassment on the floor, like, I know he likes checking us all out, since we all have pretty nice butts. Trust me, I've done the research, you muttered, while 𝐒𝐴 suppressed a chuckle. But he really likes yours. He checks it out whenever he can. And your melons. He really likes guys. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 managed to grit out through clenched teeth, grabbing the top of the chair tightly in her grip. I get it. Do you? Yui asked, leaning forward and looking at her best friend carefully. You know that 𝐒𝐴's as attracted to you as he is to all of us, and you're attracted to him just as much, so what's really the problem? What are you waiting for? I'm sorry to bring this up again, but he only has 2 more days with us, and since 𝐶𝐬𝐚's going to be taking up most of his time tomorrow, does what? 𝐶𝐬𝐚 blinked, looking around in slightly surprise. No, it's all of us, right? He'll be hanging out with all of us. I'm not going to be taking up most of his time. At that, though, most of the girls looked around at her, even 𝐒𝐿𝐴 in her embarrassed state, and gave her a raised eyebrow. Girl, Pony shook her head, if you literally abandon him at any point tomorrow, I'm going to hit you with my special move. What? Yes, I agree, 𝐒𝐴 nodded. I'm not saying to be attached to him by the hip or anything, but you'd better be hanging out with him literally all day tomorrow. Guys, really, I don't it is your date, you reminded her, and we are going to be hanging out, but we're also aware that this is your thing, so we're expecting you to be with 𝐒𝐿𝐴 all tomorrow. Just to let you know, if you try to ditch him at any point, I'm shrinking a T-Rex and throwing it at you. 𝐶𝐬𝐚 looked like she wanted to protest that, but the other girls looked at her expectantly, looking like they were agreeing with what Yui said, so the green-haired girl only sighed and leaned back on the counter, pouting but not arguing anymore. Not that was going to stop her. She'd convinced them all to hang out with him tomorrow. She wasn't going to be taking up all of his time selfishly. Anyway, you got back on track, turning back to Itsuka. Setsuna's going to be taking up most of Izuku's time tomorrow, so you're starting to run out of options for putting the moves on him. You could theoretically do it tomorrow night, unless Setsuna wants to hang out with him more, and then you have all Wednesday, and then, that's it. I don't think you want to try having sex with him an hour before Aizawa comes to make him move out. Itsuka's face fell at that, glancing back down at the table. The other girls grimaced slightly as well, realizing that if Itsuka did want to finally have sex with him, it'd have to be soon, before he moved out, and she would be faced with even more limited options. Ibara seemed to pick up on Itsuka's hesitation, though, and reached over to pat her arm in comfort. While I might be a bit hesitant on how you should go about addressing your feelings with Midoriya, the Vine girl sighed, I do believe Yui has a point. I know that we are being rather impractical about this, as Izuku can come over at any time, and you can resolve this tension then. But I'm in the opinion that if you let him leave without, doing the deed, she blushed at that, after this entire month of tension, you may regret it. Itsuka studied the table a bit at that, her face looking contemplative and a bit sad, but she shook her head, glancing back up. I'll think about it, she sighed, just let me sleep on it, okay? The other girls glanced between each other, nodding slightly, and gave Itsuka encouraging smiles, completely understanding. They were pretty much telling her to just woman up and do what she'd clearly been wanting to do since Izuku liked her stomach during the Truth or Dare game, so she might need some time to properly think about it. Of course, even Itsuka knew that Ibara was right. If she wanted to make a decision about what to do with him, she'd need to make it quickly. Izuku and Setsuna were going to be on their date tomorrow, and the girls knew that Setsuna would probably want him to stay with her tomorrow night. Setsuna thought of her small plan that she had formed this morning, and felt her cheeks go slightly red at the thought, so that would just leave Wednesday as Itsuka's only chance to finally have sex with him. Okay, Itsuka sighed, and stood up properly again. I'll make a decision by tomorrow night. I'm going to go to bed now, though. I was dozing off a little too during the movie. Good night, guys. As the other 6 girls wished her good night and promised to see her tomorrow, they watched Itsuka go up the stairs and out of sight, sitting in the kitchen and letting out small sighs as Ibara glanced around the kitchen at everyone, pursing her lips slightly. You don't think we pushed the subject a little too hard, do you? She asked the kitchen as a whole. I don't want to feel like we're pressuring her into doing something she's not comfortable with. Maybe, Yui sighed again, leaning forward and staring at the table with her own little frown. I might have been a little aggressive there. I'll apologize to her tomorrow. Well, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 shook her head, patting Yui's shoulder as she glanced after their 7th roommate. Even if you were a little blunt about it, I believe you did raise a good point. Once Izuku moves out, as much as I hate to admit it, it's very possible that we won't be able to spend as much time with him as we'd like. School is starting back up next week, and the chances of us seeing him frequently are going to be limited, especially when we all have to get back to work next semester. And I have a feeling that if Itsuka did decide she wanted to do something with him, she wouldn't want just some random encounter where she just goes up to Izuku and asks to sleep with him. She wants to make it special. And the only time she'd be able to have something special, she sighed, is on Wednesday. The other girls glanced amongst each other, feeling their hearts grow heavy for the same reason. Izuku only had 2 more full days with them, and then the half day on Thursday, and then that was it. He was leaving. And unless Vlad King somehow had an epiphany about how letting Izuku stay with them would be better for everyone within the next 48+ hours, it was going to be like 𝐒𝐿𝐾 said, he wouldn't have much time to spend with them. And as much as everyone didn't like it, although no one said anything as they got up to go to their rooms, wanting to get some sleep before waking up early tomorrow to go to the museum, they knew that if Itsuka did decide to finally have sex with him, they'd all graciously back off from him and let her work her magic. Which they knew was the right call. Izuku and Itsuka had at least more than a month's worth of tension to finally uncoil. The 2 of them didn't need 6 people getting in their way. They just hoped that they'd be able to have some time with him before she finally made her move. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Vlad King felt a vain pulse on his forehead as 𝐒𝐭𝐴 showed him the video of him playing with his bulldog, the normally stern and confident pro hero on the video looking like an utter fool as he played with his dog in the park near UA. The pro hero glanced up at the girls and 𝐒𝐿 waiting a few meters away, 𝐒𝐿 gulping nervously as 𝐒𝐿 held her phone straight up to her teacher's face, smirking confidently as her teacher attempted to find a proper comeback to the video, before the large man, towering over all the teenagers present, sagged his shoulders and let out a defeated sigh. You know, he grumbled, you can always just ask to go somewhere on short notice. You don't have to always resort to blackmail, can do. Maybe, 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, putting her phone away in her coat pocket and grinning up at her teacher, but that would be less fun, wouldn't it, sensei? Yeah, Vlad King shook his head, waving a hand. Anyway, I'll write down that the 6 of you are going to be accompanying Midoriya and 𝐻𝐿. Just be back here by 8 tonight, and everything should be okay. And be sure to have someone text me around lunch, just so I know everything's fine. Sounds good. Thanks, sensei. It was early in the morning, a little bit after 9 o'clock, and 𝐒𝐿 and the girls had gotten up early to dress in dresses, and in 𝐒𝐿's case a white button-up shirt and jeans. Setsuna did offer a dress for 𝐒𝐿, and he blushed and stammered while the other girls giggled to track down Vlad King as he did his patrol around the school grounds and ask him for his permission for the 6 other girls to go with 𝐒𝐿 and Setsuna to the museum, since Setsuna realized late last night before going to bed that she only got her and 𝐒𝐿 permission to go when she talked to her teacher last week. 𝐒𝐿 had volunteered to be the one in charge of getting Vlad's approval, and she was more than happy to walk straight up to her teacher, a confident smile on her face, and play him the video on her phone of Vlad King playing with his dog. After the realization that 7 of his students knew that their tough-as-nails teacher absolutely babied his dog, the BLD hero bitterly realized that he had no choice but to allow his students to go before 𝐒𝐿 showed the rest of the class and utterly ruined his reputation with them. With the promise that he would make sure Principal Nezu knew that the girls and 𝐒𝐿 were going out for the day, Vlad King was about to turn around and go back to the main building, and head to the teacher's office to get some coffee and maybe slip some of Midnight's vodka in there, since he had no idea how he was supposed to get rid of 𝐒𝐿's evidence, when 𝐒𝐿 coughed behind him. The teacher, wondering what that was, looked around and saw that 𝐒𝐿 had looked a bit conflicted about something, as though he were about to call out to the teacher. Midoriya. Vlad raised an eyebrow, turning back around while 𝐒𝐿 went a bit red when the other girls looked at him as well, all the attention on him now. Something up. 𝐒𝐿 gulped, glancing away, and then shook his head. Sorry, Vlad King-sensei. Just got something caught in my throat. Nothing to worry about. I see, Vlad nodded, although an understanding look overcame his face. I don't think I had a chance to come around yesterday and tell you, Midoriya, but I wanted to say thank you for being such a good sport about all this while we were fixing up your room. I gotta say, besides what happened in the first few weeks, I was very glad to have you in the house. If you ever need something, kid, don't hesitate to come to me for help, okay? Vlad had closed his eyes briefly, giving 𝐒𝐿 a comforting smile, so he couldn't possibly know that each girl had winced internally when he mentioned 𝐒𝐿's moving out, and the boy had a hard time keeping his face straight for a moment as he tried to put on a brave smile and nod. Thank you, sir. I'll keep that in mind. Good, Vlad nodded to him encouragingly, and then addressed his students. Well, girls, you have a bus to catch, don't let me keep you. With that, Vlad finally turned on his heel and walked back to the main campus, heading for his office. The girls, meanwhile, stole a small glance at 𝐒𝐿, who glanced at the ground with a small frown on his face, before quickly shaking his head and turning back to face them, trying to give a confident smile that looked a tad bit wobbly. Vlad King's right, we shouldn't stand around, we gotta make sure we get to the bus on time. With that, he quickly turned around and started heading towards the parking lot, not looking back at the other girls as he led them towards the bus stop. 𝐒𝐿 and Ibara shared a small glance between themselves, feeling a bit worried, but they quickly shook their heads, not wanting to make this situation any more awkward than it already was, and the girls all quickly fell into line beside him as they headed for the bus that would take them downtown towards the museum. While walking over to their ride, they made light conversation, mostly about what they expected to see at the museum and wondering if they could also go look at other exhibits besides the dinosaur one that would be open until the end of the week. They did their best not to address anything too serious as they tried to get the awkwardness from a few moments ago away as everyone finally made it to the parking lot and boarded the bus, waving once to Momo, Kyuka, and Xiaoto as they walked by the bus stop, and soon, the bus left UA for downtown Tokyo, where the museum with Setsuna's dinosaurs awaited. Speaking of Setsuna, she tried not to roll her eyes too much as the girls very subtly manipulated the seating to make sure she sat beside Izuku on the bus, the boy giving her a small smile that she returned before she gave a pointed look at Ibara sitting on the other side of the aisle, who glanced away nervously while whistling a small tune quietly. Still, Setsuna knew that she shouldn't complain too much, smiling some as she leaned back in her seat, trying not to crinkle her nice blue dress too much, as she chatted with Itsuka and Yu sitting opposite of them as they went through the city. Everyone also pretended not to notice Itsuka glancing at Izuku occasionally, sporting a small blush on her cheeks before she shook her head and returned to the conversation. Although Itsuka wasn't the only one glancing at Izuku and away again, just for other reasons. Setsuna felt her trademark smirk fall more than once when she glanced in between Izuku and Yui, and then tried to pretend that nothing was wrong when someone asked her why she was frowning. But the conversation with Vlad King just kept ringing in her mind. His casual remark about Izuku moving out just unnerved her for some reason, and she couldn't get it out of her head. She continued to glance between Izuku and the rest of the girls, feeling a small sadness beginning to bloom in her chest the longer she sat in silence. Izuku was leaving in 2 days. 2 days that he needed to resolve everything with the girls, and probably have sex with Itsuka because let's be honest, the orange-haired girl was totally going to bone him before he left. That meant today, she couldn't just take up all of his time, despite the girls pretty much threatening her to. They wanted her to have her own special time with him, since this was her idea, but the thought of having Izuku to herself today, away from the girls, it made her uneasy. It made her feel selfish, like she was stealing him away from the other girls and taking up all of his time. So that wasn't going to happen, Setsuna resolved with herself as she nodded. When they got to the museum, she wasn't going to let them all separate. They'd go around as a group, preferably with her in the back guiding them around, so that Izuku could have all the time in the world with everyone. Maybe tonight, if he wasn't all tired, she could maybe try to give him her birthday gift, but if not, then that was fine. Because she couldn't be selfish today. She refused to be selfish when it came to him anymore. Finally, after about 20 minutes of laughing and talking together, only having to change buses once so that they weren't driven to somewhere else, they arrived at their destination. Setsuna, trying to cover up her own little self-doubts, hopped off the bus, practically vibrating with excitement, and led the group down the street to the museum, pointing it out happily while the girls took a moment to end out of sarcasm while the green-haired girl flipped them off. Still, Setsuna couldn't help but smile widely up at the building as she led the way inside, throwing open the doors and stepping back so that everyone could giggle and walk in, Izuku looking around with interest as well as they entered the massive lobby with the sign pointing to the dinosaur exhibit, several people already entering the exhibit or else just standing around and speaking to the exhibit's patrons. After quickly purchasing their tickets from the receptionist desk, Setsuna tried to grin as widely as she could. Now was the time to get the group together and exploring the exhibit, before they had any crazy ideas. Okie dokie. She ran over to the entrance of the exhibit, smiling widely at the sign. I guess now that we're here, we can get started with the exhibit. I think we should start with Setsuna. Setsuna faltered when she heard Izuku mutter something behind her, and turned around to ask him what was up, to see him standing alone. As in, the other 6 girls that they had come here with to hang out had vanished into thin air. Setsuna blinked hard, feeling her smirk slide off her face, and quickly whipped her head back and forth, but all she got was a brief glimpse of Ibara being led away by Pony to some other part of the museum before she vanished into the crowd. Setsuna sputtered, and quickly looked back around again for the other girls, but they were all gone. Son of a beach, Setsuna muttered, her smirk being replaced by narrowed eyes and pursed lips as she realized that those girls had been one step ahead of her. They ditched us. Is everything okay? The green-haired girl quickly looked back to Izuku, seeing him look a bit unsure. Oh, CRP, he must have heard her swear just then. Realizing that her angry look might give him the wrong impression, she shook her head quickly and tried to get her usual smirk back on, even though Izuku could tell there was a bit of strain there. It's nothing, Parsley. She tried to act confident, reaching out and taking his hand, which made him blink in surprise. Come on, we got an exhibit to see. And then right after that, she thought to herself, scowling slightly as she turned and pulled Izuku into the exhibit, I'm going to rip all 6 of them a new one. Unbeknownst to Setsuna, once she and Izuku were inside the dinosaur exhibit and walking over to the nearest collection of dinosaur bones to read some info on a pamphlet, Itsuka and Yui giggled softly in amusement, having hidden successfully from their green-haired roommates in the crowd. It had been the plan for all the girls this morning, put together before Setsuna and Izuku got up, that they would quickly separate before the green-haired girl noticed so that they could at the very least have the sum of the time today for themselves to explore. They'd still meet up around lunch, and Itsuka might hang around with them afterwards, but for now, since this was Setsuna's date, she needed to have some time with Izuku to herself. It was also very lucky that they all noticed Setsuna's pouts on the bus, since it indicated that she was up to something as well, so the girls knew the moment the dinosaur-loving girl's back was turned, they had to quickly make themselves scarce. So, Itsuka clapped her hands together, turning her small smirk to Yui. Shall we? I guess, Yui shrugged, and together, the 2 girls walked towards the dinosaur exhibit, getting ready to book it in case Setsuna spotted them, not really sure what to do, though I've never visited a museum before. Really? That's kind of surprising. I'd have assumed your dad would have taken you once. Nah, not really my thing. Well, Itsuka chuckled, shaking her head slightly, from what I know about museums, we look at old stuff, say oh that's cool, and move on to the next thing. Maybe read some description. And then rinse and repeat that for a few hours until we've seen everything. Hey, you raised an eyebrow, sounds kinda boring. Yeah, kinda. But I bet that since it's with you, it's gonna be fun, her orange-haired friend chuckled, patting her shoulder and unknowingly sending a bolt of electricity through Yui, who suddenly felt energized from the touch and more than happy to look at old stuff, say oh that's cool and then move on to the next thing with Itsuka. She followed her friend to some pterodactyl skeleton, looking up at it while Itsuka read the inscription. While she did that, Yui stole a small glance at Itsuka, seeing her looking up at the dinosaur skeleton, and suddenly felt a sudden impulse. She glanced around, seeing Setsuna nowhere in sight, and then back to her friend, and cleared her throat. Itsuka. Yeah. What's up? I was. Yui glanced away again, feeling a bit of heat on her cheeks, but she still powered through her sudden, unexpected shyness, and muttered, I was thinking that you looked really pretty today. Itsuka blinked, looking away from the description and over at her friend as Yui continued to look away from her, and then glanced down at what she was wearing. She was wearing her nice white dress over top her leather jacket, and her hair was done up in its usual ponytail, so what she would normally wear to her outings. Still, the compliment caught Itsuka a bit off guard, not used to such compliments from Yui, but she managed to recover quickly, giving her best friend a smile. Thanks, Yui, she said happily, a small blush on her own face, you look really pretty too. Yui hummed, and gave a small nod of affirmation, while on the inside she was pretty much jumping up and down in the air in celebration. Itsuka still laughed a bit as they moved away from the pterodactyl, glancing at her best friend in a teasing manner. You know, I'm a bit surprised, Itsuka giggled, glancing over at some other dinosaur skeletons some archaeologists brought in. Usually you say something like I really like your melons, or your butt looks awesome, Itsuka. I'm not used to normal compliments. Your butt does look awesome, Yui shrugged, trying not to feel too giddy while Itsuka laughed again. I checked it out on the bus today. Ah, there she is, Itsuka chortled. Yui chuckled as well, a small smile gracing her lips, before she glanced at Itsuka again, and suddenly remembered something else that had happened on the bus, how many times she had glanced at Izuku, blushed, and then looked away. She knew that this was going to probably sour the mood, but honestly, At this point, she felt the need to somewhat ask her best friend about what was going through her mind. So she let out a small sigh, and decided that delicately changing the subject to their mutual crush about it wasn't going to work much, so she just had to be blunt. Izuku was also looking at your butt. That, of course, stopped Itsuka a bit in her tracks just as Yui predicted, the smile fading off her lips, but before the stoic girl could second-guess herself and apologize to her best friend, Itsuka only sighed, shook her head, and looked over at her best friend. "You. Do you really think I should do something?" she asked quietly. "Like, no jokes, or sarcasm, or whatever. Do you really think I should have sex with him? If I'm being honest." Yui sighed, moving to sit down on a bench and glancing up to see Itsuka sitting down beside her, wanting to do this as unbiased as she could. She of course had her own stance in all this, but she wanted to appear to be at least impartial. "Yes. Not because I'm thinking in pervert mode, which is very hard not to, by the way, but I honestly think that you two need to do it before he goes. I do get what you're saying, what you're all saying. It's just..." Itsuka pursed her lips, glancing away at some other skeleton. "I feel like..." "What's up?" "I'm kinda scared," she admitted, staring glumly at her feet. Yui, of course, blinked at that, feeling a bit confused. "Scared? Of what? That he doesn't find you attractive?" "What? Oh, God, no." Itsuka waved a hand, shaking her hand. "I'm not insecure enough to think that anymore. It's just... this is going to be one of the last nights he has with us. And I'm going to just go up to him and ask, hey, I know you're sad about leaving, so how about I make it up to you by letting you rail me?" "Yeah." Yui raised an eyebrow, not really getting it. "So what's the problem?" Itsuka stared ahead for a few seconds, and then let out a small sigh and turned to her, a small blush on her face. "He told me that he loved me." Yui stared at her for a second, wondering why that was so, and then realization settled in. "Oh. And..." Itsuka grimaced, glancing away, "and I'm going to be totally honest, I love him too." "Okay." Yui leaned forward slightly. So what's the problem?" "The problem is," Itsuka shook her head again, "it's not just because I'm scared of taking up his time tomorrow, or that I'm nervous about finally having sex with him. I do want to sleep with him. I really, really do. I know that if I sleep with him tomorrow night, I'm probably going to lose whatever self-control I have, and just..." She let out another small sigh, frowning to herself. "Ask him out." Yui wrinkled her brow at that, blinking as Itsuka sank a bit lower, her face turning sadder and sadder. "And..." Itsuka continued to explain, "and if I do that, I'm going to be taking him away from the rest of you guys. It's probably why none of us have just bit the bullet and asked him out already. If any one of us did that, we break the heart of everyone else in the house. And if I ask him out, and he says yes, then I'm pretty much taking him away from you, and Set, and Kinoko and Leiko, and Pony and Ibara." "Right," you nodded, glancing away, feeling a small, uncomfortable feeling in her stomach the longer she heard Itsuka explain herself. "You're right. I don't want to be the one who's responsible for everyone being miserable." Itsuka leaned forward, leaning on her elbow while she looked off with a sour look. "And I know that if I just say F it and ask him to have sex with me, he'll probably do it. And then I'm not going to be able to stop myself from asking him to be my boyfriend." "I see. So what do I do?" Itsuka shook her head, her face looking sadder and sadder by the second. "I can't sleep with him, because I'll just say to hell with it and ask to be his girlfriend. And I'll be stealing him from everyone else, and I don't want to do that. So what do I dash?" "You don't necessarily have to." Itsuka felt her words falter when Yui spoke up, feeling her brow wrinkle in confusion, and turned to look at her best friend, only to be greeted with one of the most shocking sights that Itsuka had ever seen, making her blink in surprise and feeling her jaw drop as her eyes widened, almost unable to comprehend what she was seeing as she sat back a bit and stared in shock. Yui was blushing. And blushing hard. As in, Her cheeks were going redder and redder the longer 𝐒𝐿𝐵 looked at her, glancing away from 𝐒𝐿𝐵 while biting her lip. She also noticed that 𝐸𝐸 was subtly shaking, her hands clenched together tight enough that they were starting to look a little purple as she avoided her gaze. 𝐸𝐸. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 finally managed to find her words, leaning forward slightly. Are you 𝐸𝐻? 𝐒𝐿𝐵. And of course, that made the orange-haired girl shut up immediately. 𝐸𝐸's usual stoic voice was even quieter than normal, sounding shaky. Can I tell you something right now? And ask that you not freak out. What? Freak out? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 tried to shake herself out of her brief shock, and looked a bit concerned. Of course I won't, 𝐸𝐸. I promise. What is it? 𝐸𝐸. I like you. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 stared at 𝐸𝐸 for a few moments after she muttered that, glancing off to the side while the blush on her cheeks went even redder. Very, very slowly, 𝐒𝐿𝐵's confused look faded off her face as she registered what she said, and stared at her best friend as though she had never seen her before in her life. Finally, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 spoke again. When you say that romantically. 𝐸𝐸 quickly made clear, and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 felt her question freeze in her throat. I like you romantically. Like I want to kiss you. Hug you. Touch your butt. That kind of like. Here. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 squeaked out, feeling heat start to pool in her own cheeks now as 𝐸𝐸 continued pointedly not looking at her, as though afraid of looking around and seeing her reaction. But what about 𝐻? What about 𝐒𝐿𝐵? I thought you I like him too, 𝐸𝐸 bluntly said, zipping 𝐒𝐿𝐵 right up. I like both of you. Then 𝐒𝐿𝐵, 𝐸𝐸 finally took a deep breath, and turned to look at her, feeling her face burn but trying hard to make sure she stared at her best friend as she said this, despite seeing 𝐒𝐿𝐵's face start to turn supernova. I know that you're probably not into me. I don't even know if you're bi like I am. It's just. I realized that. I like you both. Equally. And I was going to wait to tell you this with 𝐒𝐿𝐵 because I wanted why? I wanted to ask you both out. Wait, what? I wanted, 𝐸𝐸 felt herself begin to shake even more, to ask if 𝐒𝐿𝐵 would be my boyfriend, and if you would be my girlfriend. Like how Kinoko and Leiko did with him. I think you're right, none of the girls have made an actual move on him yet because they're scared of making the other girls sad. That's what I was scared of too. I'm scared that I would mess something up. That if I asked you out, you'd get weirded out, and say no. Or that 𝐒𝐿𝐵 loved you too much, and didn't want to involve me in this. And I thought that a part of it was because you hadn't slept with him yet. I didn't want to ruin everything by acting too early and pressuring you into something, so I wanted you to sleep with him so that you two could resolve all the tension between you. And then, you could ask us both out. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 guessed, finally looking away with her face still red. Yes. 𝐸𝐸 nodded, also looking away. I understand what you're saying, about being scared of asking him out and taking him away from everyone. I had thought that maybe, if we were to date him together, that would make it a little bit better. She suddenly felt a strange stinging of tears in her eyes, and let out a shuddering sigh. You can say no if you want to. Here. 𝐒𝐿𝐵's eyes quickly returned to her, and felt her eyes widen when she saw the hint of tears in 𝐸𝐸's eyes. To me. You can say no. I know that it's out of the blue, 𝐒𝐿𝐵, me liking you. I knew that it wasn't really possible, you seeing me that way. So, if you want to. Why 𝐸𝐸? 𝐒𝐿𝐵, you don't have to pretend, 𝐸𝐸 sighed, standing up and startling 𝐒𝐿𝐵. I know that you don't like me back. It's okay. I'll just go find Ibara and Pony and hold on. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 suddenly reached out, grabbing 𝐸𝐸's arm with both of her hands, and pulled her back down on the bench. It was rather easy, mostly due to 𝐸𝐸 being much lighter and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 being much stronger, but as soon as 𝐸𝐸 sat back down, she tried to get back up, feeling her tears start to leak out of her eyes. Before she could try again, however, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 moved her hands quickly, putting them on her shoulders and making her best friend turn to her. 𝐸𝐸, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 stared into her eyes, trying to sound as certain as she could. I'm not turning you down. I'm not saying no. Can you please just listen to me for a second? While Yui still looked like she wanted to escape, she let out a shaking sigh and nodded, and stopped resisting so 𝐒𝐿 could release her shoulders somewhat, although she didn't move them away and instead settled them to rest gently on Yui's biceps, and let out a small sigh. Yui. 𝐒𝐿 bit her lip, and glanced away. I'm sorry that I didn't notice your feelings before. Now that I'm thinking about it, you have been looking at me a lot lately, haven't you? Yeah. 𝐒𝐿 sighed, and then looked back up at Yui. You're right, Yui. I have a lot I still need to address with 𝐒𝐿. And now. She couldn't help but chuckle. Now I got a lot I have to address with you, here. I'm not rejecting you, she repeated, sounding absolutely sure as she leaned forward slightly. You and I have been through too much for me to just push you away now. I'm not sure if I'm, bisexual. There's a lot we need to address, and a lot that I need to think about, but if I'm being honest. 𝐒𝐿 let out another sigh, and then smiled gently at her. Dating you and 𝐒𝐿 at the same time. It sounds nice, doesn't it? You faltered off a bit, as though thinking, and then glanced back up at 𝐒𝐿, expecting some kind of trick or her looking like she was just yanking her chain, but from the sincere look in 𝐒𝐿's eyes, she felt that small little fear evaporate, and she nodded. It does sound nice. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿 smiled warmly. So, can I ask that you wait until I address 𝐒𝐿? And then I'll have my answer for you. I promise. Okay, 𝐒𝐿, Yui nodded again, glancing away. Okay. That's all I ask. That you think about it. Okay. Now come on, 𝐒𝐿 gestured with her head, and stood up from the bench, tugging on Yui's hand. We still have an exhibit to explore. Yeah. With that, Yui and 𝐒𝐿 got up, with a lot still on both of their minds, and made their way back into the dinosaur exhibit, keeping a lookout in case Setsuna suddenly came out of nowhere with 𝐒𝐿. Yui didn't point out that 𝐒𝐿 didn't let go of her hand at all as they walked away from the bench and towards another exhibit. Honestly, 𝐒𝐿 probably wouldn't have, even if it was pointed out. That was one of the thoughts that kept coming to 𝐒𝐿's mind as he walked with Setsuna around the exhibit, taking a look at the various bones and fossils that had been brought to the museum. But he couldn't really pay attention to that, not with Setsuna continuing to scowl slightly, looking left and right as though looking for someone, and glanced over at the exhibits once every so often. That, of course, only made 𝐒𝐿 worry slightly more the longer they walked around the museum. She was angry about something. That much was super obvious. But why? Was it because the other girls were nowhere in sight? He could have sworn that he saw 𝐒𝐿 and Yu earlier when Setsuna wasn't looking. They had been holding hands, to his surprise, but he hadn't really thought much of it. Rather, he had thought they looked really cute, and Ibara and Pony had almost been spotted by Setsuna until they ducked back into the crowds. But why would Setsuna be looking for them? And why would they be hiding from her anyway? What was going on? Should he just ask her? Should just bite the bullet and, "Parsley, you're muttering." 𝐒𝐿 yelped, wheeling around at Setsuna as she gave him a raised eyebrow, although there wasn't much annoyance on her face as she sighed, glancing away. Sorry, she muttered, I'm kinda ruining this, aren't I? Here. And no, you're not. It's just nah, she shook her head, pursing her lips. We're supposed to be out on our date, and I'm spending it looking around for our friends and wanting to tear their hair out. It's stupid. Oh, can I ask? 𝐒𝐿 gulped, feeling a bit more nervous. Why do you want to tear their hair out? Setsuna snorted a bit at that, unable to suppress a smirk at his little fear that she wanted to maim their roommates. I don't actually want to tear their hair out, Parsley, just an expression. It's just because. 𝐒𝐿 waited for her explanation as they rounded another corner, his eyes trailing to the T-Rex skeleton proudly displayed in the center of the exhibit, but he was suddenly aware that her words had trailed off into silence. He glanced at her, wondering why she wasn't saying anything, and blinked when he saw that she had unexpectedly frozen as though she had been petrified, staring straight ahead with her jaw slowly dropping. He tried to follow her eyesight, only having time to get a glimpse of a large, green foot, before Setsuna suddenly grabbed Izuku's arm tightly and ripped him back around the corner, making him yelp from the sudden violence. Before he could ask her what was up, she quickly grabbed his arm and moved her other hand to cover her mouth, eyes still wide in shock. "Oh, Setsuna. What 𝐔𝐸𝐽? Here." Izuku blinked, leaning forward slightly, her hand covering her mouth made that hard to hear. "What was dash?" "Parsley, it's 𝐸𝐽." She quickly looked around the corner again, and Izuku, wrinkling his forehead, moved around her to peek around the corner as well. Sure enough, standing at the end of the hall and looking at a T-Rex skeleton, with a dragon-like appearance, long-tailed, and clawed paws, was the monster hero 𝐸𝐽, staring at one of the exhibits with interest. Of course, Izuku couldn't really marvel much at him, because Setsuna had grabbed his upper arm in a vice-like grip, and he glanced around to see her practically vibrating with excitement, eyes wide and a large grin on her face. "Parsley, he's my favorite hero. The monster hero, 𝐸𝐽. Why would he be here? Isn't he located in America?" "Well, he's actually from Japan," Izuku explained, feeling a bit proud of his hero knowledge coming in handy for once as he looked at 𝐸𝐽 comparing his height to the T-Rex skeleton, but he did relocate to America to star in some of their movies. "He's actually Parsley." Setsuna squealed, apparently not really able to form an actual response to whatever he said while she shook him and bounced up and down. He turned to look at her again, seeing her pretty much vibrating with childhood excitement as she stared at her favorite pro-hero, and couldn't help but smile a little bit. He didn't really think about it, but he was glad to see that her scowl and sour mood was gone, seeing it replaced with complete and utter happiness as she released his arm, probably having bruised it a little. He chuckled to hold both of her hands to her mouth, hiding her big grin. He glanced back at the pro-hero again, seeing him continuing to read the information about the skeleton, and then back to the green-haired girl, as he felt a sudden inspiration and pulled out his notebook, tearing out a page and offering it to his green-haired roommate. "Do you want to get his autograph?" "Here." That seemed to bring Setsuna back from her little fangirl high, quickly glancing over at Izuku and the notebook in his hand. Realizing what he just asked, Setsuna blinked, and then quickly shook her head. Oh, no, Parsley, no way. I can't just go up to him and ask. I mean, why not? Because it's 𝐸𝐽, Parsley. I can't." Izuku continued to look at the green-haired girl, seeing her blush and look away in embarrassment, and, with sudden assertiveness, reached down and grabbed her hand in his. Pars dash. Without another word, Izuku moved from around the corner, taking a deep breath for encouragement, and began pulling Setsuna towards 𝐸𝐽, holding both his notebook and the torn-out piece of paper in one hand as he strolled towards the pro-hero. The moment the green-haired girl realized what he was doing, her eyes widened again, and quickly shook her head, trying to pull back and whispering her protests the closer they got to him. No, Parsley, wait, no, I can't dash. Excuse me. Izuku spoke directly up to the pro-hero, trying to overcome his small bout of shyness to address 𝐸𝐽 properly. The Kiju blinked, and slowly turned to look down at his feet, seeing Izuku standing there with his notebook and the piece of paper, while Setsuna froze up and stopped protesting, going stock still in front of her hero as though the monster hero's gaze had paralyzed her. My friend and I were wondering if we could have your autograph." 𝐸𝐽 let out a noise of affirmation, giving a rather sinister grin but still reaching into his pocket to pull out a normal-sized pencil, looking oddly silly in the Kiju's giant fingers. He pretty much had to hold it between his two fingertips. He reached down and took the piece of paper from Izuku, and wrote his signature on the paper, being sure to stylize it with his personal handwriting, and then bent down to give it to Setsuna. The girl had been stunned for a few moments, and then gingerly reached out to take the piece of paper from the pro-hero as though it were made of glass, turning it over to stare at his signature as 𝐸𝐽 turned to Izuku and signed his notebook. Izuku was sure to thank 𝐸𝐽, and Setsuna quickly did as well, bowing low, and the pro-hero gave them both another sinister smile as he turned around and walked to another exhibit, careful not to hit anyone with his giant tail. Once he was gone, Setsuna's gaze returned to the piece of paper, staring at it as though she could hardly believe it, while Izuku chuckled and put his notebook back into his pocket. So, are you happy that we got you his autograph? Setsuna. Are you Parsley? Setsuna finally spoke up, her voice hushed. Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm about 5 seconds from dragging you to a broom closet and fing your brains out. Izuku balked, going BLD red when she said that, but before he could flail or be embarrassed, Setsuna felt a large grin overcome her face, carefully folding the paper into her pocket, and grabbed Izuku's hand, looking happier than she had all afternoon. Come on. She pulled him away, never minding Izuku's crimson face as she pretty much jogged towards the cafeteria. I'm starving. Let's split something. About 20 minutes later, they both sighed as they sat down in the cafeteria, Setsuna taking out the piece of paper to beam it again while Izuku bit into the sandwich that they had bought and were sharing. Izuku couldn't help but smile as she was obviously still fangirling over the piece of paper, letting out a soft giggle as she traced the signature with her finger. So, Izuku rubbed his hands together. Do you regret me asking Godzilla for his autograph yet? Oh, trust me, I still have to kick your butt for that, Setsuna giggled, smirking when Izuku blanched, seeing him looking utter flabbergasted at that. Boy, you dragged me over to meet my freaking hero when I wasn't ready. That at the very least deserves a butt kicking. When Izuku pouted, though, Setsuna's smirk widened. Although since you did get me the autograph, I might be inclined to kiss it better. Kiss my dash. Setsuna giggled again as Izuku realized she was joking, and sagged against the table, smiling slightly. You're going to be the death of me, he joked, you and Komori. Why do you still call her that, by the way? Setsuna raised her eyebrow, folding the piece of paper carefully again and putting it back in her purse as she leaned forward on the table. Come to think of it, you still don't call Ibara, Kinoko or Leiko by their first names. Why not? Well, Izuku cleared his throat, going slightly redder. It's just, I didn't get permission. Permission? Why yeah. Parsley, Setsuna chuckled, shaking her head slightly while smiling at him, you don't need our permission to call us by our first names. Just do it. Literally next time you see Ibara, just call her by her first name. I'll bet you my Dino crackers she'll be cool with it. As Setsuna giggled at his face going red again, and picked up her section of the sandwich to start eating. While she munched on her lunch, Izuku managed to get the blush to die down on his face again, and couldn't help but smile a bit at her silliness. She was looking much happier than she did about 20 minutes ago. Which did admittedly make him feel a bit concerned, feeling the smile fall off his face as he watched her eat. Hey, Setsuna. And why were you angry before? Setsuna blinked, lowering her lunch to swallow her food, and gave him a confused look. Angry? What about, oh? She suddenly understood, realization falling over her face. When I was. Yeah. You mentioned the girls. Did they do something wrong? No. Well, kind of, but no they didn't, she sighed, and frowned a bit while glancing away, putting her half of the sandwich back on the tray. It's just. Yeah. Parsley, she muttered, we only have 2 more days together before you move out. Izuku stared at her for a moment, and then felt his own face fall. Oh. Yeah, and this is one of those 2 days. The only 2 days everyone has left with you, and they just ditched us right at the start. She let out another sigh, and leaned forward on the table. I don't know about you, Parsley, but I know that our roommates aren't exactly slick. I know what they are doing, they're considering this my day, and they want me to have some alone time with you, but I feel like if I'm taking up all your time with you, it's taking away time for them. I don't wanna. She let out a small breath. I don't wanna be selfish anymore when it comes to you. Izuku studied her carefully for a few seconds, seeing her looking downcast, and then let out a small sigh as he reached and gently took her hand in his. She flinched slightly when his fingers touched hers, but she still lifted the hand up slightly so that they could intertwine their fingers. It was a strange, NTMT act, but one that made her heart thump a bit happily as the two green-haired teens looked each other in the eye, ignoring Izuku's big blush and Setsuna's much more subtle one. Setsuna. Izuku sighed, and then shook his head. I think that I understand what you're saying. That you feel selfish for taking up all my time today. Yeah. She nodded, glancing back down at the table, feeling guilt start to rise in her stomach. Izuku watched her carefully, seeing how sad she looked, and let out a small sigh. But her gaze flickered back up to his, seeing him smiling gently at her. I disagree. What? I don't think you're being selfish by spending time with me alone, Setsuna. Parsley, come on, you can't dash. It's true. He moved his other hand to hold over top hers, rubbing his thumb against the back of her hand. I know why you're upset, but the other girls are right. This is your day. This was your favor, and you wanted to spend time with me. So the girls honoring that, I'm not angry at them, and neither should you. Still. Setsuna, I'm still going to be around, Izuku sighed, glancing away. Not as frequently, of course, but I still want to be in your lives. So I want to say that as guilty as you might feel about taking up my time, I don't want you to. I'm not leaving you, Setsuna, and I'm not leaving them. So for today, it's okay to. I guess to put it in your terms. It's okay to be selfish. Setsuna's face remained neutral for a moment, while Izuku waited for her answer, and then she let out a small laugh, shaking her head. Well, look at you, Mr. Confident, she giggled reluctantly, giving him a softer smile than her usual smirk. I'm surprised you didn't burst into flames when you said all that. I'm trying really hard, Izuku confessed, smiling and trying to match her whip melons for tat. Please don't make fun of me right now, I might actually catch on fire. Wow, and so witty, too. Who are you, and what have you done with Parsley? I killed him and fed him to a dinosaur. Setsuna raised an eyebrow at that one, while the blush Izuku had been fighting down finally burst onto his cheeks, groaning a little bit. That was a bad joke, wasn't it? A tad bit, she giggled, but shook her head. But I believe you've made your point. All right, Parsley. As much as it pains me to say it, and I still don't really like it, to be honest, but I guess I can be a little selfish today. Just for you. Okay, Izuku smiled again, glancing back up and staring into Setsuna's appealing, dark green eyes as she gave him a warm, radiant smile. He felt the small blush on his cheeks continue to burn as he suddenly felt bashful, glancing away and out the window, which Setsuna had her back to, and across the city, saw a giant monster roaring into the sky. Izuku blinked slowly, feeling the blush on his cheeks fade as he stared at the giant, wrinkling his brow. Is that? And lo and behold, before Izuku could even complete that thought, the monster threw its arm back and launched a punch at a building. Izuku felt his eyes widen as he realized that was a villain, a very big, dangerous villain. A villain that was this far downtown. From what he knew of the area after looking it up last night, the only heroes that would be around to handle this villain would be Death Arms and the Fly, which meant that their quirks wouldn't be much use against that villain. And it would take a while for a hero like Mount Lady to arrive to stop him. That meant that until the other pro heroes got there. Parsley. Izuku's attention was immediately drawn back to Setsuna, seeing her smile fade away as she stared at him in confusion. You good? Here. Not paying attention, here. And I gave you such a good compliment too, I thought it up in like 3 seconds. She snorted. She turned to look out the window as well, as Izuku's eyes went wider. Is everything wise? Setsuna jumped slightly, and turned back to see Izuku giving her a wide, big grin as he abruptly stood up. Everything's good. I realized, I have to go to the bathroom. Oh. Okay. Take your time, Setsuna shrugged, while Izuku glanced back out the window and saw the villain throwing something around, feeling his face go pale. Giving her a shaky smile, he quickly jogged towards the exit of the cafeteria, trying to give her the impression he was just hurrying to the men's restroom, and once he was out of sight, immediately sprinted straight down the hall towards the open doors, getting ready to float over and clear that up as quickly as he could so he could get back to his museum date. Because if even one of the girls noticed that he was gone and saw a villain being defeated in the background, they'd immediately connect the dots, realize he left, and kill him when he got back. Back at the cafeteria, Setsuna let out a small sigh as she leaned forward on her table, feeling her smile slide off her face now that she was alone. As confident as Izuku's words made her feel, she still felt a small twinge of guilt in her. She was taking up a lot of his time, and if Itsuka made her decision by tomorrow, that wasn't a lot of time for the rest of the girls to spend more time with him. If they even had that time. And besides, letting out a little sigh, she reached into her pocket, and from within pulled out Izuku's gift for his birthday, the little box fitting perfectly in the palm of her hand as she stared at it. Yesterday, after he had told them that he was moving out, she looked back on her reaction in shame. She heard the guy she liked was moving out, and what was the first thing she thought to do? Run up to her room, close the door tight, and sit at her desk and stare at the gift she would have given to him probably right now if they were on their normal date. She'd made such a big show of ditching Ibara and Pony at the mall to go purchase this, mostly to avoid the raised eyebrows or bulging eyes at the price, but now, she was going to have to figure out another time to give this to him. Maybe tonight. If the girls didn't need him for anything, and Itsuka wasn't set. The green-haired girl jumped slightly, realizing that she had been staring off into space and quickly looked up, stuffing the box quickly back into her pocket. Speaking of the devil, standing above her was Itsuka accompanied by Yui, holding their own trays of food as they looked down curiously at her. If they had seen the box, they didn't ask about it, at least, but she still tried not to look like she had been caught with some super weapon as she flashed the two girls a weak grin, bringing her hand up to flash them the peace sign. Why yo? Hey, Itsuka raised her eyebrow, glancing around. Where's Izuku? Oh, he went to the bathroom. Oh good, Yu nodded, sitting down in his vacated spot while Itsuka sat beside Setsuna, giving her a small smile. We thought you ditched him for a minute. And we all know what would happen if you ditched Dash. She was about to make fun of Setsuna for what she would have done if she had abandoned Izuku, probably with a few sarcastic threats of death or letting Ibara hang her, before her eyes went to the window, and she stopped talking, blinking. Itsuka and Setsuna stared in confusion for a few seconds, and followed her gaze as they turned around in their own seats to see the villain roaring at the sky again. At once, all three girls' eyes went wide as Setsuna stood up from her seat, wrinkling her brow. Wait, is that a villain? Itsuka also stood up, staring at the villain with a look of shock. I think so, Setsuna wrinkled her brow. What do we do? I don't think our quirks could dash. What Setsuna thought, however, would remain a mystery, because at that moment, a 𝐒𝐿 flew straight up to the villain, and without warning, its head snapped straight back, staggering as though he had been punched. It stumbled backwards for a moment, as though trying to regain its footing, until it began toppling backwards, but then, black lines of energy wrapped around it, and gently helped it to the ground, to prevent the villain from hitting the city hard and causing an earthquake. For a moment, Itsuka, Setsuna, and Yu stared out the window, blinking slowly as they realized what they had just saw, and then began to feel their eyebrows start to twitch in annoyance. Was that? Yeah, Itsuka crossed her arms, glaring. Yeah, that was. That boy is dead. Yes, he is. 20 minutes was all it took for Izuku to get back from where the villain had been arrested to the museum. He let out a small sigh of relief that the arriving heroes, Death Arms and the Fly, had been satisfied by the card he flashed them from the exam he just took last week, and just gave him a warning to try to work on actual shifts and not when he was dressed as a civilian and not in his hero costume, as it would give other heroes the impression he was just some wannabe vigilante. It was very thankful, as well, that the villain hadn't been very tough. A 40% punch from 1 for all was all it took to knock him out, and then wrapping him up in black WHP to slow his fall to prevent any shaking. And now, Izuku smiled as he jumped over another building and saw the museum just ahead of him. He just needed to get back to Setsuna, pretend he had problems in the bathroom. It would be embarrassing, but much more tolerable than being interrogated on where he went, and continue their date. He let out a small sigh as he landed gently in the parking lot, shaking his hand a little bit since it was a bit stiff after using it to punch the villain, and glanced up to see Itsuka, Setsuna, Yu, Ibara, Pony, 𝐒𝐿𝐾o, and 𝐾𝐽𝐻𝐿 sitting on the benches outside the museum, giving him judgmental glares, crossing their arms and raising skeptical eyebrows. Oh, Izuku froze up, staring up at them as a mixture of shock and terror filled him as he realized he had just been caught. Oh, hey, parsley, Setsuna snarked, pointing behind her shoulder into the building. The bathroom was actually down that hall, not somewhere out in the city. Inu. Itsuka could only let out a small, tired sigh, shaking her head slightly as she stood up from the bench and walked over to him, raising her hand. All right, let me see your hand. Just checking to make sure you didn't break anything. Izuku winced again, but still did as he was told and raised his left hand for inspection. She took it in both of her hands and leaned forward, checking it for any injuries, as Ibara joined them and also took a look at the unscarred hand. While they examined it, the other girls gathered around, shooting Izuku some snarky looks that he didn't like but felt like he didn't have the moral superiority to defend himself from. So, 𝐒𝐿𝐾o raised her eyebrows again as she leaned on one leg. A giant villain's all it takes for you to abandon your date with Setsuna. I feel like we need to punish you, Kinoko joked, glancing around at the girls. I know we all talk about letting Ibara WHP you, but for this, I feel like you need a good spanking. I volunteer. Yui immediately raised her hand, making the other girls roll their eyes. In my defense, oh, this ought to be good, Itsuka snarked, shaking her head while unable to suppress a small smirk. You guys never mentioned I couldn't fight villains. While that is true, Ibara gave that to him, but still gave him a concerned look. That's not exactly the issue we have with this, Midoriya. Hey. What she means, 𝐒𝐿𝐾o explained, is that we don't appreciate you disappearing on us. Like, consider it like this. Imagine if we were all hanging out, you suddenly go to the bathroom, disappear for an hour, and then come back all bloody and bruised. Do you think that we wouldn't be worried? Izuku blinked, and then realization settled in for him as the other girls glanced amongst each other and nodded softly, and he felt a bit of shame well up in his stomach. Oh. You did wrap up that particular villain very quickly, Midoriya, Ibara conceded, but still reached out and rubbed her thumb against his cheek, removing a bit of black stuff that had stuck to it. But if you disappeared for an hour and didn't answer any of our calls, we would be extremely worried. Or worse, we'd go out looking for you, or we might just call the police to look for you. So please, don't do this again. Or at least, Itsuka shook her head, finally letting go of his hand while giving him a concerned look. Tell us what's going on, or that you saw a villain, and we'll come with you. I don't know if you've noticed, but we are all trained heroes. And you can't say oh, but it's too dangerous, because it is kind of our job to go take care of villains. I understand. Izuku nodded, looking downcast. Sorry, guys. Really? The girls shared another look between them, and shook their heads, unable to stop soft smiles from reaching their lips, and Setsuna patted his hair. Well, she chuckled, since we're all done here, so why don't we hit up an arcade? But maybe lunch first. I don't think sharing a sandwich is enough. Here. Izuku blinked, glancing up and around at everyone. But, wait, we're done here. I thought we were supposed to be here all day. Both 𝐒𝐿𝐾o and Kinoko winced, and Ibara shook her head, looking away while looking absolutely disappointed. About that, Kinoko chuckled weakly. We were kind of kicked out, 𝐒𝐿𝐾o admitted, while Ibara huffed. We were caught making out in a closet. Absolutely scandalous. You two really need to learn how to control your energies. Not sure what you said, Pony, but I know it was sarcasm. You give me lip again, I'll send you to your shroom. Thankfully, no one was sent to their hypothetical shroom other than 𝐒𝐾o rolling her eyes at the awful pun. So with Setsuna declaring their outing a success and Izuku's favor resolved, the girls and Izuku left the museum, catching the bus and heading a bit further down the road towards Ryogo Station, where they decided to stop for some lunch. Once they were there, getting their food and enjoying having their lunches served to them for once, Ibara and Pony relayed their own stories about going around the museum, Ibara speaking high praise for the various paintings and exhibits they saw while Pony watched her with a soft smile on her face, and the other girls laughed when Izuku explained that they ran into Godzilla and turned Setsuna into a fangirl, prompting her to punch him in the shoulder. Once their lunch was finished up and paid for, Izuku tried to pay for them all, only for Ibara to wrap her vines around his mouth and ask for 7 separate checks. Itsuka gave Vlad King a call to confirm that they were still out, and then headed back to the bus to head for an arcade. Once they arrived to an arcade that wasn't too busy, they spent the entire afternoon playing around, Izuku paying as they amassed a huge amount of tickets between the 8 of them. Each girl had fun with their own separate games. Setsuna was oddly lucky with blackjack, managing to score 21 twice in a row and pump her fists into the air as the tickets spilled from the machine. Itsuka went to the test of strength, picked up the bat, and, only using her natural strength instead of using her quirk, smashed the bat against the weight and watched as it went straight to the top, which of course left Izuku very shaken and blushing up a storm. At the end of the day, only her and Izuku could get it up there, while Kinoko was surprisingly the second closet. After that, Pony and Izuku played a few shooting games, the boy wincing every time he got hit and Pony being a MSTR. Kinoko and Leiko shot some basketballs into the hoop, one bouncing off and smacking Leiko straight in the forehead and sending her flopping onto the ground, her forehead going red from where the ball hit her. Yui lucked out with the coin-dropping games and amassed around 16,000 tickets. The workers had to come over and make sure that she wasn't cheating, and Ibara and Izuku got into a surprisingly heated game of air hockey, the Vine girl almost inhuman in her attempts to get the puck past Izuku and only returning to her normal self when she smacked the puck hard and accidentally hit Izuku in the finger. My goodness. Midoriya, I'm so sorry. At the end of the day, altogether, they had gathered around 200,000 tickets, much to Izuku's shock, and Itsuka had been intimidating enough that the workers had to give them the good prizes. They walked away with various stuffed animals and the such, the girls giggling and laughing from the fun they all had. Unfortunately, one glance at the sun setting in the distance indicated it was time for them to head back home, and they boarded the bus to head back to Yui, laughing and talking amongst themselves as they finally leaned back and relaxed after their long day of fun. Izuku sat between Yui and Itsuka, both girls laughing and occasionally catching each other's eye. Yui would look briefly uncertain, but Itsuka would give her a comforting look that seemed to calm the stoic girl, and they would always glance away with small, awkward smiles on their faces. Finally, they had all made it back to UA, walking back to their house from the bus stop and sighing in relief as they entered. Once Izuku closed the door behind him, Pony staggered over to the collapse and flopped down onto it, cuddling with her giant snake that she won in the arcade. "I'ma play video games," she grumbled into its fur, "and then I'ma pass out." "That sounds like a plan," Ibara sighed, heading for the stairs. "I'm also going to be in my room for a bit." "Same," Yu nodded, exchanging one more awkward glance with Itsuka before she headed back upstairs. "I'm going to go to my room for a bit too," Itsuka yawned, moving to follow the girls up the stairs, and subtly stole one look back at Izuku, feeling herself go a bit red but managing to shake herself briefly out of it. Izuku was about to follow them up to his own room, mostly so he could add Godzilla's own autograph to his little collection, but before he could even put a foot on the first step, Setsuna cleared her throat behind him. Feeling a bit startled, he quickly looked around, seeing her grinning at him a bit awkwardly. "Actually, Parsley," she coughed a bit, "you mind hanging in my room for a little bit?" "Why your room?" Izuku blinked, and then nodded. "Oh, why, of course." "Awesome." With that, Setsuna quickly made her way up the stairs, taking them two at a time, and Izuku blinked briefly in surprise before he shook himself out of it and quickly followed her to Tei's second floor. Soon, Setsuna opened her door and stepped back, letting him walk in first and following him in. As she shut the door, Izuku glanced around a little bit, seeing her familiar dinosaur collection on her dresser, the green curtains with the T-Rex print, and the large bed with her messy velociraptor bedsheet. He couldn't help but smile a bit at her stuff as he turned to look at her, seeing her looking around after closing the door. "It's been a while since I've been in here. I forgot about how much stuff you have." "Why, Setsuna giggled a bit, raising a hand to scratch her neck awkwardly. This awkwardness finally got picked up on by Izuku, who blinked and wrinkled his brow in concern. Setsuna, are you okay? Oh yeah, Parsley, I'm good. It's just, She trailed off for a moment, as though unsure what exactly to say, before she let out a small laugh. Sorry, Parsley, I kinda had a plan, but… A plan for? What, exactly? She shook her head briefly, before sighing. Okay. I guess I'm just going to wing this. Do you mind, Do you mind hearing me out about something? Please. Okay. Izuku nodded, going a bit red for reasons he didn't really quite understand. She nodded as well, and gestured for him to sit in her desk chair, and he gratefully sat down with a small sigh of relief. Turns out hanging out with 8 girls all day and fighting a villain was a bit exhausting, and pushed himself to roll in front of the bed as she sat on the edge of it, letting out a small sigh and feeling a small twinge of redness on her cheeks. Okay, Setsuna sighed, and glanced away. Just remember, I'm pretty much winging this, so don't judge me too much, okay? Okay. Alright, Setsuna settled back on her bed, and glanced away from him. Izuku waited for her to find her words, taking a moment to lean back in her chair and stretch out one of his legs, wincing as he felt his knee pop. After a few more seconds, Setsuna let out a small sigh, and glanced back at his face, going a bit redder. Okay, so, Parsley. This is about you moving out. Oh. Izuku's face fell at that. Yeah. Yesterday, I didn't like how I reacted. You told us you were leaving and my first thought was to run away. I'm sorry about that. Oh, no, it's okay. I thought no, Parsley. Setsuna leaned forward, interrupting him. I should have comforted you. Running away, it wasn't cool of me. But when I was up in my room, I had a bit of time to think. About our own time in the house. And not just you and all the girls, I mean you and me. And those first few weeks. Her own face fell at that, and she looked away, the guilt building in her eyes obvious even to him. I treated you like CRP, and I didn't even consider you didn't like it until you blew up. I know you guys like to say it wasn't entirely my fault, but I know it was. And I accept that. I was being selfish, and didn't consider your feelings. I'm never going to not be sorry for that. Setsuna, and then that night, where I took you out to the field so you could blame me for everything. I yelled and screamed and hit you, but you never gave in and told me that you hated me. You just took me in your arms and comforted me. If you hadn't done that, I might still be in here, not talking to any of you and hating myself. Setsuna felt her eyes start to mist, returning her gaze to him and trying not to turn away again, even though he could plainly see the tears in her eyes. You helped get my head out of my butt. And I think that night, that's when I realized it. Realized? Izuku trailed off, feeling his heart beating in his chest. What, exactly? Setsuna let out another small sigh, closing her eyes briefly before opening them back up, and reached into her pocket. Izuku watched as she pulled out a small box, green in color, and held it out for him. Izuku blinked only once, but, realizing that she was giving it to him, reached out and took it from her. He glanced at the small tag on the side, and read Happy Birthday. Realizing what this was, Izuku gulped, but slowly unclasped the small lock on the side of the box, and opened it up. And felt his eyes widen at what was inside. It was a necklace. It was on a dark string, tied together in a knot and long enough to wrap around his neck. He slowly took it in between his fingers and lifted it up out of the small box, and stared at the emerald heart on the end of it, looking like it was made of diamond, and brought it closer to his eyes so he could look properly at it. Staring at it for a few seconds, Izuku's gaze returned to Setsuna, seeing her blushing redder than he had ever seen her, and still having those tears in her eyes as he held the emerald heart in his palm. Setsuna. I'm sorry, is this? It's my heart, Parsley, Setsuna muttered, finally glancing away while raising her hand to rub at her teary eyes. I'm giving you my heart. Izuku continued to stare at it for a few moments, feeling his breathing start to come out in short breaths, as he realized she had just subtly confessed her feelings for him, and then let out a small chuckle. Setsuna blinked at that, and turned to see him lift the string over his neck, and once it was wrapped around his neck, took the emerald heart in his palm again and stared at it, smiling gently at it. I think I understand, Setsuna, he said quietly, and for a moment he was unsure what to say. He certainly wasn't rejecting her feelings, as he felt his heart hammering in her chest just from being in her presence, but it was a bit more complicated when they both took the other girls into question. But Setsuna reached out, and covered the emerald heart as she gently held his hand. He glanced up at her, and saw her smiling through her blush and tears. I know what you're saying, Parsley, she nodded, and thank you. Shouldn't I thank you? How about we thank each other? Both green-haired teenagers laughed at that, Izuku glancing down at their conjoined hands and then back up at her with a smile. Seriously, though, he said softly, thank you. They were comfortable just staring into each other's eyes for a bit longer, small blushes on their cheeks, before Setsuna let out a small chuckle and stood up, wiping at her eyes to get rid of the tears. Well, she chortled, that was only slightly nerve-wracking, but I'm glad we got through that. Wire, Izuku also stood up, moving the chair back to the desk. As he did so, he felt a small frown come to his lips, and then glanced behind him. Hey! Setsuna. Yeah. Don't think that you're selfish anymore, do you? Setsuna paused at that, glancing around at him again, and shrugged. I mean, she said evenly, I do come across like that sometimes, right? I don't think so. Parsley, Setsuna shook her head, come on. I can be pretty selfish. Not just from the sec thing, like, other times. What? Like when? Like, today. Izuku pouted at that. We talked about that, though. You weren't being selfish. I mean, Setsuna chuckled, even if I agree with that, there are plenty of other opportunities where I am pretty selfish. Like when? Like because I can't think of any. Oh, there's plenty of times. I don't think so. I think you're lying. Excuse you, Mr. Snarker. Setsuna laughed, crossing her arms. Where is this sass coming from? Have I been a bad, selfish influence on you? Honestly, Izuku couldn't help but laugh too, a little bit thankful that this wasn't turning into an argument and being more silly. You better stop calling yourself selfish. Or what? Or I'll dash you, Setsuna teased, smirking at him as she leaned forward. Whatever will you do if I keep calling myself selfish? I'll dash you'll what? She sat down on the bed, continuing to smile at him. Come on, Parsley, what'll you do? I'll. Setsuna raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to come up with a suitable punishment for her. For a few seconds, Izuku thought to himself, trying to think of something, until he glanced at her, and then felt himself blush a little. Oh, what's this? Setsuna laughed. You're looking a little flustered, Parsley. Did you I'll kiss you? Setsuna felt her tease falter off, blinking as she looked up at Izuku and realizing, wait, what did he just say? I'll. Izuku took a deep breath, before nodding to himself, and trying to say, as confidently as he could, if you keep calling yourself selfish, I'll kiss you. He felt those words escape his lips, and for 1 second, Izuku thought that this had backfired spectacularly. Setsuna stared blankly up at him, no emotion on her face as she blinked slowly, and Izuku felt like this had just blown up in his face. He was about to apologize, thank her for the necklace again, and quickly book it up to his room to hide for the rest of the night, when, I'm selfish. Izuku felt himself slow to a stop, hearing Setsuna mutter those two little words so quietly he almost thought he had imagined it, but the green-haired girl had slowly stood up, continuing to stare at Izuku, as she slowly walked over to him. He gulped a bit and blushed as she stood in front of him, still wearing the blue dress she wore all today, and took another deep breath. I'm selfish, Izuku, she whispered. He felt his breath catch in his throat as he realized, she didn't call him Parsley. She called him. And it was with that Izuku immediately turned properly around, walked up to her, and cupped both of her cheeks and leaned in to plant a kiss to her lips. Setsuna let out a small hum as she reached up to cup his cheeks, closing her eyes as they kissed for the first time in several weeks, Izuku missing the feeling of her lips on his and her enjoying the feeling of his hair in her hands. After a few moments, they both disconnected, letting out soft gasps for breath, but Izuku hadn't had enough. He immediately leaned in again, pushing his tongue against her lips, and felt relieved that she granted it entrance, using this opportunity to push her own tongue past his and into his own mouth. It wasn't like their old aggressive kissing when they had sex, nor was it the gently kissing they shared when Setsuna had her breakdown. This was passionate, but he felt so safe in her arms as she wrapped them around him, gently backing up towards her bed the longer they continued to kiss. Soon, the back of Setsuna's legs were against the bed, and with a small oomph from both of them, they collapsed onto the messy mattress, continuing to kiss. Once they both needed air, they disconnected once again, and Izuku leaned down to kiss along her neck, Setsuna letting out soft gasps as his teeth and lips nipped at her, and she whispered, "Will you stay the night with me?" Here. I'm not saying that we need to have sex, but please, sleep with me tonight. Izuku hesitated once, almost unsure, and then he caught sight of her eyes brimming slightly with tears. "Please," she whispered. "Please let me be selfish, just once." Izuku felt his breath catch in his throat, staring down at her for a brief moment, and then he kissed her deeply, hearing her softly as his hands began lifting the blue dress, his hands rubbing against her smooth stomach. "I'm not going anywhere," he muttered, and Setsuna sniffled. Please don't go." "I won't." "Izuku." Setsuna ummed out again as Izuku's hands found her BRSS, both of them breathing heavily as her own hands crawled up his button-up shirt, undoing the buttons and seeing the muscles underneath, and Izuku quickly helped her get the shirt off him. For a few seconds, they paused, Izuku shirtless and Setsuna throwing the dress off her shoulders and into the hamper, leaving her in her underwear. They stared at each other, taking deep breaths for air, and Izuku didn't hesitate to kiss her again, both aiming as they rolled over and let Setsuna lay on top of him, his hands going to her butt and squeezing gently as she wrapped her arms around his shoulders. And they didn't notice as Setsuna used one hand to push Izuku's underwear down, exposing his hard PP, nor did they notice as Izuku moved her panties to the side and exposed her wetness, both of them too caught up in their emotions to really think about it as his tip teased her entrance, making her out. "Izuku." "Set." Set." "I love you, Izuku." There was only one more pause between them as Izuku slowly opened his eyes, seeing her staring down at him with tears once again in her eyes, and he let out a small sigh as his PP began pushing into her. Izuku. I love you too." They just finished normally, Itsuka would have rolled her eyes at that double entendre, but she only sat back in her chair, staring at that message that just came in on her phone. They'd gotten back about 2 hours ago, Itsuka still feeling pretty tired from their hangout today and wanting to relax in her room for a bit, when Yui had texted her. For a moment, she had thought her best friend wanted to talk about what they had discussed when they got to the museum, what with her confessing her feelings for her and Izuku, and only had a minor panic attack about how to respond to her, but that had been dashed when Yui explained that she had heard noises coming from Setsuna's room. It didn't take long for either of them to realize what was happening, and were unsurprised. It was Setsuna's big day, so they shouldn't be too surprised that Izuku and Setsuna would want to get together for the night. Strangely enough, Itsuka had no jealous thoughts when she realized Setsuna and Izuku were having sex again, more of the opposite. She felt weirdly glad. She knew that Setsuna hid it well, but she was still insecure and guilty about her major role in the first few weeks of Izuku living with them, and had been the most vocal about not sleeping with Izuku when he abolished the no-sex rule, so learning that she was currently having sex with him made her feel strangely relieved. Still. Did you hear anything? Insults? Whatever. Nope, sometimes I had to strain to hear anything. I think they just had 𝐒𝐻 no degradation her, that's new. It is just a K&K, but things must have gotten pretty serious if she couldn't even call him a beach UL. Itsuka shook her head somewhat, sighing as she put down her phone. She saw something in Izuku's birthday chat pop up, so she clicked on it to see what meme Mina sent, Although, she didn't really have her mind on that. No, now she was just thinking about what the girls had been advising her to do. Yui, and the rest of the girls, thought that she should just say F it and finally seal the deal with Izuku. A thought shared by the rest of the girls as well. Izuku now only had he only had one full day left, Itsuka realized as her frown deepened. One more full day with them, and then he was off to the other side of the forest, to be seen occasionally and not all the time. She felt disheartened to think that there was so much that he was being forced to leave behind. He still needed to forgive the other girls, he still needed to address Pony's feelings, he still needed to address what was going on with her. She let out a small hum as her thoughts turned to him and Setsuna. She wouldn't lie. The thought of the two of them downstairs, doing that. She let out a small huff as she laid back in her chair. Honestly, she did wish that she was the one downstairs right now, letting Izuku be over top of her and moving into her. Or maybe her on top, hopping up and down. She let out a small, defeated sigh as she slowly shook her head, staring up at her ceiling. Yui had asked during their hangout date. Was that a date? Wait, concentrate on one thing at a time, Izuku first, then Yui if it was okay for her to be pushing Itsuka to have sex with Izuku, but let's be honest, she couldn't deny it anymore. Izuku was leaving in a day. She needed to settle this between them once and for all before he left. And that meant that. She let out a small sigh, brought back up her phone, and without really glancing at the name on the top, texted to Yui. You okay? I made up my mind I'm going to have sex with Izuku. Mitsuka let out a small sigh as she sent that message to her best friend, and put it down so she could change out of her dress and into her pajamas. Once she was down to her underwear, she glanced over at her phone on the bed and saw it lighting up with a message. Wondering what Yui had to say, or tease, she tiptoed over, still holding her bed t-shirt in her hand, and picked up her phone to check. Speedy Gonzalez, what can do, you intend to what? As a fellow class representative, I have no idea why you would announce so casually that you plan to stuck Midoriya. What on earth are you thinking that you thought it would be alright to simply say to us what you intend to do? Itsuka stared blankly at the message, her brain not really catching up to what she was seeing and leaving her in a state of confusion. Tenya was not Yui. How did he? And then the other messages started coming in. Alien Queen woo get it girl. Invisible girl woo woo hell yeah ribbit girl her well, good luck to you Kendu. Itsuka continued staring for a moment, and then she got it. She felt the small blush on her face fade away in an instant, letting her stare, pale-faced and horrified, at the mistake that she had just made. She messaged the wrong group chat. Across the girls' house, they could hear a faint scream of humiliation. Pony glanced up at the ceiling and couldn't help but let out a giggle as she continued playing video games. Izuku grumbled in his sleep but only turned over, while Setsuna put her face in her pillow to stop her laughter from waking him up. Ibara glanced at the wall beside her, then turned back to her computer, going slightly red at the online tips for picking up men. Yui paused in her masturbating to glance at the ceiling, then shrugged her shoulders and kept her phone open, looking back to the TSM video she'd been watching. Kinoko and Leiko also paused in their own lovemaking, Leiko glancing up at the ceiling in confusion while Kinoko patted her stomach rapidly, being suffocated by Leiko sitting on her face. Meanwhile upstairs, Itsuka smashed a pillow into her face, letting out a low groan of embarrassment. She then raised her head from her pillow and winced again in embarrassment. Mom has left the group chat. Dino Smash has added Itsuka Kendu to the group chat. Dynasmashal no girl you made this bed you lie in it you OF me I'm sorry guys I messaged the wrong group chat. Gravity Queen clearly face with tears of joy. Speedy Gonzalez Kendu. I still demand an explanation. Why are you intending to fornicate with Midoriya? Rocking Queen oh my god Ida no one says that word anymore she wants to have sex with him that's it Speedy Gonzalez that I am well aware of, Jiru. Queen Momo Ida, she messaged this group by mistake she wants to have sex with Midoriya, and was probably asked about it by the other girls at happy smiley happy smiley happy smiley happy smiley shouto so it was you he was sleeping with, Kendu. I know he wasn't in my room at the hotel, so was he with you? Doing it for the Vine it doesn't really matter now. Okay, so Itsuka you're going to do it. You are yes so I guys Speedy Gonzalez well, Now that I know what you intend to do, Kendo, I must meet with Midoriya as soon as I can. As I understand that it's very easy to catch a SXL disease, so I must educate him on the importance of safe secretary. Dino Smash no. Ida, don't take this the wrong way, but I will literally kill you if you show up tomorrow. Speedy Gonzales. What? Is violence really necessary? He's kind of yeah, but seriously Pierce, don't tell Izuku Dynasmash it's a whole thing. Ida Prez wants to make her move. And I think she'd prefer it if she was the one asking. This is a thing that's been kinda a long time coming. Speedy Gonzales. Very well. Perhaps I am being, as Uraraka would put it, a bit of a prude. Kendo, I apologize. You are no apologies necessary. Speedy Gonzales. I do ask, however, that you and Midoriya still be careful. 𝐒𝐲𝐽, I don't know why you were being a prude. I'm pretty sure you've had sec before, right? I heard through the walls. Alien Queen, hold the F phone. Kendo will get back to you in a sec. You've F someone. Speedy Gonzales. Invisible girl. The F you mean 𝐒𝐭𝐴 who Gravity Queen. Face screaming in fear, 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 face screaming in fear. Ida who Speedy Gonzales. Everyone, please. Rocking Queen. Literally F what Queen Momo. I'm also surprised. Ida Dynasmash. Yeah. Itsuka will get back to you in a second. You really don't Dynasmash. Ida who'd you go to P&D town with? Speedy Gonzales. Please do not put in such vulgar manners. Oh dear. This is not exactly how I wanted to tell everyone. But to prevent more misunderstandings, yes. I have been in a relationship for the last 2 months. Yes, there have been instances where she and I engaged in more NTMT interactions. We have been entirely safe, I assure you. Gravity Queen. Ida, you aren't answering the question. Who? Speedy Gonzales. I'm getting to that. 𝐒𝐲𝐽, she says a lot of memes over the phone. I can them talking next door. Gravity Queen. Memes. Wait, Ida, you're dating Itsushimi. 𝐒𝐲𝐽, oh okay, that makes sense. I was wondering why she kept visiting you every weekend. Rocking Queen. Todoroki, you heard them flirting on the phone. She comes over every weekend to hang out and you didn't put the pieces together. 𝐒𝐲𝐽, Ida said they were just friends. Rocking Queen, and you believed him. 𝐒𝐲𝐽, yes. Queen Momo, oh 𝐒𝐲𝐽 Dynasmash, sorry to backtrack, and I'm sorry your boyfriend is a dumbass. Girls, but who's Itsushimi? Queen Momo. Fifi Fofoya Fief. Rocking Queen. STFU. 𝐒𝐲𝐽, she's one of my friends from my remedial course. She failed the provincial license exam too, and retook it with me and Bakugu. She came over to hang out a few times. Queen Momo, the one who spoke in internet slang. I believe I know who she is. Speedy Gonzales. Indeed, she came over to the dorms at some point to meet with Todoroki, and when she was introduced to me, she was apparently taken aback. So she asked me out on a date. I found that my schedule had room, and we have been going steady since we moved out of the dorms and into the houses. Our relationship has been going quite steadily, and, as embarrassing as it is to admit, we have had practiced safe sex since then, so no one needs to worry about if I were to pick something up. With that said, we are quite happy together. Queen Momo, that's unexpected. Ida, but still, congratulations. Rocking Kyubu, and I'm still struggling to comprehend that you of all people have a sec life. But yeah, good for you. Gravity Queen. One of my best friends was in a relationship for 2 months, and never told me. I'm betrayed, utterly betrayed. XD. Speedy Gonzales. My apologies, Uraraka. I did want to tell you and Midoriya, but I thought, for the sake of privacy, to keep my relationship with Cammy hidden at the moment as to not cause drama in the classroom. Please, forgive me. Dynasmash Cammy on first name basis and everything. Speedy Gonzales. Well, yes. She refers to me by my own first name, and it took me a month to do the same with her. Gravity Queen. Okay, Ida, we'll talk more about that. Tim, back to Kendo. You and no, I'm good. If you guys wanted to talk more about Ida, go ahead. It'll be here. Alien Queen. I'll know your turn. Dynasmash K. So you wanna have sec with parsley? Okie dokie. Speedy Gonzales. The proper use of that word, Ashido, is actually your. Alien Queen. Doing it for the vine. So Itsuka, what do you need us to do? Or if you need us to do anything. You am actually, I was wondering. Dynasmash. What's up? You. Do you guys mind if TM night it's just me and Izuku Dynasmash? Like just in the house. You am yeah doing it for the vine. Can I ask why? You am Ida and Todoroki is why if this is Timai, but I'm actually kinda loud doing it for the vine here. What do you mean by loud? Smash 𝐂𝐬𝐽𝐶 prayers. Are you a screamer? You and I'm not a screamer, it's just I'm loud. Alien Queen XD. This is so entertaining. Gravity Queen Mina. Don't be like that alien queen girl. You can't talk, don't know about Kendo, but you definitely are a screamer. Gravity Queen 𝐔𝐬𝐵𝐵 doing it for the vine anyway. It's 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 yeah anyway. It's not just you know the actual sec. I don't wanna keep you guys up with you. No, doing it for the vine indeed. So what would like us to do? Smash. Although Izuku's leaving Thursday, so you want to have the night to yourselves. We'd have to go someplace else and come back in the morning. Gravity Queen. I mean, if you guys need to be out for the night, you could sleep over here. In the 1A dorms. Doing it for the vine, that also works. So we spend the day with Midoriya, have dinner, and then leave for 1A, leaving you and him alone. Itsuka Speedy Gonzalez. Well, perhaps I am overstepping my boundaries here, as I admit I am not well versed in romance myself, despite having a girlfriend. But Kendo, may I ask why you and Midoriya need to be alone for this event? I do understand the need of privacy, but do your roommates necessarily have to leave the house? You are well, it's kind of hard to explain. Doing it for the vine, if I may. Itsuka Ida. It's less about practical things, it's more of an intimacy. I know that you don't know a lot about what's happening in our house, but this is something that's been a long time coming. Itsuka wants it to be special. Speedy Gonzalez. I see. Well, I will not voice any complaints then, Kendo. I only ask that you and Midoriya be careful, and if you do need help, I would not hesitate to assist you. You thanks Ida. Gravity Queen. Good luck, Kendo. Itsuka let out a small sigh as she tossed her phone onto her side table and laid back to stare at the ceiling, feeling her mouth thin into a line. Tomorrow night was when this was going to be finally settled. After such a long time, he was finally having sex with her again. She couldn't help but let out a high-pitched mmm as he slowly slipped inside her once again, both of them letting out noises of pleasure and elation at the feeling of his PP entering her. She felt her hands stretch to scratch as his back lightly, to soothe herself as he slowly inserted himself back inside her. It wasn't painful, like last time. Rather, it made her feel like she was on cloud 9 as she slowly opened her eyes to see him hunched above her, staring down at her through half-lidded eyes in adoration. Izuku. He answered her soft calls of his name by bending over and kissing her gently, letting out a quiet hum as their lips met. She let out her mmm as well, raising her hands to cup his cheeks as he began slowly lifting himself back out, almost leaving her as he slipped out until there was only his tip left inside her, before pushing back in slowly. Both of them gasped into each other's mouths, and from there, Izuku began building up a tempo, his hands going down to grasp at her hips as he began moving in and out of her. Izuku! He gasped out again, raising his head while his eyes closed in bliss, as her legs crossed behind his back and opened herself up further to him. She could feel her 𝐒𝐿MX approaching already, and smiled as she felt him twitch within her as well. Both of their mmms were starting to become wild, out of control, as though they weren't trying to keep quiet as his hips bucked into hers. As she felt him about to explode within her, she quickly raised herself up on her elbows, and tried to raise one to wrap around his neck and bring him back in for another kiss. Izuku! And that's when Ibara woke up. She stared, wide-eyed and breathing, at her ceiling as the phantom feeling of Izuku on top of her and inside her slowly faded from her mind, the sky outside her window starting to turn a dark blue color as the sun began rising. After a few moments, when the feeling of him became nothing but a faint feeling in her mind, almost like a strange phantom feeling, Ibara let out a small groan of exasperation at herself, closing her eyes, and rolling over and slapping a hand to her eyes, shaking her head. She also felt a strange wetness in her breathes, so she let out a defeated sigh, kicked off her covers and comforter, and awkwardly climbed to her feet, turning on the lamp beside her on her bedpost and picking up her water bottle for a drink. She had a dream about having sex with Izuku. Again. She shook her head slightly as she stood up, finishing drinking from the water bottle and putting it back down on the tabletop, taking a moment to stretch her arms above her head to work out the 𝐂𝐚𝐽𝐾𝐝. This was the first time she'd had one since they had slept together at the hotel, hadn't it? The very first. If she was being honest with herself, she was surprised that it had taken this long for one of her sex dreams to finally resume. She'd had the suspicion that, while she was able to sleep peacefully that last few weeks without dreaming of Izuku bending her over and making her his, it would only be for a short time before they resumed. And now, they were back. There had been a small time where she had thought that what they had done had settled everything. She got to express her feelings in a physical way, he helped her have the best night of her life, and she had been more than happy to just sit back for once, and let Izuku go about his business. Helping Kinoko and Leiko out in his own way, talking to Itsuka when the girl had been acting awkward around him perhaps due to the onsen, Ibara thought as she shook her head slightly, and hanging out with the other girls. She had remembered Itsuka's words in the onsen about how Ibara and Izuku seemed to take up a lot of the SXL tension moments between each other, and Ibara was inclined to agree, which was why she decided to try to keep their interactions more on the down low, though not enough for Izuku to wonder if there was anything wrong, so that he could spend some sweet time with the other girls. And then time seemed to fly by, in between his birthday preparations, the shopping trip, the day of his birthday, and then him telling them he was moving out. Ibara felt her mouth thin into a line as she felt herself sag over slightly, glancing into the mirror to see her hunched posture, and took the time to wipe away some of the drool from the corner of her mouth. Izuku was moving out tomorrow. As in, this was the very last day she could wake up early, go outside, and meet him outside in the garden. They might be able to do it when he moved out, but wouldn't that mean he would have to wake up early, get ready, come over and help her, and then head back to get ready for school for another exhausting day, one where this time, he'd probably be running without a lot of sleep. Since it probably took a little longer to get from one side of the forest to the other, without using his quirk. The likelihood of Izuku being able to do that, and 7 days a week too, it wasn't very high. No, she couldn't ask him to do that, Ibara sighed as she glanced down at her bare feet. She couldn't take up that time from him, especially not if it would make him lose any sleep. So, perhaps, maybe she would be satisfied if he would occasionally swing by and make supper with her. That would be fine, right? Him coming to their house maybe once a week. No, that's too much time, she shook her head sharply, once every 2 weeks, to make supper with her. It'd be fine, right? He and her make supper, and catch up on what they've been up to, probably since Izuku would have to split time between hanging out with his friends at lunch and with the other girls. She'd be more than fine with being put on the back burner then. But now, Ibara let out another sigh, reaching up and undoing the bun that her hair had been in while she slept, letting her vines fall down over her shoulders. Now she was having the sec dreams again. And now that was going to be a problem. If the dreams continued, then. She shook her head again, and quickly moved to put on her overalls. No, she can't think about that, especially not today of all days. It was Izuku's last day with them, and she couldn't distract him with the fact that her stupid sec dreams about him were coming back. No, she knew that today, he would be hanging out with all of them, as well as Pony, Setsuna, Kinoko and Leiko. Itsuka. Well, after the text messages last night, it was pretty much decided that tonight was her night, and she had asked for some privacy. As much as it pained Ibara to have to go over to the 1A girl's house for a sleepover, and not spend one more night with him, she knew that she was just acting selfishly. Itsuka hadn't complained at all, and had been more than fine with standing off to the side and letting the rest of the girls have their romance and adventures and moments of intimacy with him. It would only be fair that the girls allowed Itsuka to have the same treatment, even if it was for only one night. Although, Ibara let out a small breath of air as she opened her bedroom door gently, now dressed to go outside and garden, and shut it quietly behind her so as not to wake Itsuka up. Now that Izuku was going to be having sec with Itsuka, that would make all of them, all 7 girls, seduced within a month and a bit. Was it half a month? Honestly, Ibara couldn't really remember how long he'd really been with them. And she couldn't shake off the feeling that after Itsuka had been seduced, Izuku would have to. He would at the very least feel obligated to finally choose, out of all 7 of them, who he would want to actually pursue a romantic relationship with. And, as much as she hated to admit it, she had absolutely no idea who he would even choose. Naturally, her first thought on who she thought Izuku should romance, of course, would have been her, which only made her feel bad for feeling that way. She felt like she was invalidating all the other girls' feelings, so. No, it probably wouldn't be her anyway, Ibara sighed. It'd probably be Pony, who had made her crush on Izuku clear multiple times. Or Leiko and Kinoko, the appeal of them romancing him together being too much to resist. Or Yui and Setsuna, who worked harder than any of them to get that redemption, and pretty much had it even if Izuku hadn't told them they were forgiven yet. Or Itsuka, who had so much tension with Izuku that it made Ibara's own tension with him seem like a playground crush in comparison. No, Ibara shook her head slightly to herself, feeling her frown deepen. If Izuku was to romance anyone in this house, it wouldn't be her. Not that she felt jealous of her friends, no, on the contrary, if Izuku romanced any of them, she would feel more than happy for their own happiness. It was just. She knew that if Izuku chose one, then the rest of the girls would be saddened, and she knew that he didn't want to hurt them, especially like that. If only there was a way for Izuku to choose. That wouldn't result in all of them being. Her thoughts, however, were interrupted as she headed down the stairs towards the first floor, and suddenly heard the sound of someone tiptoeing down the second-floor hall. She blinked in confusion as she rounded the corner, wondering who, between Setsuna and Yui, would be up this early, and caught sight of Izuku stepping into view, freezing at the sight of her. Ibara blinked, and then glanced down. To see his exposed collar, from the dress shirt he had been wearing yesterday, covered in lipstick marks. Oh, Ibara thought dryly to herself, raising one eyebrow, oh dear. Setsuna snored. Loudly. Especially when she snored right in his ear. Izuku let out a small grunt as his eyes cracked open, seeing the early morning start to shine in through her windows. He blinked a bit confusedly, wondering where he was for a moment and wondered what woke him up. His bed felt a lot softer than what he was used to, the blanket a lot lighter, and the ceiling different tiles than what he was used to, until Setsuna grunted again and rolled slightly into him, wrapping her arms tightly around him and cuddling into him, and he blinked in surprise as he glanced down. Sure enough, there she was, covered in the thin blanket while being very obviously naked. He gulped, feeling a small blush on his cheeks as the sight of her exposed breasts pressing into him woke him up properly, and glanced down with slight nervousness as he lifted the sheet covering him, and confirming that he too was naked. Slowly, as he came out of the fog of sleep that had been enveloping him, he began to remember what happened last night. Coming into her room, hearing her quiet confession, being given her gift that doubled as her subtle confession he was dense, but not that dense, some teasing, a kiss that slowly turned into a pretty heavy make-out, and then finally, for the first time in several weeks, he had sex with Setsuna. And it wasn't like the first few times they did it, what with Setsuna teasingly insulting him, using him as an outlet, or making it all about her. While he of course didn't mind her 𝐂𝐴𝐴𝐾𝐝, Izuku thought last night was pretty much perfect. They both had fun pleasing each other, making each other feel good, feeling each other up, and it was nice. He ended up falling asleep in her arms, after they cleaned up and changed the sheets, and now here he was, laying on his back while Setsuna snored on his shoulder, Izuku wincing as he had to spit out a lock of her messy hair out of his mouth. He looked at her sleeping form again, shivering slightly, and moved to raise the thin blanket more comfortably around her, rolling over slightly onto his side so he could plant a tiny kiss on the top of her head, smiling softly. Sleeping with Setsuna. It confirmed one thing that he had been wondering for a while now, while feeling a bit ashamed of those thoughts. From last night, he knew that he wasn't afraid to have sex with her now. There had been a small part of him, in the back of his mind, that was worried about what may happen if they ever chose to do the deed again, remembering how she would use him during the few times they had sex together before, but last night had put those worries firmly to rest. He had felt safe with her, as safe as he had felt when he slept in the same bed as Kinoko and Leiko, and as safe as he had felt with Ibara. Izuku gasped, eyes going wide, I have to garden with Ibara. He quickly looked around, searching for his phone and saw it on the bedside table beside Setsuna's on her side of the bed. Awkwardly, Izuku reached out, trying to move carefully so as not to wake up the snoring girl in his arms, and managed to get his fingers on the screen, wincing as he slowly dragged it closer so he could properly grab it. Once he had it in his grasp, he quickly lifted it up so that he could look at the time and pray that he wasn't running late, and let out a small sigh of relief when he saw it was only 5:54, meaning he had 6 minutes to run upstairs, get changed, and meet Ibara outside. As slowly and quietly as he could so as not to disturb her sleep, Izuku managed to unwrap himself from Setsuna, a task a bit harder to do than he'd like, what with Setsuna letting out a small groan of disappointment in her sleep when his warmth vanished, which almost made him lose his courage and leap back into bed to cuddle her some more. Still, he managed to separate himself from her, shivering slightly as he stood naked in the chilly morning air, and moved to gather his clothes from yesterday, which had been thrown around and scattered across the room during their lovemaking. Managing to find his underwear on top of her desk, Izuku got dressed quickly, grabbing the briefs from where they had somehow fallen underneath the bed, and his dress shirt near the window, wincing slightly as he took her panties from where they had fallen near it and put it in the laundry basket. Leaving the button-up shirt open and grabbing his socks from her dinosaur model collection, he moved around the bed to Setsuna where she continued laying and pulled the blanket up properly so she didn't wake up cold, and leaned down to kiss her on the cheek, which rewarded him with a satisfied groan as she continued snoring loudly. Smiling softly at her, Izuku tiptoed his way to her door, opening it quietly and slipping out. As he closed the door, he couldn't help but smile happily once more at Setsuna's slumbering form, before gently closing the door behind him to let her sleep in. Once that he was out, Izuku quickly but quietly tiptoed down the hall, hoping that his soft, barefooted footsteps on the hardwood floor wouldn't wake up Yui as well, as he headed for the stairs and turned the corner, starting to walk up to his room, and immediately, Ibara rounded the corner, already dressed in her overalls and t-shirt for gardening, and catching sight of him, stopping in surprise. Izuku stared wide-eyed at her in shock, as he saw her eyes slowly go down him and inspecting his appearance, seeing his messy hair even more unruly than usual, the shadows under his eyes, the lipstick marks from Setsuna littering his neck and collar in kiss marks, his wrinkled clothes as though they had not been folded before going to bed, and the open dress shirt showing off his chest. Izuku felt himself go very red as Ibara's eyes completed her expectation of him, and went back up to his, seeing her blushing slightly as well as she realized what had happened, and waited for some kind of reaction, probably one that was loud enough to wake up the entire house. But Ibara only sighed a little as she shook her head, a small smile gracing her face, and continued to move down the stairs. "I will go fill the watering cans," she told him gently as she moved around him, giving him that same gentle smile. "You can go get dressed and meet me out there, all right?" Izuku faltered off, a bit surprised by her lack of reaction, but still smiled back at her and nodded a bit. "Okay." With another small nod, Ibara continued downstairs to head outside, and Izuku went up to his room to finally get a change of clothes. He couldn't possibly know, however, that Ibara's smile fell the moment Izuku couldn't see her, and she felt sadness start to well up in her once again. About 10 minutes later, Izuku let out a small sigh as he closed the front door as quietly as he could, looking around their front yard and the garden in front of it, and saw Ibara carrying both water cans towards the garden, wincing slightly as she carried both heavy cans she had just filled to the brim. Letting out a small oomph as he jumped down onto the yard from the front porch, Izuku jogged over and took one of the cans from her, lightening the load and causing her to sigh in relief. "Thank you, Midoriya." She rolled her shoulder briefly, and the two began to walk over to the garden to start their morning ritual. "I'm not too sure if this applies to you as well, but holding 2 water cans at the same time is a tad bit too heavy for me." "I mean," Izuku shrugged, strolling to his side of the garden with her flowers and beginning to water the plants as she bent over to do the same to her tomatoes, "not really for me, since I do a lot of exercises with my arms, but I wouldn't be surprised if you had a bit of trouble carrying that amount. Due to the nature of your quirk, it's probably a lot smarter for you to train it rather than your muscles, so it's not a big surprise that you can't dash." "Midoriya," Ibara suddenly interrupted, sounding a tad bit angry, and Izuku at once shut up, eyes widening as he immediately realized where he went wrong there. "Are you implying that I'm physically weak?" No, dash." As Izuku attempted to stutter an explanation, careful not to accidentally slosh water over her plants, Ibara couldn't help but giggle a little bit, shaking her head a little bit as she bent over to water her section of tomatoes. "I'm only kidding. But perhaps you do raise a point. I might need to eventually hit the gym as well. Sometimes I like to watch you and Itsuka spar in the backyard, so that might inspire me to start working out as well." Izuku nodded, relieved that she was only kidding about being angry, and turned to start watering the plants again. Ibara, however, turned slightly to look at him as he started to walk to the other side of the garden to get the other flowers. "But anyway, Midoriya." "Yeah. What's up?" Was it Setsuna or Yui you were with last night? It was quite the humorous sight, seeing Izuku stutter in his step and nearly faceplant over his own 2 feet as he nearly tripped when she unexpectedly popped that question. He managed to catch himself, fortunately, so that only some water from the can sloshed out onto the ground, and he felt himself go red as he subconsciously cleared his throat. Oh, why yeah. Setsuna. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, Izuku nodded, and glanced guiltily at her as she moved to water the other side of her patch, and turned to start watering again, letting out a quiet mutter. I'm sorry. Sorry. About what? Sleeping with Setsuna. Ibara looked around in confusion. It's not like I'm angry about that, Midoriya. Oh, okay, that's good to Izuku blinked, and also turned around as well, feeling shocked as he saw her giving him a calm yet confused look. Wait, you're not jealous that I slept with her? I wouldn't say necessarily, Ibara admitted, glancing back around and shrugging a bit. I can't say that I'm not entirely jealous. But not for the reason you think. I believe. If I had to put this in words, I'd say that I am not angry at you for sleeping with Setsuna. I believe that all the girls. We all know that we all have special places in your heart, so it's impractical for us to get jealous of that fact. You can sleep with Setsuna, or Pony, or you or any of us, and we won't mind, at least, not anymore. I couldn't say the same if this were a few weeks ago. Oh. Wow, that's... Izuku found himself lost for words for a second, and then shook his head, chuckling softly. I'm not going to lie, I kinda don't get that, Shiozaki. I'm not surprised, Ibara giggled, turning back to watering her plants. I don't know if you haven't noticed, but it takes a lot of time for you to get something, doesn't it? You don't have to just come out right and say it, you know, Izuku joked, and both of them had a good laugh at that. Once they had calmed down enough, Izuku thought he would at the very least continue the conversation, something she said a bit earlier still confusing him. Anyway, you said that you're still jealous. Ibara paused at that question, blinking slowly, before letting out a small sigh. Yes, she admitted, glancing away with a small blush. Really? Izuku turned to her, walking over to her patch of the garden to water the plants beside her while glancing at her. I'm not going to lie, I'm also kinda confused about that. If you're not jealous about, you know, me sleeping with Setsuna, then, what are you jealous about? Ibara continued looking down at the plants, but Izuku noticed that her blush had started to turn a bit redder, clearing her throat and keeping her eyes fixed on her flowers as she continued watering them. Well, she coughed slightly, still refusing to look at him. It's less about me being jealous that you slept with Setsuna. And, well, more like, yeah. Midoriya, Ibara sighed, still not looking at him as her face turned redder and redder. Just a hypothetical question, and I don't expect you to answer, but if I had asked you to spend the night with me, would you have? Izuku stared at her for a few moments, blinking slowly as he tried to figure out what she meant, and then he got it. He felt his eyes snap open, his jaw drop slightly, and red start to fill his own cheeks as he wondered why the hell he was so dense, even after all this time. Just to clarify, you mean dash. Ibara finally stopped watering her plants, letting out a small sigh as she held the nearly empty water can loosely in her hand, and turned away from him to no longer face him, as though embarrassed to even peek at him out of the corner of her eye. Still, she moved her head slightly to the side, and, after taking a deep breath, squeaked out, "Secretary. I'm talking about secretary." Izuku stared at her for a few seconds, feeling his jaw drop lower and lower, and managed to make a small noise as Ibara continued to stare at the ground as the sun gently began rising over the treetops. As Izuku struggled to find an answer, and mostly how to tell the girl that he probably would have, he suddenly blinked. The way she had said that. And what that implied, after what they had done in the hotel, but wait, did that mean? Shiozaki. Why yes. Your dreams. Izuku pretty much already knew the answer to his question before he even asked it when Ibara squeaked loudly, immediately hunching slightly into herself and almost dropping the water can on her toes. Izuku gulped, trying to control the blush on his face, and cleared his throat. When we slept together, you said it was partly to help you stop those dreams. But have they gone away? I never asked you afterwards, since so much happened after that, but I think you were implying that we slept together so that you could overcome them and stop having those dreams. But Izuku gulped again. Have you stopped having them? Ibara let out a small sigh, rubbing a dirty hand sheepishly against her face, and then finally turned to look at Izuku again. Her face pretty much resembled a beet, with a smudge of dirt from where her gloved hands had touched her cheek, and she was looking rather ashamed of herself, glancing at the ground and back to him, with a deep frown on her face and disappointment in her eyes. I am sorry, Midoriya, she muttered. I know that I mentioned that sleeping together may help out with the tension between us, and it appears that for a while it did do the trick. But wait, Izuku interrupted, going red again. So you're saying that you're still having and not as frequently as before we made love, Ibara clarified, still glancing away. But last night, yes. I had another one. Oh. I'm sorry, Midoriya, she sighed, frowning deeply as she glanced away from him again. I know that we thought that we had resolved what was going on between us at the hotel, and now with me bringing it up when you're moving out. Shiozaki. Goodness, I'm so foolish. I shouldn't have wait, Shiozaki, it's okay. Izuku quickly assured her, waving his arms quickly and frantically before putting the now empty water can on the ground beside his feet. I'm not angry about you having a sec dream about me again. The truth is. He shook his head briefly, and then let out a little sigh. Honestly, I should apologize to you. I had meant to talk to you more about this after we first did it, but after Kinoko and Leiko, and then the exam and my birthday and me moving out, it honestly escaped my mind. He walked towards her, seeing Ibara blink and turn around to face him, and gently, he took the water can out of her hands to put on the ground beside his. Letting out another sigh, Izuku walked over to the front step, sitting down gently, and then patted the seat next to him. Realizing what he wanted, Ibara let out a small sigh, but still did as Izuku was suggesting and went to sit down beside him, letting out a small sigh as she settled down. Once the sun began properly shining in the distant sky, Izuku leaned forward slightly and rubbed a hand through his hair. Shiozaki, Izuku began, turning to look at her with a blush. We never did talk about, well, what happened back at the hotel. For a few days, I thought that we didn't really need to talk about it, since you said it was fine, and you didn't regret it. But, well, Ibara shook her head, also leaning forward and resting her face on her hand. That was the truth, Midoriya. At the time, it didn't need to be talked about, since we were pretty satisfied with what happened, and I was more than happy to let it be rather than bring it up, since, as you said, Kinoko and Leiko quickly stepped in with their own problems. And for a while, I really didn't have the dreams, honestly, but now, Izuku finished, now you're having the dreams again. Yes, Ibara nodded. So. He sighed again, and glanced at her. So what does that mean? Do you? He took a deep breath, blushing slightly, and asked. Do you want to have sex again? Ibara began, and then faltered, glancing off to the side and blushing slightly. I honestly, Midoriya, I don't know. Here. What do you mean? She let out another sigh, and then glanced at Izuku again. Although there was no embarrassment on her face this time, only slight pain. Midoriya, let us not kid ourselves, you are moving out tomorrow. She hated to be the one to remind him, and evidently by Izuku wincing slightly at the reminder, he himself had almost forgotten. Still, she shook her head again and tried to summon the bravery to forge onwards. The truth is, Midoriya, I am aware that now you are moving out, you might not be able to spend much time with us anymore, besides lunch or occasionally coming over to hang out with everyone. And that that would include this. This. Izuku blinked, looking confused. What do you dash? Our gardening. Ibara sighed again, and glanced around at the flower garden. We are probably not going to be able to do this together anymore. At least, I won't be expecting you to help me out anymore. And I will turn you away if you come to help. Wait, what? Izuku sat forward, feeling his eyes widen in shock. Why? I thought a bit about this, Midoriya, while I was watering the cans and waiting for you to come outside, and honestly, I realized that this is too much in the morning. Ibara tried to patiently explain, although there was a slight wobble to her voice. You'd have to wake up, get dressed, come here, help me, go back to your own house, get ready, and go to school. That's too much time taken out of your preparations for the day, just to spend some time with me in the morning. So once you move out, you don't need to come over and help me with the garden anymore. I'll be fine doing this on my own. I didn't have any problems doing it by myself beforehand, anyway. But Izuku continued to stare in shock at her as Ibara stood up, brushing off some of the dirt off her breathes as she got ready to go put the cans away. I don't, Shiozaki, I like helping you in the morning. I don't well, you don't have to anymore. Ibara shook her head, sounding as though it were final and she wouldn't hear anymore as she turned away. It's fine, Midoriya, I can Shiozaki Midoriya. Izuku stopped speaking due to how sharply she said his name just now. She turned slightly, trying to give Izuku as cold a stare as she could, which was ruined almost immediately when he looked into her eyes and saw a tear beginning to well up. Like I said, we don't have to do this anymore. She tried to say as shortly as she could, and that includes everything you do in the house with me, as well. You don't have to come over to help me garden, you don't have to help me make supper anymore, you don't have to help me out anymore, I'll be fine on my own, or I'll just ask one of the girls to help. We can just hang out at lunch at school. We also don't need to address my dreams anymore. It's fine. Izuku shook his head, standing up as well. Shiozaki, it's not fine. It's not. Midoriya, I'll be fine I won't be. At those 3 words, Ibara felt her words, and the cold front she had been desperately trying to flaunt in front of Izuku to dissuade him, completely faltered in her mouth. Izuku was giving her a serious look as he grunted slightly as he got up from the porch and stood beside her, giving her a sincere yet sad look as he saw the cold look on her face start to break as more tears welled in her eyes. Shiozaki, I'm going to be honest, you're a terrible liar. He chuckled weakly. You say that it'll be fine, but obviously it's not. The truth is, even if you were fine with it, if you could do all of this on your own and be okay, I wouldn't be. Because making dinner with you, and gardening with you, and just spending time with you, it's special to me. Every moment I spend with you is special. And he shook his head again, and felt his own tears start to well up in his eyes, and if I lost that, I wouldn't be happy at all. If you were just someone that I hung out with sometimes at lunch, I would feel awful. Because that's not who you are to me, Shiozaki. He took a deep breath, feeling his tears start to leak from his eyes and down his cheeks. You're special to me. At that, Ibara took a shuddered breath, and quickly glanced away, as Izuku saw her own tears start to leak from her eyes. So it doesn't matter if it takes up a lot of time in the morning, I'm still coming over and gardening with you, even if you chase me off with a hose. There's nothing you can do to make me go away, I'll just keep coming back. I wouldn't. Ibara shook her head, glancing away, and then muttered, I wouldn't chase you off with a hose. Good. Izuku smiled at her, and raised his hands to cup her cheeks, and brushed some of the tears from her face as she finally looked up at him, seeing his own tears running down his cheeks. That'd be, well, actually, maybe it wouldn't be too bad, maybe getting hosed in the face with water bright and early in the morning would wake me up. Ibara couldn't help but let out a small laugh at that, shaking her head slightly, and then without warning, pulled Izuku to her and pulled him into a hug, squeezing him tightly. Thankfully, Izuku had been somewhat ready for that, and wrapped his own arms around her, squeezing gently. I'm sorry, Ibara's voice came out muffled, but he could still hear some of the pain in her voice. I'm sorry for trying to make you not come over. It's okay. She shook her head again, Izuku brushing a hand through her vines. I didn't want to needlessly take up your time. Ibara, Izuku shook a little bit from using her first name, but still whispered it in her ear, you'd never take up my time. Ibara had felt herself falter slightly when she heard her first name used by him, but her grip tightened against him, and she ducked her head against his shoulder again. He could feel fresh tears start to fall onto his shoulder, and he responded by doubling his grip on the vine girl. Izuku. Ibara. Don't go. I'm not. Izuku shook his head, and held her firmly, not until you're ready to go inside. Ibara only squeezed him tighter. She didn't have the courage to tell him that wasn't what she meant. Well, Pony giggled, if it isn't the corny king and queen. It was about an hour after Izuku and Ibara got back inside from gardening, Ibara having managed to calm herself down enough so that they could finish watering the plants, with Izuku taking some time to offer her some more encouraging words that thankfully helped her improve her mood a little bit, so that by the time they got back inside, she was at the very least smiling again. When they did return inside, sweating slightly from the heat starting to bear down upon them, Itsuka and Yui had already gotten up, the stoic girl speaking in a low voice to Itsuka while she worked on getting breakfast ready. Izuku let Ibara go first in the shower while pointedly avoiding looking at Yui, raising an eyebrow at him, a knowing look in her eye, and thankfully got to retreat for half an hour in the shower once Ibara was done, to hopefully avoid Yui wanting to interrogate him on just what he was doing with her neighbor next door, and cursing the architect of this building for building such thin walls. Once he had gotten out, the other girls had woken up and come downstairs, sitting down as Itsuka served everyone French toast and bacon, having been in the mood for some non-Japanese food for a change of pace, and Izuku found himself sitting beside Setsuna, much to his regret, as each girl turned to look at the two of them and got the teasing started, smirking at the two of them and taking delight in seeing Izuku turning into a blushing mess. For her part, however, Setsuna took their teasing in stride, smirking at everyone and raising an eyebrow. Indeed, you all are in the presence of corny royalty, and should acknowledge as such. Bow down, peasants. Your queen demands it. No, thank you. Itsuka shook her head, smiling amusedly as she chewed on some bacon. Having you text me that the walls are too thin is acknowledgement enough from me. Oh, before I forget. Kinoko quickly hopped up from the kitchen table, moving around everyone and into the living room, grabbing the 2 paper crowns from the table and jogging back to the kitchen. Without further ado, she lifted up the two corny crowns, giggling with glee, and placed both of them over Izuku and Setsuna's heads, officially crowning them king and queen of the corny. As the other girls laughed at the sight, Izuku went red but tried to grin through the embarrassment, while Setsuna wore her crown proudly, sticking out her chest and smugly smirking around the girls. Seriously, though, Yui shook her head, whatever happened to I'm not going to sleep with him even if he asks? I think that's what you said when he abolished the no-sec rule, anyway. That is what I said. And I did want to stay true to that, Setsuna shrugged, returning to her breakfast while shooting a teasing grin at Izuku, but his smooth. Frustratingly smooth. He told me he was going to kiss me if I didn't stop talking smack, and when I called his bluff, he just went up and did it. God damn you, Parsley, and your charming, dorky ways. Sorry. Izuku shrugged slightly, still red but smiling slightly. She didn't sound like she wanted a sorry last night, Yui teased, and the other girls laughed as Setsuna detached her hand and threw it at Yui, smacking her in the forehead and landing on the table with a thud, which she immediately regretted, seeing as Yui chose then to put her elbow on the table and lean into her hand, and placed her elbow on Setsuna's hand and pressed down. Oh. Such a JRK. Setsuna laughed through the pain, slapping the table slightly while wincing at Yui's elbow pressing sharply into the back of her hand. Please, I give. Yui huffed in amusement at her whining, but relented and let Setsuna's hand go free, the wounded hand in question zipping over to Setsuna immediately and allowing her to reattach it, rubbing the hurt part of her hand gingerly while pouting at the stoic girl. Meanwhile, Itsuka let out a small sigh, and turned to look at Izuku. So, she asked him, trying not to betray the fact that she started blushing when she addressed him, and ignoring the girls exchanging glances between each other, smirking slightly. "What's the plan today, Izuku?" "The plan? Izuku glanced around the table, at first taken momentarily aback. He hadn't really thought about it at all, but since this was his last full day with them, what should he do? Should he? Oh, wow, he really didn't know. Go for a run? No, the majority of the girls would kill him if he made them exercise, especially Yui. Play video games? No, they already did that. Maybe going out to Ibara's garden and then his gaze fell to Pony. The girl had been looking at him in curiosity, leaning forward slightly as she was interested in what they were going to be doing today, but at the sight of her staring at him, he suddenly blinked. He had been thinking about Ibara's garden, and his mind returned to what they were talking about earlier, about moving out, and when he looked at Pony, he remembered something important. Wait. I still have to. I'm still thinking about it, Izuku told the group as a whole, letting out a small sigh as he put down his fork and turned to the horse girl. But before that, Pony, can I talk to you? Here. Pony blinked, glancing at him in shock before she quickly recovered. Izuku, sure, but what's up? It's, actually a private thing. Do you mind, if after breakfast, we could talk alone? Oh, Yui raised an eyebrow, a private conversation between the two of them. That's never a good sign. Itsuka rolled her eyes and smacked her friend lightly on the shoulder, although she didn't disagree with her as the other girls giggled again. Alone. Pony glanced around the table, still blushing slightly, but still nodded. Sure, Izuku, we can do that. Okay, great. Izuku nodded a bit stiffly, going a bit red himself, but still returned to his plate to finish Itsuka's breakfast, eating a bit quickly. The other girls glanced amongst themselves, wondering what was so important that he needed to talk to Pony alone, but only shook their heads slightly and returned to their own breakfasts, eating quietly together and trying hard not to think about how this would be one of the last breakfasts they would share with Izuku as roommates. Once everyone was finished eating, Izuku let out a small sigh as he thanked Itsuka for cooking for them, and then excused himself to go to the bathroom. As he stepped around the corner, Itsuka let out a small sigh as she picked up her last slice of bacon with her fingers to dip into the maple syrup, and raised it to her mouth as they heard the door to the bathroom close. As she began chewing, however, she suddenly felt something off, and glanced up, to see every girl in the house giving her a teasing grin. And yes, that even included Ibara, who was looking like she was at least trying not to smirk too widely as she continued eating the pancakes. The moment Itsuka glanced between the other girls, she suddenly realized what they were grinning about, and felt her shoulders slump as she slowly put down her fork, staring glumly at her plate. So, Setsuna leaned forward, a SHD eating grin on her face. "Miss Itsuka can do." "Oh, F me," Itsuka sighed, leaning forward and shaking her head. "This is about the group chat last night, isn't it? How bold of you, Prez." Pony gushed, while the other girls laughed. "Telling the entire group chat what you're planning to do." "You're an idiot, Itsuka," Yui shook her head, returning to her own breakfast. "I am an idiot." Itsuka pushed her plate aside so that she could lay her head down on the table, groaning in humiliation. "Now Ida of all people knows that I want to get in Izuku's breathes. I'm not going to be able to look him in the eye for like a month at this rate, not to mention he's 100% going to lecture me about safe sec now." "I mean, you are going to have safe sec, right?" Leiko raised her eyebrow, but Itsuka waved her hand. "I took the midnight BRTH control pills this morning," she assured them, "so there shouldn't be any risk of that. It's just the actual seducing I have to worry about now." "I have to say," Ibara shrugged, still smiling a little teasingly, "it was an awfully bold move, Itsuka, to not delete that message the moment you posted it." "Oh, God, I never deleted it," Itsuka groaned, raising her head briefly to smack the table with her forehead again. "And now everyone's going to blackmail me over it, aren't they? At least Ashido and Uraraka are. I just know it. I mean, I understand Ashido blackmailing you, but why would Uraraka? I don't know, maybe she wants me to buy her a burger at some point." Itsuka shrugged, and the other girls shook their heads slightly. Okako was poor, but she wasn't that poor. "One mochi, please." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 requested, 𝐒𝐠 snuggling up to her as the cashier rang her order up on their morning date at a small stall. That'll be 550 yen, please. Do you need me to buy it, babe? 𝐒𝐠 asked helpfully. Please. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 hung her head in shame. In any case, Itsuka sighed, raising her head from the table as she glanced around at everyone, pouting slightly. Are you guys sure that it's okay for me to, take up his time tonight? I don't have to, since it's his last night. We could always just do a movie marathon and nope. Setsuna crossed her arms into an X shape, grinning at her. You already said you wanted to get some seducing done tonight, so you're gonna have to. We'll vacate the premises so you can have your little screamathon. Guys, I swear to God, I'm not a . Not a what? Izuku walked back around the corner, raising an eyebrow in curiosity, and the girls immediately shut up, sitting up straight while Itsuka tried hard not to explode into a blushing mess as she realized that she was almost overheard talking about what she planned to do tonight with him, which would probably ruin the mood for the rest of the day, if Izuku had to hang out with them knowing she was going to be trying to get in his breathes later that night. Not doing the dishes. Itsuka managed to stutter out, grinning a bit too widely at him. Since I, did the breakfast. I'm not doing the dishes. Nope. Nada. Oh. Izuku blinked, but still shrugged. I mean, that makes sense, I guess. I don't think any of us would make you do that anyway. Do you need me to ? Nope. I got it. Setsuna jumped up, grabbing her plate and hurrying over to the sink while shooting Itsuka a grin that Izuku couldn't quite decipher. Before he could ask, however, he felt someone pull on his sleeve, and turned to see Pony looking up at him. She cleared her throat, glancing at the stairs. If you still need to talk, Izuku. Oh. Izuku jumped, realizing that he had gotten distracted by whatever was bugging Itsuka, and nodded. Why, we can do it now, Pony. Just, I need to run upstairs to grab something quick. Do you ? Oh, no, I don't mind. Pony nodded, and moved to head upstairs. I'll be in my room. Great. Be there in a minute. Pony moved up the stairs, and after watching her disappear from around the corner, Izuku moved to grab his plate and put his dirty dishes in the sink for washing, and then let out a yelp when, once he turned towards the stairwell, Setsuna gave him a light smack on the butt with her drying cloth. Alrighty then, Parsley, stop being a slow poke and go get her. What are you ? Oh, come on, Parsley, Setsuna giggled mischievously. I know you're heading upstairs for some big heart-to-heart with her. Just put on the same moves you did on me last night, and you'll have Pony swooning all over you. Okay, first of all, I'm not. Izuku tried to defend himself, going a bit red at what she was implying, until he glanced around and saw the other girls giving him skeptical looks, which he sagged a little about. It's not fair when you guys team up on me. It's mean. We're not mean, we just call it as it is, Itsuka shrugged, also putting her plate into the sink, but in any case, Setsuna's right, you better not keep her waiting. Right, Izuku sighed, and with that, turned around to go up the stairs, hearing the girls chatting behind him as he went upstairs. He went past the 3rd floor all the way up to his room on the 5th, opening the door and heading towards his desk. He thought that he had the piece of paper memorized by now, and was pretty confident he could do this without it. But still, he wanted to go over it quickly at least one more time before having to actually stand in front of the girl he was crushing on and say it. After moving some papers around as he wondered where he put it, he let out a little when he managed to spot the piece of paper he'd been looking for underneath his marked paper that Ectoplasm had given back to him last Wednesday. Lifting it up, he was quick to scan the contents of the page, and nodded in affirmation as he turned to walk back downstairs towards Pony's room, being sure to be careful as he read the paper on the way down, although he could feel the confidence he had felt when thinking about this a minute ago start to fade the closer he got to his destination. It's memeized, he muttered to himself, feeling his brow wrinkle a bit in worry as he stepped away from the stairs into the hall shared by Pony, Kinoko and Leiko, but it's one thing to recite it over and over by myself, and then another to say it directly to her. Shaking his head and trying to dislodge those unhelpful thoughts, he quickly knocked on her door, and opened it gently. Sure enough, Pony was sitting on her bed, checking her phone as she waited for him and kicking her hooves up and down, but quickly looked up when he poked his head in. She tossed her phone near her pillow and hopped up onto her hooves, watching a bit nervously as he closed the door gently behind him and looked back to her. So, he cleared his throat, feeling his cheeks go a little red, and then, trying to find something to say, faltered and just muttered, "Hey." "Hey." Pony giggled a bit, sounding so cute it made Izuku's chest clench a bit, and glanced down at the piece of paper in his hand. So what's that?" "Here." Izuku blinked, and glanced down at the paper. Oh. This is, For another moment, Izuku struggled to find his words, or at least the confidence to just up and tell her what he wanted to say, before he sighed and just decided to wing it. Better than just standing in front of Pony looking like a dork. "Oh, Pony. The truth is, I have something to say to you," he confessed, and glanced down at this paper. I had it written down so I knew how to say it, so I just ask for you to bear with me on this. "Oh, Kari." Pony wrinkled her brow, taking another step closer so that they could face each other properly, or at least, as properly as they could, what with Pony having to look up at him as he cleared his throat and stood up straight. "Okay." Izuku took a deep breath, while Pony shuffled a bit on her hooves awkwardly. Glancing at the piece of paper one more time, Izuku folded it in half and put it back into his pocket, turned to look at her, and said, "Pony." "Why yes." Izuku hesitated only for a moment, really hoping that he didn't come across as an idiot, and then, with another shaky breath, said, I've been practicing how to say this for a long time." Pony blinked again. Wondered briefly if she had suddenly hallucinated, and Izuku wasn't actually speaking English. But before she could convince herself that she was just hearing things. I started trying to learn how to say this a while ago, after the argument," Izuku continued on, wincing slightly at his obvious accent, having to sometimes start over when he accidentally said a word in Japanese, and the occasional pauses as he struggled to remember how to say the words. Unaware that Pony's eyes were slowly growing wider and her jaw starting to drop in astonishment as the boy she had a crush on spoke in her own native language. When I noticed that, you seemed embarrassed whenever you slipped into English. I noticed you always sounded unsure when you spoke Japanese, and I didn't like that." Now, the horse girl felt herself stiffen up, staring at her crush as the unsure look started to fade off his face, looking more certain, and definitely sadder. I talked to present him IC afterwards, and he agreed to write me down a paragraph in English so I could say this to you. So when I told you this, it would make you more comfortable. So, here it is." Izuku took another deep breath, glancing up to see Pony's eyes start to mist up, and sighed. "Pony, I forgive you. I forgive you for what you did during my first few weeks here. I understand that you have a crush on me, and just acted out of jealousy. I never properly answered your love letter, and I'm sorry, so here it is. I like you too. A lot. And I wanted to tell you this in English, because Izuku sighed again, shaking his head briefly. Because I remembered you saying that you shouldn't slip into your language when you speak Japanese, and I don't want you to be uncomfortable. I think your Japanese is very good, but I love hearing you speak English." Taking another breath, and hoping that he remembered how to say what he wanted next, since he'd be going off script with this, Izuku then asked, If it's not too much trouble, I want to ask if you would teach me English. Like how I help you with Japanese sometimes during homework. I know it'll be hard, now that I'm moving out. At that, Pony felt herself flinch slightly, but I still want to learn. To make you more comfortable." Once Izuku had fallen silent, having said the entire piece and still wincing in embarrassment from everything he did wrong, he did notice that Pony stayed silent. The girl herself felt her heart beating hard in her chest as she stared at the boy she'd fallen in love with asking to help him speak in her own language, and then let out a small sigh, and felt her eyes start to pool with tears. Izuku saw the tears immediately, and felt afraid that he had done something wrong there, or she didn't like what he had to say. He quickly stepped forward, about to ask if she was all right, but before he could, she suddenly reached out and grabbed the front of his shirt with both of her hands and held them tightly. Pony. Izuku gulped, glancing down at her as she stared at his chest, unblinking and vacant. My big anime moment. Izuku blinked in confusion, staring down at her as she slowly looked up at him, seeing tears start to leak from her big blue doe eyes, and she glanced down at his lips. I want my big anime moment now. You're big. Izuku was momentarily taken aback, not really connecting the dots, and then he realized it. At the end of every romantic anime I watch, the main couple always has, well, the big DMN kiss. The big kiss that always seals the deal. And every time I've kissed Izuku, it's always been, lustful. So I wanna have a big romantic kiss. After that, I'll be okay. The words from the onsen echoed around in Izuku's brain, leaving him feeling a bit startled for a moment as he realized what she wanted, but then he let out a small sigh and slowly raised his hands to her face and wiped away the tears with his thumbs, staring down sadly at her as she put her own hands over top his. Okay, he nodded, and, after another deep breath, gave her another smile, big demon kiss. Pony couldn't help but let out a wet giggle at his heavy accent, nodding slightly, and Izuku took that as his initiative to bend over, closing his eyes, and, after such a long time since they had finally kissed Pony again. The horse girl let out a small sigh into it as their lips pressed together, both of them taking the time to inhale deeply through their noses, and she then raised her arms to wrap around his shoulders, using one hand to thread through his hair. Izuku, meanwhile, brushed a strand of her hair behind her ear with one hand and continued rubbing her cheek with the other as they briefly disconnected, and then went back in for another deep kiss. After about a minute, in which they felt themselves get lost in the sweet kiss, Pony finally disconnected, and Izuku opened his eyes to see her still crying, sniffling slightly as she glanced away from him. Izuku felt that hit his chest. It was obvious, after her brave front these last few days, the reality of his moving out soon was now really starting to hit her, and he was about to ask if there was anything else he could do for her when she took his hand gently in hers and pulled him back in for a hug. She heard him let out a small grunt of surprise, and let out a little noise that sounded like a combination of a gasp and a whimper. She whispered. Can we stay like this? Just for a little bit. Izuku faltered, but after a moment's hesitation, still nodded and wrapped his arms around her again, squeezing her gently. Yeah. As long as you need. After all, Izuku sighed to himself as he raised a hand to brush through her hair. It wasn't like he was going to complain about hugging her. She needed this. That's really all it took for him to shove his embarrassment to the side. Oh, wow. Kinoko jumped up and down in the backyard, practically trembling with excitement and glee. He looks so good. He looks like a zombie, Leiko shuddered, glancing away. Good lord. It was a little bit after lunch, a few hours after Pony had calmed down enough in his embrace so that they could both go back down to the bottom floor to hang out with the rest of the girls. Izuku had decided, with a little sadness in his voice, that all he really wanted for his last day with them was to just hang out and have a bit of fun. So the girls had been happy to jump on the couch and love seat, sit back, and just chat with Izuku about little things and everything in between. They didn't mention his moving out at all during that time, not wanting to bring down the mood any more than it already was, and instead tried to focus on something else so that they didn't bring the mood down again. So Izuku was more than happy to talk with Ibara about her quirk and how she could continue to improve it, and with Itsuka about a few parts that she still needed to order for her bike. Eventually, when Izuku had turned to her, Kinoko suddenly remembered that Izuku had promised that at some point, he wanted to be coated with mushrooms. While the other girls had looked at him like had been crazy, Izuku had shrugged, and asked if that was something she wanted to do today, and may have been slightly alarmed that Kinoko immediately jumped up with a look of glee and grabbed his arm to start pulling him outside, Leiko looking absolutely aghast at him. And one trip to the backyard later. Oh, my god, that's so creepy. Setsuna giggled nervously as Izuku slowly raised his hands, his eyes the only thing they could see through the veil of mushrooms on his face. Just as Kinoko promised, Izuku was covered head to toe in mushrooms, wobbling around slightly and slowly raising his arms to check everywhere 𝐭𝐽𝐽 had grown mushrooms on. Mushrooms from 𝐼𝐺𝐺 frondosa to Tricholoма equesta to Flammulina velutypes to Carpranapsis atramentaria. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 mumbled a little bit as he was coated in her mushrooms, and since it was a bit humid out, that meant they grew until his entire body was covered in mushrooms, with the fungus even growing over his clothes so that he resembled a walking and talking field of mushrooms. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 was the only one out of all the girls who was very enthusiastic and happy about this, jumping up and down and grinning widely, clapping her hands together in delight. Meanwhile, the other girls had mixed reactions to 𝐒𝐿𝐴 before them, mostly leaning towards unease. Jesus Christ, Itsuka muttered, shuddering slightly at the sight. That's... Ibara found herself shaking a little bit, nauseous but not really sure why. A tad bit terrifying. 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Yui, for her part, was mostly fine if not a tad bit weirded out by the sight before her, watching in concern as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 took a careful step forward. Are you okay? Can you breathe? 𝐒𝐿𝐴's voice came out a bit muffled, but he managed to say, I'm fine, guys, just. This is kinda weird. Kinda weird. Pony shuddered. He'll be fine. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 brushed off their concerns, balling her hands into fists as she grinned widely. I made sure that nothing would actually get into his mouth or nose, so he should be breathing fine. Oh, this is marvelous. Mush-tastic. Wear them as long as you can, Midori. No, God, please don't. Leiko shook her head, glancing away. I do not want to look at this for another 3 hours, 𝐭𝐽𝐽. Let's just pick them off him and go about our day. Party pooper, 𝐭𝐽𝐽 pouted, but before anyone could move to help him out, although the girls didn't look very enthusiastic about having to do that, they suddenly heard a voice call out to them from around the house. Guys! Are you back here? Uraraka. Ibara blinked, looking around, and then called, Yes, we're back here. Oh, great. Okiko rounded the corner, and following her was Tenya, Momo, Kyuka, and Xiaotou. We were actually wondering if we could use the hot tub for the afternoon. Momo used up her lipids this morning on a project, so we were hoping that it wouldn't be much trouble. She faltered off, of course, because after looking over at the small group gathered together, she caught sight of the mushroom zombie turning around to look at her, large green eyes lighting up when he saw her. It was also then that the other 1A students saw him, and felt themselves freeze as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 slowly raised a mushroom-coated hand in greeting. For about 10 seconds, the 1A classmates stared in horrified silence, Momo looking like she was going through some flashbacks while shaking slightly, and Tenya looked like he almost couldn't comprehend what he was seeing, taking off his glasses briefly to rub them on his shirt before raising them again to confirm what he was seeing was accurate. Todoroki, Kyuka, for her part, looked absolutely terrified, shaking slightly. Yes. Kill it with fire. No, don't. Itsuka jumped in the way frantically as Xiaotou looked like he was actually contemplating setting the mushroom zombie on fire, not really as bothered as the others were about the fungus monstrosity before them but still wanting to listen to his total inok girlfriend. It's just 𝐒𝐿𝐴. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 asked to cover him in mushrooms. Don't set him on fire. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time I set him on fire, Xiaotou shrugged. While the other 1A classmates shook their heads, they really didn't need that reminder about the sports festival. Well, we tend to prefer our parsleys not crispy, thank you very much. Very thankfully, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 would be able to continue his day without becoming a burnt mushroom zombie, since Momo, after getting over her flashbacks of the joint training incident and horrible memories of Toru being similarly covered head to toe in fungus, worked with Itsuka and Okiko to pluck the mushrooms off of him, creating a disinfectant to make sure the mushrooms didn't grow back. After about 10 minutes of tossing the mushrooms off of him into a small pile, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was back to normal, rubbing his skin gently while shuddering slightly, although there was a small smile on his face as he turned to 𝐭𝐽𝐽 and gave her a thumbs up. That was kinda weird, he admitted, but also really cool. Isn't it? Gross, Kyuka shuddered, ever the mycophobic, while 𝐭𝐽𝐽, smirking mischievously, looked like she wanted to grow a mushroom on her nose as a tease, only for Leiko to seemingly read her mind and bob her on the head before she could do it. Anyway, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 got back on track, turning to the 1A group. If you guys did want to use our hot tub, you're free to. Actually, we think we'll join you, if you guys don't mind. It is kinda warm out today, maybe relaxing in the jacuzzi for the afternoon will be nice. Excellent. Tenya nodded, chopping a hand through the air at the 7 girls. If you all don't mind, we would only ask to get changed into our swimwear inside. I suppose if necessary, Todoroki and I could change in Midoriya's room, while Yorozu, Jiru, and Uraraka can change in the bathroom. Or we could take turns in the bathroom, Momo shrugged. Well, in any case you're all too noisy. The teenagers jumped slightly at the sound of the new voice, and turned to see Aizawa poke his head around the corner, wearing a slightly annoyed look as he moved around the house and into the backyard. I knocked on your front door, but then I heard yelling. I thought someone died, but it was just you people shouting about Midoriya being a zombie. Aizawa-sensei. Yo. He nodded, and turned to look at Izuku, who had caught sight of a mushroom on his arm and was plucking it off. Sorry to interrupt your afternoon, but Midoriya, I swung by to confirm something with you. Hey. He looked up to his teacher, who put his hands in his pockets and leaned back slightly, hunched over. What is it, sensei? Nothing important, if that's what you're thinking, he shrugged. Just wanted to confirm that we'll be here around noon tomorrow, and I'll be bringing the robots with me. So I expect your bags to be packed and ready to go on the bottom floor. We'll grab them, you can thank the 1B girls for having you, and then we'll move your things over to the other side of the forest. Sound good? Izuku had faltered when Aizawa finished speaking, and could tell that the other girls had deflated hearing that as well, but still, took a small, deep breath and nodded. Why yes, Aizawa-sensei. I understand. I'll have everything ready to go by lunch tomorrow. Good. Aizawa nodded as well, and turned on his heel. Well, that's pretty much all I had to confirm. If no one else needs to talk to me, I'll see you tomorrow, Midoriya Aizawa-sensei. The teacher blinked at the new voice speaking up, and turned around again to see Ōtsuka had stepped forward from where she had been standing near Izuku and surprising her roommates with her small outburst. The class representative looked surprised herself, a look of unease on her face briefly before she shook her head and looked back up at the homeroom teacher. I was actually wondering if I could speak to you privately for a moment. Just about something. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at that vague sentence, but shrugged again, and gestured for her to follow him, turning back around and heading towards the side of the house. Ōtsuka took that invitation to quickly jog over to him and follow him around the corner, and as they rounded the corner, she saw the girls shooting her an unsure glance before directing everyone inside to get changed into their swimming gear and get ready to relax in the hot tub. As they moved to the side of the house, standing near the window to the kitchen, Aizawa stopped walking, and turned to face the orange-haired student as she also stopped. All right, Aizawa leaned against the side of the house, so what is it, Kendo? Ōtsuka faltered at that, glancing off unsurely to the side as though she wasn't sure how to phrase this, having seen the teacher about to walk off and, out of impulse, asked to speak with him. Aizawa patiently waited, however, letting out a small sigh as he got comfortable, mostly because he had a good feeling he knew what she was about to ask. Him coming to talk to Izuku about moving out, and the girl immediately asking to speak with him privately. This could only really be about one thing. Thankfully he didn't have to wait much longer, as a look of determination came over her face as she turned to look at him. Aizawa-sensei, she let out a small sigh. I'm sorry for asking you this so late, especially since Midoriya's moving out tomorrow. But I've noticed that my classmates they've been rather down about him leaving. Yes. They really would rather he not move out. I've talked to them, and they all agree. So, I had thought that I would at least ask. Ōtsuka cleared her throat, and then looked up at the teacher before moving to Bo. Please allow Midoriya to stay with us. Aizawa stared down at her for a few seconds, wrinkling his brow as Ōtsuka didn't look up from her bow once, staring at her own feet as she waited for the inevitable no. She knew Aizawa prioritized rationalization above all else, so he would not just say yeah sure whatever without putting up some resistance. And she was already sure about what stance he would be taking over this question. After another few moments of deafening silence, Aizawa let out a small sigh. You want Midoriya to stay with you? Why yes. For how long? Here. Itsuka blinked, and then quickly looked up at the teacher, seeing no emotion on his face to match with his deadpan dlvry. How long? How long would Midoriya be staying here? If I let him stay. How? How long? Itsuka wondered out loud, before she shook her head, trying to refocus. For the duration of our time at UA. So permanently? Yes. And what about the other room? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. We only sent Midoriya to live here, Kendo, due to there being no other room for him anywhere else. At the very least, the room he's staying at here is technically an attic. It's bigger than your other rooms, so you could use it for storage. But the room at the 1A house is meant for being lived in, and the house doesn't have an attic. If he were to move in here on a permanent basis, what would happen to the room we just rebuilt? And why do you want him to stay? Aizawa crossed his arms, seeing Itsuka start to wilt under his gaze. As far as I can see, there's no practical reason for him to remain here. It's not like he can't do anything he does here at his other house. What is it that he does here that he can't do over there? And what would your other classmates and your classmates in 1A think? They're aware that Midoriya's only here because of inconvenience. What would they say if Midoriya was just told to stay in this house for no real good reason? What would you tell them? What would Aizawa-sen say? Itsuka finally just muttered in defeat, glancing away with tears starting to build in her eyes. You can just say no. The teacher regarded her for a moment, seeing how down she looked about this, and let out a small sigh as he finally stood up properly from the wall, about to walk away, but still gave her a small, understanding look. I'm not saying this to bring you down, Kendo, he muttered, so if you do think up a practical reason why we should have Midoriya here rather than over there, tell me. Vlad King and I will consider it. With that, the quirk-erasing teacher walked away, leaving Itsuka standing by herself at the side of the house. She let out another small, shaking breath, and quickly wiped her eyes free from tears, as she glanced back into the house. She saw, through the kitchen window, Izuku walking down the steps while taking off his shirt, already in his swimming trunks, and shook her head again. That had failed, but she couldn't just break down now. No, she'd just have to. She'd have to do what Aizawa said and think about a good reason why Izuku being here would be better than him being over there. She just needed to think, but for tonight, she had something important to do. So she just have to put up with the pain for now so that tonight, she and Izuku could finally settle what was between them. On the other side of the house, Izuku let out a small sigh as he stood near the hot tub, having just plugged it in the outlet beside the back door, and smiling as the water began bubbling, reaching his hand in and nodding at the warm feeling. The door slid open again, and he turned to see Okiko and Tenya walking out as well, Okiko dressed in her bikini and the button-up shirt she didn't mind getting wet, and Tenya in his swimming gear and his glasses left inside on the table for safety. Izuku did feel a little confused when Tenya gave him a serious look that he didn't really get. It looked weirdly worried for him, as though the way Izuku had plugged in the hot tub caused his friend a lot of concern for some reason. Ooh, Okiko cooed, smiling down at the bubbling water. With one glance between the three best friends, they all carefully got into the hot tub, letting out sighs of relief as they leaned back, and Tenya even got a moment to finally relax his stiffness and stretch both his arms against the sides of the tub, while Okiko slipped down so that only her head was above the water, closing her eyes and smiling in content. We really need another one of these. Okiko's voice came out in a vibrating way since her back was pressed against one of the jets, having her eyes still shut while smiling up at the sky. I'd have asked Momo to make another one, but she got distracted with something with Todoroki. Shh. Tenya looked up, wrinkling his brow. Speaking of Todoroki and Yarozu. I haven't mentioned this to either of you yet, and I do not mean to sound like a nosy class representative, but do you think there's something going on between them and Jiru? Here. Okiko raised her head slightly, the tips of her hair already wet as she opened her eyes to look at her friend, while Izuku pretended to not even be listening as he stared intensely at a tree, sweating bullets. What do you mean, Ida? Well, he leaned forward, raising one of his hands to cup his chin, when we had gone shopping last week, Todoroki conferred in me that Jiru and Yorozu were avoiding him for a reason he did not want to divulge in, preferring to keep it a secret. I tried to give him as best advice as I could, and when I next saw the two of them at the party, they were speaking with Todoroki in private. And now, he's been spending a lot of time out of the house, and I believe it's with them. What do you think is going on there? Okiko seemed to look momentarily taken aback, as though she couldn't believe her second best friend couldn't actually see what was going on between them, and maybe being a little bit relieved, she'd rather not see Tenya go to town on the three of them, but she still shook her head and shrugged. She didn't think Momo or Kyuko would appreciate it if she spilled the beans to Tenya before they were ready to tell the entire class. I'm not sure, either. Maybe they're just hanging out. Perhaps, Tenya nodded slowly. But anyway, Okiko suddenly changed topics, pointing her finger at Tenya with a dangerous pout on her face. You never told us that you were dating Itsushimi. What the heck? Gurk. Who, Itsushimi? Izuku blinked, coming back into the conversation with confusion and trying to remember who that was. And then it came to him, Izuku feeling his eyes widening as he registered what Okiko just said, and wheeled around at his best friend as Tenya froze. Wait, you have a girlfriend? Since when? Oh, dear, Tenya winced, and glanced down at the water. Well, I feel that I have to apologize to both of you. I know that it seems like I was hiding this from you, but please understand, I only wish to keep it a secret so that it didn't distract anyone from their work. I only wish to make sure everyone stayed on track for the exam that was coming up, and I thought that my telling them that I had a girlfriend would needlessly distract them from doing their best in class. Especially Mineta. He glanced away, narrowing his eyes. It's already hard enough to have Kami over while he is in the house, and trying to keep that relationship from him lest he tear my head off, or I tear his off, if he looks at her like that one more time. Oh, right. Mineta. Okiko nodded slowly, her own pout coming on. He tried to perv on me and Nejaya when we started dating too. I had to threaten to float him into the stratosphere if he didn't stop trying to peek through my window. You know, I'm a little surprised. Izuku leaned forward slightly, feeling himself pout. Mineta hasn't bothered me or any of the girls at all since I moved in. You'd think he would, since this would be. Well, truthfully, Midoriya, Tenya tried to push up his glasses on his nose, which of course failed since he wasn't actually wearing them. When you had moved into the 1B house, I had actually taken Mineta and Kaminari aside. I had warned them that, under no circumstances, they would not bother you or the girls here, or I would be reporting them to Aizawa-sensei. It wasn't just to alleviate the girls' potential stress of Mineta attempting to peek through the windows to see something, but to also make sure you didn't catch him seeing one of the girls in a potentially compromising position, and, well, punt him to Mount Fuji. Yeah, Izuku chuckled, leaning back while Okiko chortled. Yeah, that would probably be what would have happened. Well, Tenya nodded. In any case, that potential situation shouldn't be a risk for much longer, not since when you are moving out now, after all. Oh, Izuku's face fell at that, and nodded. You're right, Ida. It shouldn't be a problem anymore once I'm actually, you know. Tenya seemed to have picked up on his hesitation there, however, and gave him a small smile as he leaned forward. How is that going, by the way? He asked softly. Is there anything you need help with? Moving anything, or perhaps something personal you wish to speak about? No, Ida, I'm here. Izuku blinked, looking around, something personal. What do you mean? Well, Tenya sighed, sitting up and giving Izuku a more serious and professional look, not noticing Okiko quickly look around at him with her eyes widening. I hesitate to say this, Midoriya, since I know that this may be a personal matter, but I wanted to discuss with you the matter between you and what personal matters that Izuku would discuss with Tenya, however, would remain a mystery, as at that moment, two things happened. One was Itsuka opening the back door, hearing the back end of what Tenya was about to say, and felt her eyes widen with horror as heat coursed to her face, and without hesitation, began sprinting over to the hot tub as quickly as she could, growing out her hand, raising it, threatening over her fellow class representative. The second was Okiko realizing that she didn't have any time to stop Tenya from speaking unless she tackled him out of the hot tub, and that would only hurt both of them, so instead she turned to Izuku and dived over to the other side of the hot tub, eyes blown open, and pushed the top of his head into the hot water, ignoring his yelp and gurgling as Izuku was shoved unceremoniously into the depths of the hot tub as Itsuka's large hand chopped Tenya in the back of the neck, stunning the class. President. Goo. Ida. Okiko gasped, whipping around and ignoring Izuku's flailing limbs. We told you, that's private. Don't discuss that in front of Deku. But. Kendo, was it necessary to dash? Yes, Itsuka muttered, very red in the face. Yes, it was. But I merely wanted to discuss the importance of safe dash. It was with that the other girls, Momo and Kyuka, and 𝐿 walked out to join them, all dressed in their bikinis, and blinked at the sight of Okiko drowning Izuku and Tenya being chopped again by Itsuka, the girl sporting a large blush on her face now. Once Izuku was allowed to resurface, gasping for breath and seeing Tenya briefly knocked out by his crush, much to his utter confusion, the girls casually brushed aside what had happened and pretended it never happened, as their guests decided it was time to get into the tub. They debated briefly on how to fit into the hot tub. The hot tub could easily fit the 8 of them, but adding 5 more would be a bit of a challenge. Before, after coming to an agreement, they got in one at a time and managed to squeeze in all together. Izuku ended up in between Okiko and Itsuka, 𝐿 sitting in between Momo and Kyuka, Tenya sat in between Yui and Setsuna, Pony sitting in between Setsuna and 𝐭, Kinoko on 𝐭's left, and Ibara sitting between Kinoko and Okiko. It was a bit of a tight squeeze, but since 𝐿 was in between Momo and Kyuka, and Tenya didn't seem to mind Setsuna and Yu sitting awkwardly right beside him, no one was complaining. Everyone let out little sighs of relaxation as they glanced into the sky, seeing some dark thunderclouds start to roll in but far enough away that they didn't really have to worry too much yet. So, Izuku leaned back slightly, trying not to glance to his right to see Itsuka sitting pretty much right next to him, seeing a bit of her cleavage above the water and making him sweat for reasons not related to the hot tub. Yuruzu, you weren't able to use your quirk to create another hot tub. That's correct. Momo sighed, leaning back against the plastic side and resting her cheek in the palm of her hand. I had used up my lipids for an exercise yesterday, and I hadn't really gotten enough to eat enough today, so Kyuka, Uraraka, and I had the thought to come over and ask if it was all right to use this hot tub. I hope you all really don't mind. Nah, we're good. Setsuna grinned, nodding happily as she leaned back and wrapped an arm around Pony, the horse girl giggling a bit. We probably would have used it at some point today anyway, you know, after we de-mushroomed parsley. I can't believe you agreed to do that, Kyuka shuddered, glancing at Izuku. Wasn't it uncomfortable? It was a little bit itchy, Izuku shrugged, but honestly, I thought it was kinda cool. Guys, I swear, it's actually great. Kinoko leaned forward enthusiastically, looking straight at Momo while the rich girl winced at having the mushroom girl's attention on her. Seriously, Yorozu, give it a try. I know that you didn't like it when we fought during the joint training, but I swear, it's actually really cool to have on you. Well. Momo shrugged. Perhaps another time, Komori. I think it'd be fine if you were to use it as practice on my arm, but I'm not quite up to Midoriya's level of, having your quirk on me. I don't think it'd be comfortable to become a mushroom zombie. Plus it'd give me nightmares. Kyuka shuddered. Izuku chuckled a little bit at that, turning to look at Kyuka, and then noticed 𝐿 looking away from him and then at Pony. Izuku blinked, and was about to ask if he was all right when 𝐿 glanced at him again, grimacing slightly as he was caught looking at him, and then turned his attention to Itsuka. And then back to him, and then to Ibara. Feeling a little creeped out and confused, Izuku leaned forward slightly. Todoroki. Are you okay? Oh, I'm fine, Midoriya, 𝐿 nodded, glancing away again, while looking like he was contemplating something, although this might not be the best time, but there was something I wanted to ask you, if that's all right. Okay. Izuku leaned forward slightly, curious, while the girls and Tenya also picked up on 𝐿's little back and forth looking, and were also a bit curious about what was going on, and they really hoped it wasn't something perverted, because Kyuka and Momo were already glaring at the bicolored boy in case his eyes wandered a bit lower. Once he glanced at Yui and then back to Izuku, 𝐬𝐽 took a moment to sigh and stole a look up at the sky, as though debating how exactly to say this. After a moment of thinking, the bicolored boy let out another soft sigh as he looked away from the sky and to Izuku, staring at him straight in the eye, and with the enthusiasm of asking how the weather was, asked, "I was wondering, Midoriya, who exactly you were dating in 1B. And complete and utter silence fell between the small group, hearing nothing but the bubbling of water and the wind blowing through the trees. Izuku felt himself freeze where he sat, staring at 𝐬𝐽 in terror and betrayal as the boy asked the absolute last thing he expected, or wanted, to hear right now. Beside him, Itsuka also froze up, staring at 𝐬𝐽 in horror. The other 1B girls, meanwhile, went stiff as boards and glanced at everywhere but each other, as though they were trying not to look suspicious. Akiko, Kyuka, and Momo felt their jaws drop at 𝐬𝐽's blunt question, the latter two girls slowly turning to their total-not boyfriend in exasperation. Meanwhile, Tenya raised an eyebrow, but then wrinkled it in confusion when he glanced at Itsuka. Meanwhile, each girl in the hot tub had the exact same thought run through their head at the same time. We were so worried about Ida spilling the beans, we forgot about the other idiot. "Ay!" Izuku squeaked out, still staring at 𝐬𝐽 in horror. "I asked," 𝐬𝐽 repeated, leaning forward slightly while the other girls winced, "who in 1B are you dating?" "What do you mean, Todoroki?" Tenya turned to his friend, confused. "Isn't it obvious? I was under the assumption that it was Kendo who was Midoriya's girlfriend." Itsuka let out a small squeak, while Izuku went redder. "Was it?" 𝐬𝐽 wondered out loud, turning his gaze to Tenya and not noticing the twin looks of murder he was receiving from Kyuka and Momo. If he didn't shut up in the next 2 seconds, I could have sworn on the beach. And Tenya turned to his friend, intrigued. "I'm curious. What did you notice, Todoroki?" "Well," 𝐬𝐽 leaned forward, looking a bit confused himself. "I had thought that Shiozaki was sending him some signals." Ibara coughed. "Signals? How peculiar." Tenya raised a hand to his chin, thinking while the other girls and Izuku felt themselves die inside the longer they talked about this. "I could have sworn. Perhaps I wasn't being perceptive enough. I had thought that Midoriya and Kendo were flirting on the beach as well, but when I think about it, didn't Midoriya—" "Wait a moment," his eyes widened. "I could have sworn that he and Tsunotori also returned arm in arm when they returned from their chase." "Shitballs," Pony muttered, shaking. "But then Shiozaki asked him to hang back." 𝐬𝐽 put his hand on his chin in thought, unaware that Momo was subtly using the last of her lipids to create a large paper fan. "So I thought she wanted to talk to him about something. And then that night, they helped Yanagi back to the hotel and didn't come back. Maybe it wasn't romantic in nature, Todoroki. Remember, a man and a woman do not need to be dating to have private conversations." "That right?" "Very much correct. And besides, perhaps they helped Yanagi to their room and then decided to go to bed in their own rooms." But Midoriya— It was about that time, however, that the girls finally had the sense to stop this train of thought before it could go on any further, especially if 𝐬𝐽 connected the dots between Izuku and Ibara, and Izuku's not being in the hotel room he had shared with the bicolored boy. Both Yui and Setsuna reached up and held their hands over Tenya's mouth to get him to shut up, which made him squawk in surprise, while Momo raised her paper fan into the air, slightly wet from the hot tub, and brought it down HD on 𝐬𝐽's head, smacking him and jolting him out of his contemplative state and surprising him. Once the girls were sure the two boys weren't going to continue their conversation, Setsuna and Yui moved their hands from his face, and Tenya whipped around at the green-haired girl. "What? Why would you grab my mouth like that, 𝐭𝐽𝐾? And you, Kodai?" "Because you wouldn't shut up," Setsuna shook her head. "But Ida. Todoroki." Izuku finally spoke up, sounding absolutely embarrassed as the two boys looked around at him. Akiko tried to jump in, glancing left and right as though hoping a good excuse would just jump out of the bushes. "We're dating." At those two little words, silence fell once again in the hot tub, as everyone turned to the girl who had spoken. That, of course, included Izuku, who went wide-eyed and whipped his gaze around to her. The other girls in 1B also glanced at the girl in surprise, who shot them all apologetic glances. If Tenya and 𝐿𝐿 found out about their affairs with Izuku, it would raise a lot of questions and it wouldn't take long for rumors to spread. Once the girl who had spoken up was sure that Tenya and 𝐿𝐿 were looking at her, she let out a small sigh and sat forward. "I've been dating Izuku since he moved in," Itsuka lied, trying to keep her blush down, at least a few days afterwards. "I thought he was attractive, so I asked him out, and he said yes. We've been going steady." "Really?" 𝐿𝐿 scrunched his brow, feeling a bit confused. "Then what about him and Tsunotori?" Pony cleared her throat and turned the attention back to her. We're really close to Izuku. Like, super close. We consider him one of the girls. Sorry if this is TMI, Izuku, but a few weeks into living with him, we discovered his pretty touch-starved." "What dash?" Tenya gasped and looked around Izuku. "Midoriya, is this true?" Yeah, Izuku nodded, which even made Okiko look around at him in surprise as well. I hugged Itsuka a lot, and found out that I'm pretty much, well, touch-starved. I told the other girls about it, and they agreed that if I ever needed, I could hug them, or hold their hands, or just hold them, if I needed some comfort. Titadoriki, what you saw on the beach, with me and Pony, we were just hugging for that reason." "I see," 𝐿𝐿 nodded slowly, understanding. "So that means that when you didn't come back to the hotel room until the morning, you were with Kendo?" That's correct." Ibara nodded quickly, staring at the water and not into anyone's eyes. "But, wait a moment." Tenya sat forward, aghast. "That means that you spent the night with Dash. Does that mean you dash?" "And no." Izuku quickly waved his hands, not even sure how he hadn't broken from the lie yet. "We just slept together. Like, just went to sleep. That's it, Tenya." Itsuka cleared her throat, blushing again, and muttered. "We wanted to keep it a secret, just inside the house. At least, until he." She faltered, but then took a deep breath and glanced up. "Until Izuku moved out. Then we'd go public." At that, the mood from the other girls, which was already pretty down for some reason, went even further down, and they all glanced down at their feet, frowning slightly at that harsh reminder that tomorrow was it. The guests also went quiet, obviously thinking, before Tenya sighed and lowered himself into a bow. "In that case, Midoriya, Kendo, I apologize for poking my nose into your business," he said sincerely. "If you were not ready to go public yet, then it was my mistake to push the subject. I'm sorry." It's all right, Ida," Izuku gulped, glancing away again. "Yeah," Itsuka numbly nodded, "no problem." With that, 𝐿𝐿 also apologized, explaining that he had thought since he made the connection, Izuku would be all right with him bringing it up, while Kyuka and Momo shook their heads slightly. After that, both boys dropped the subject, much to the girls' relief, and began chatting about what they thought would be covered next week when school started back up. To cover up their initial embarrassment, the girls also joined into the conversation and prayed that neither of the two boys would think up anything else to ask Itsuka and Izuku, or do anything else to start poking holes in the lie. Itsuka also jumped into their conversation, trying to dislodge any potential awkwardness. Izuku, however, felt himself fall silent. The way that Itsuka had immediately jumped in to confirm that they were dating. Ordinarily, he would probably feel immensely relieved, or embarrassed, or pretty much on his hands and knees thanking her, but for some reason, he felt a bit of unease in his stomach. Itsuka saying that she was his girlfriend would normally be a dream come true. But he couldn't help but glance between the other girls. Between Setsuna, and Yui, and Ibara, and Leiko, and Pony, and Kinoko. When Itsuka gave her explanation about how she and Izuku were apparently dating all along, he had stolen a few small glances at them. For the most part, they'd done well to help hide it, showing nodding and smiling and explaining the situation to Tenya and 𝐿𝐿. But for one brief moment right when 𝐒𝐿 had said they'd go public after Izuku moved out, he had seen it. The pain on each of their faces. And that hurt Izuku more than he'd like to admit. The longer he sat there in that hot tub while everyone chatted, the more Izuku's smile dropped, and the longer he felt the swirling of hurt emotions in his mind. Hearing that 𝐒𝐿 was claiming to be his girlfriend, even if it had been a lie to save their necks, it must have hurt them. And the longer he thought about it, the more memories started filling his mind, reminding him of all the times he spent with. All of them. Good and bad. Hanging out with 𝐂𝐿 at lunch, checking out her sword, being wingmaned by her while trying to stalk Ibara, being threatened by her when he went on the date with Kinoko, the night he spent with the both of them, and then being comforted by her when he told them he was moving out. Going on his date with Kinoko, eating her delicious mushroom soup, listening to her sing, talking to her for hours, almost kissing her, and then being kissed by her and 𝐂𝐿, and then her support during his time at the mall, doing their clothes shopping and hearing her cheering for him the whole time. Eating ice cream with Pony, watching anime together, getting her gift for his birthday, and then coming up to her room and speaking to her in English, to ask her to help him understand it more even when he moved out, and the tearful kiss and hug he had given her afterwards. Approaching Yui after her fight with Bakugo, getting her apology, her sincere attempts to be better, walking around the grocery store with her, holding her hand, being kissed by her, sleeping with her and feeling safe in her embrace. Going gardening with Ibara every day, cooking with her, seeing how supportive and kind she was, their night at the hotel and how good it felt to make her feel good, her cooking him 10 bowls of katsudon for his birthday, and then this morning, with the quiet affirmation that he would be sticking around despite her attempts to make him drop their relationship, pain-filled she had been throughout that. The confrontation with Setsuna that night when he confirmed that he didn't hate her, seeing her attempts to redeem herself as just his friend, going on the date with her yesterday and seeing how cute she looked getting her autograph from 𝐿, being given the necklace that she literally said was her heart, and then the night they spent together. The fight with 𝐒𝐿, being angry at her and then needing her comfort, being hugged to sleep by her when he felt guilty for kissing Ibara for the first time, going on the bike ride together and having her explain her history with her ex, and how she was the first person that he ever told that he loved. And the hug she had given him that pretty much told him that she loved him back. He loved them. Izuku loved all the girls. And doing all of this. Kissing all of them and sleeping with all of them and getting all their hopes up. It wasn't fair to any of them. This was what plagued Izuku, long after they all got out of the hot tub and went inside, Ibara and Momo offering to cook for everyone as they hung out in the living room, wanting to spend at least a little time together talking and laughing the afternoon away together. And then eating dinner together, talking about any subject they thought of and laughing through several stories about their times in their houses, with the girls from 1B sometimes talking about something silly that had happened with Izuku, including their escapades in trying to get into his room to find out what they needed to get him for his birthday. Izuku would occasionally smile and chat along, laughing at the occasional joke, but when he wasn't, he would turn back to his own brewing thoughts, feeling himself start to feel down the longer he thought about them. He felt stupid, honestly. After all this time, messing around with the girls and telling him that he loved them. And what, was that supposed to go on forever? Would he tell each girl here that he loved them, and then just do nothing about it? It's impossible, he shook his head, that the girls would be satisfied with that. Eventually, one of them was going to bite the bullet and just tell him that he should ask one of them out. And then he would have to make a choice between 𝐒𝐿, Setsuna, Ibara, Kinoko and 𝐂𝐿, Pony, and Yui. The problem was, he had no idea who. He loved all of them. And he didn't want to break any of their hearts. He kept flashing back to the looks of hurt in the hot tub, and it kept hitting him right in the heart, as though each look from every girl punched him straight in the chest. He didn't want to be responsible for making them look that hurt again. He didn't want to tell 6 girls that he had picked one of them, and then having to think about the rest of them going off to sulk on their own. He didn't want to do that. If only there was Izuku. He jumped, taken straight out of his thoughts, and looked up. Everyone was standing at the door, glancing outside at the thunderclouds rolling ahead, and were holding umbrellas. But what caught his attention was that the 1B girls, minus 𝐒𝐿, were holding backpacks. Everyone gave him weird looks, Although there was understanding on the 1B girls' faces, it was obvious that he was drifting in and out of conversation for the last hour. Guys. 𝐒𝐿 glanced around, feeling confused by the girls' backpacks. Where are you going? We were invited to the 1A girls' dorms for a sleepover, 𝐒𝐿 explained, glancing away from him, so we'll be back tomorrow morning. Hey. 𝐒𝐿 balked, feeling a jolt of shock shoot through him and glanced around. The other girls also avoided his gaze for a split second, but none more so than 𝐒𝐿, who turned fully around and opened the door for 𝐒𝐿's classmates from 1A to walk out, everyone bidding 𝐒𝐿 bye as Tenya and 𝐿𝐿 were pushed out first by 𝐒𝐿 and Momo, Tenya looking like he was trying to hold himself back from protesting. You're going? For the night? Yes, Ibara admitted, feeling a bit ashamed now that she heard the hurt in 𝐒𝐿's voice. But only for the night. We'll be back tomorrow morning. 𝐒𝐿 glanced down again, feeling his heart thumping in his chest as he realized he wasn't even going to have one more night with them, despite his own selfish thoughts beforehand. But before he could think about it, he felt a pair of lips on the top of his head. He glanced up in shock to see Ibara disconnect from him, giving him a gentle smile. We'll be back tomorrow morning, she softly said. We aren't going to just abandon you like that. 𝐒𝐿 faltered, glancing off to the side, and then let out a small sigh as he nodded. Okay, I'll survive an evening by myself. Ibara nodded slowly, glancing away. Okay, Kinoko nudged on Ibara's shoulder. Move over. I'm kissing him, too. Here. 𝐒𝐿 jumped, looking around at her. Oh, no, you don't need to dash. I do, Kinoko nodded, and without further ado, bent over and kissed his cheek, making 𝐒�'s cheeks redden a bit. Me too. Pony jumped in, and kissed his nose, making him wrinkle it a bit. Hold on a moment, then, Leiko bent over and kissed his other cheek, being sure to plant it there for a little bit longer before disconnecting. And one from me. Setsuna kissed his lower jaw, disconnecting her lower face to do so without moving from her spot near the door. Emu nodded, and lightly kissed his lips. By now, 𝐒𝐿 was a bit of a flustered mess, the other girls giggling a bit at his red face, but still, it had managed to cheer him up even a slight bit. Seeing their smiling faces had sent a bit of warmth through him. As he stood up, he gave them all a good-natured wave as 𝐒𝐿 held the door open for them to follow 𝐒𝐿, Momo, and Kyuka back to the 1A dorm house, glancing up and seeing thunder and lightning start to flash overhead. 𝐒𝐿 had turned around, getting ready to go upstairs to his own room to think a bit more, hearing the sound of the door gently closing behind the girls and the lock sliding into place, and then he heard a sigh. 𝐒𝐿 jumped a little bit, confused, and turned around again. Standing at the door, all by herself, was 𝐒𝐿. She had her back to him, staring at the door before turning around herself and looking at 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 stayed where he was, blinking as she walked back into the house. Aren't you going to the sleepover? I actually didn't really feel like it, 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, with a strange, off look on her face as she looked at him. I guess. It's just you and me tonight, 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 blinked again, about to ask why she didn't want to go, and then, unconsciously, his eyes went lower. He didn't notice before, but 𝐒𝐿 was wearing some pretty thin clothing today. A white tank top showing off her muscular arms, thin leggings showing off her legs. Her hair was out of its usual ponytail, going down to her back, and her hands were crossed behind her back. Gulping, 𝐒𝐿's eyes returned to her face, to see her staring at him. But the look in her eyes. 𝐒𝐿 gulped, and felt a bead of sweat on his forehead as rain began splattering on the windows. Yeah, he nodded stiffly, just me and you.